Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The ashtray was a cheap ceramic thing, the color of a faded bruise, and it sat on the edge of the metal desk, forgotten. It wasn't police issue. Duane noticed it because it was the only clean object in the entire room. The rest of the detective's bullpen was a symphony of neglect, stained coffee cups, and stacks of yellowing files, the air thick with the smell of old sweat and desperation. But this ashtray, this little dish of purple clay, was pristine. It held no ashes, no cigarette butts. It was just there, a silent, polished anomaly in the corner of his vision. He reached out a hand, his knuckles a roadmap of old scars and protruding bone, and his fingers hovered just above its surface. He didn't touch it. Some things you just look at. Some things are placed for looking. Across the city, in a warehouse that smelled of rust and river damp, Lewis felt the cold seep through the soles of his shoes. The scene was a blasphemy of color in the gray industrial gloom. A man, or what was left of a man, was arranged on a throne of discarded pallets and rotting cardboard. He was immense, his flesh spilling over the confines of his cheap suit, and his mouth was pried open with a stainless steel funnel. It was packed with cake frosting, bright pink and impossibly sweet, the scent cloying and nauseating in the chill air. Empty food wrappers, greasy pizza boxes, and candy bar husks were piled around him like offerings at a grotesque altar. Lewis felt his stomach clench. He was young, his anger still a sharp, useful tool, but this was something else. This was a sermon. Gluttony, Duane said, his voice a low gravel rumble. He hadn't made a sound coming up behind Lewis. He just materialized from the shadows, a tall, stooped figure in a raincoat that had long ago given up any pretense of repelling water. His face was a landscape of weary lines, his eyes the color of a winter sky just before snow. "You think," Lewis snapped, the words coming out harsher than he intended. He gestured at the horrific tableau. "It's a bit on the nose, don't you think?" "The best ones always are," Duane murmured. He didn't look at the body, not directly. His eyes scanned the periphery, the dusty concrete floor, the high, broken windows, where the perpetual rain of the city streaked the grime. They want to be understood. They're artists in their way. This one, he's making a point. The point was made again, 3 days later. A loan shark named Marconi was found in his own vault, his fingers broken, his body curled around a stack of gold bars that were not his. He had been forced to swallow several of the smaller ingots. The word avarice was carved into his forehead, the letters precise and surgical. The scene was clean, sterile. No rage, just a cold, methodical rebalancing of the scales. Lewis saw the calculation in it, the icy intellect. Duane saw the pride. The killer wasn't just punishing sin, he was displaying his own moral and technical superiority. The city itself was the killer's accomplice. It was a place of perpetual twilight, where the neon signs of failing businesses bled color onto wet asphalt, and the air tasted of exhaust and decay. The buildings hunched together like old men sharing secrets, their bricks weeping a dark moisture. It was a perfect canvas for this particular artist. The newspapers, with their dwindling circulations, had a field day. They called him the preacher, The department brass, their faces pale and strained under the fluorescent lights of the briefing room, formed a task force. They brought in profilers who talked about organized versus disorganized, about God complexes and childhood trauma. Duane listened, his expression unchanging, and said nothing. Lewis argued, his voice rising with a frantic energy, demanding more men, more resources, a citywide sweep. Duane just waited for the noise to stop. He spent his days in the quiet of the records room, pulling cold cases, looking for a pattern that predated the preacher's current sermon. He found whispers, an unsolved drowning of a notoriously lustful socialite, a factory owner famed for his slothful neglect of safety regulations, who had died in a mysterious fire. They were different. Messier. The work of an apprentice, perhaps, not yet confident in his craft. The current killings were different. They were refined, ceremonial. The third victim was a trophy wife, a woman of breathtaking vanity named Eleanor Voss. She was found in her penthouse, seated at her vanity mirror. Her throat was slit, but with such precision that the initial blood spray had been minimal. Her face, however, had been meticulously removed, the skin peeled back and laid over the mirror so that she was forced to stare into her own raw, red flesh for all eternity. A single, ornate hand mirror was placed in her lap. Pride. Lewis vomited in the gold-plated toilet. Duane stood for a long time, looking not at the body, but at the view from her window. The sprawling, sick city laid out like a feast of corruption. He thought of the clean ashtray on his desk, a place for everything, and everything in its place. The investigation was a slog through the city's underbelly. They interviewed informants in bars that smelled of sour beer and broken dreams. They leaned on fences and pimps and addicts, all of whom looked at them with the same hollow-eyed resignation. The clues were there, but they were taunts. A single hand-rolled cigarette butt, unsmoked, left at the gluttony scene. A specific type of synthetic fiber, used by only one high-end tailoring shop in the city, found on Avarice. A sliver of glass from a rare, antique mirror at Pride. The killer was giving them a trail, but it was a trail that led in circles, a maze designed to showcase his brilliance. Lewis started to fray at the edges. He would come home late, the smell of death clinging to his clothes, and his wife, Cassandra, would be waiting for him. She was a small, quiet woman with eyes that held too much light for this city. She was his anchor, his reminder of a world that wasn't entirely rotten. He would hold her in the dark of their small apartment, feeling the frantic beat of his own heart, and whisper promises he wasn't sure he could keep. "We'll get him, Cass. I'll stop him." She would just stroke his hair, her silence more terrifying than any words. She could feel the case consuming him, changing the composition of his bones, turning his idealism into something harder and more brittle. The fourth sin was wrath. A corrupt cop, a man known for his brutal interrogations, was found handcuffed to the steering wheel of his own patrol car. He had been beaten to a pulp, but the cause of death was his own service weapon, fired into his mouth. The scene was a chaotic mess of violence, a stark contrast to the cold order of the previous murders. It felt personal. Lewis recognized the fury in it. It mirrored the anger boiling in his own chest. It was after wrath that the first communication arrived. A plain white envelope addressed to the Shepherds and delivered to the precinct's front desk. Inside was a quote from the Book of Proverbs, typed on an old manual typewriter. The letters were sharp and clear. "There are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are an abomination to him." Duane read it aloud, his voice flat. He held the paper to his nose. It smelled faintly of incense and ozone. "He's talking to us," Lewis said, pacing the length of Duane's desk. "He sees us as his audience, his congregation, or his students," Duane said, his eyes drifting back to the purple ashtray. It was still there, still clean. He had never moved it. He had never seen anyone else go near it. It was their secret, his and the killer's. The pressure from above intensified. The mayor was screaming. The press was having a field day. The task force was a circus of conflicting theories and bruised egos. Duane and Lewis worked in their own private orbit, a bubble of shared obsession. Duane's weariness was a deep, settled thing, a glacier slowly carving its way through a mountain. Lewis' energy was becoming feverish, unpredictable. He started seeing the killer's design everywhere, in the way a homeless man arranged his belongings, in the pattern of rain on a window pane. He was losing the line between the hunter and the hunted. The break came from the ashtray. Duane, in a moment of late-night clarity, finally picked it up. It was heavier than it looked. He turned it over. On the bottom, in tiny, almost microscopic letters, was a maker's mark. E.S. Ceramics. It was nothing, a ghost of a lead. But it was the only thing in this entire case that felt like it belonged to him alone. He didn't tell Lewis. He didn't tell anyone. He just started visiting pottery studios and art supply stores, showing a photograph of the ashtray to bored clerks. His questions met with shrugs and blank stares. The fifth murder was sloth. A reclusive hoarder was found in his filth-strewn apartment, not murdered, but simply left. The killer had barricaded the door from the outside and cut the phone line. The man had died of dehydration, surrounded by the mountains of useless junk he had spent a lifetime accumulating. There was no violence, only a profound, terrifying neglect. It was the most chilling of them all. The absence of action was the crime. The hunt for E.S. Ceramics led Duane to a dusty, forgotten shop in a neighborhood that the city had long since written off. The old woman who ran it had fingers stained with clay and eyes that held no surprise. She looked at the photo and nodded. "Eric Sable," she said. "He was a student, a long time ago. Had a real gift, a feel for the clay, but he was intense. He stopped coming. Said the world was too ugly for beautiful things. He wanted to clean it up. Eric Sable. The name meant nothing. He had no record, no footprint. He was a ghost. Duane ran the name, his heart a dull, heavy drum in his chest. Nothing. He was about to leave the precinct, the frustration a familiar acid in his gut, when he saw Lewis's case file on his desk. Lewis had been chasing down the antique mirror led from the Pride murder. He had a list of collectors, and there, halfway down the page, was the name, Eric Sable. It all clicked into place with the silent, final certainty of a tomb door closing. The killer wasn't just watching the investigation. He was in it. He was leading them, teaching them, testing them. He had placed the ashtray on Duane's desk himself. A gift, a signature, a challenge. He knew who they were. He knew where they lived. Duane's blood ran cold. He fumbled for his phone, his old fingers suddenly clumsy. He called Lewis' cell. No answer. He called his home landline. Cassandra answered, her voice small and frightened. "He's not here, Duane. He said he was following a lead. He said he was close." "Cassandra, listen to me," Duane said, his voice stripped of all its weariness, sharp and urgent. "I need you to leave the apartment. Right now. Go to your sister's. Don't tell anyone. Just go." "What's happening?" she whispered. "Just go," he barked, and hung up. He knew where Lewis was going. The Sable file had an address. An old warehouse on the industrial waterfront, the same area where this whole nightmare had begun with gluttony. It was the perfect stage for the final act. The warehouse was a cathedral of shadows. The rain fell through the holes in the corrugated iron roof in steady metallic drips. Duane moved through the darkness, his service weapon held low, his breath pluming in the frigid air. He found Lewis in the center of the vast open space. He was on his knees. Eric Sable stood over him. He was a nondescript man, of average height and build, with calm, thoughtful eyes. He looked like an accountant or a librarian. In his hand was not a gun, but a long, thin, boning knife, its edge catching a sliver of distant city light. "Detective Duane," Sable said, his voice pleasant, conversational. "I wondered when you'd receive my invitation. I left it for you weeks ago." "The ashtray," Duane said, not taking his eyes off the knife. "A token," Sable nodded. "A piece of my former life. Before I understood my true calling, your partner here was just about to demonstrate the sixth sin. Envy. He covets my clarity, my purpose. He burns with..." Lewis looked up, his face a mask of rage and humiliation. "He was at my house, Duane. He was watching Cassandra. I was contemplating." Sable corrected gently. "She is a symbol of innocence in a fallen world, a potential sacrifice for lust. But your arrival changes the calculus." He turned his gaze back to Duane. "You are the interesting one, the weary one, the one who has seen it all and is no longer surprised by the darkness. You understand the necessity of my work, don't you? You see the design." Duane said nothing. He kept his gun leveled. The scene was frozen, a diorama of three men trapped in a shared delusion. "This city is a body, sick with disease," Sable continued, his voice taking on a preacher's rhythm. "I am not a murderer. I am a surgeon. I'm cutting out the cancer. I'm restoring balance. It is a holy work." "It's over, Sable," Duane said, his voice quiet but firm. "Is it?" Sable smiled, a thin, bloodless line. "The work is never over. There will always be another sin, another sickness. But you are the real test. The seventh sin, despair, die." He moved then, not towards Duane, but towards Lewis, the knife flashing down. A shot echoed, impossibly loud in the cavernous space. Duane hadn't even felt his finger squeeze the trigger. The bullet took Sable in the shoulder, spinning him around. He dropped the knife with a clatter, but he didn't cry out. He just looked at Duane, his expression one of profound disappointment. Lewis scrambled to his feet, kicking the knife away, his own gun now drawn. He was breathing in ragged, sobbing gasps. It was over. The preacher was caught. The aftermath was a blur of sirens and flashing lights. The city, for a brief moment, had a hero. Lewis was celebrated, the young detective who had helped bring down a monster. Duane slipped away from the celebrations, from the press conferences, from the backslapping and the empty words. He went back to his desk. The ashtray was gone. Of course it was gone. The crime scene unit had bagged it as evidence, a crucial piece of the puzzle. Weeks turned into months. Lewis was promoted. He and Cassandra tried to patch their lives back together, but a chill had settled between them, a silence filled with things unseen. Duane submitted his retirement papers. The city went on, as corrupt and decaying as ever. The cancer, as Sable had called it, was merely in remission. On Duane's last day, a package arrived at his apartment. It was small, wrapped in brown paper, with no return address. His heart thudded once, a painful, heavy beat. He opened it carefully. Inside, nestled in a bed of white tissue paper, was a small ceramic sculpture. It was a perfect miniature replica of the city's skyline, but twisted, the buildings warped and melting into one another like candles. It was exquisitely made, the work of a true artist. And tucked between two crumbling spires was a single hand-rolled cigarette. There was no note, no explanation. It was just an object, left for him to find. He picked it up. It was cool and smooth in his hand. He held it for a long time, looking at it from every angle, and he understood. The design was not complete. The seventh sin was not despair. It was something else. Something patient. Something that could work from within a prison cell, or through a disciple, or simply through the terrible, elegant idea that had now been planted in the world. The case was closed. The killer was behind bars. But the mystery had just deepened into an abyss from which no light could ever escape. He placed the sculpture on his windowsill, where it would catch the weak afternoon sun. A beautiful, terrible, and utterly unresolved question. He did not light the cigarette. He left it nestled in the ceramic cityscape, a potential that he refused to actualize. The gift was not a threat, not in the simple way a bomb would be. It was a conversation, an invitation to a game that had no end. Sable was in a maximum security cell under 24-hour watch, yet his presence had seeped out, found its way across the city, and into Duane's home. The system had contained the man, but it could not contain the idea. Lewis called him sometimes. The conversations were strained, filled with the static of things unsaid. Lewis was trying to be the good detective, the good husband, building a life on the foundation of a closed case. He talked about new investigations, smaller, manageable crimes. He never mentioned the ashtray or the sculpture. He was building a wall between himself and the abyss Duane now faced every day. Duane did not blame him. It was a sane thing to do. The sculpture sat on his windowsill. He would find himself staring at it for hours, tracing the lines of the warped towers with his eyes. It was not just a model of the city. It was a model of Sable's mind, a map of a logic that was both insane and perfectly coherent. The killer had not been punishing sin. He had been curating it. He was an artist, and the city was his gallery. Duane was the sole remaining critic. The only one who understood the show was still running. He started taking long walks, retracing the steps of the old investigation. He stood outside the warehouse where Gluttony had been staged, now just another decaying shell. He visited the street where Marconi's vault had been, the bank now under new management. He looked at the people on the sidewalks, their faces etched with their own private hungers and greeds. He saw Sable's work everywhere, not as murder, but as diagnosis. The city was still sick. The surgeon was gone, but the disease flourished. 6 months after his retirement, a man was found dead in a luxury apartment. He was a gossip columnist, a man who had built a career on lies and character assassination. He was seated at his computer, his wrists bound to the armrests of his chair with silk scarves. He had been forced to type a single sentence, over and over again, until his fingers were raw and the keys were stained with blood. The sentence was, "I am a lie." The cause of death was an overdose of stimulants, administered to keep him awake and typing. It was a new sin, a nuanced one. Not quite the wrath or pride of before. This was something about deceit, about the pollution of truth. The press didn't call it the work of the preacher. The preacher was caught. This was a copycat, a tribute act. The department said the same. Lewis, now leading his own squad, was assigned the case. He called Duane, his voice tight. "It's not him, Duane. It can't be. He's in a box. We put him there." Duane listened, his gaze fixed on the ceramic city on his sill. "Is it Lewis, or is it just a different kind of box?" He hung up and went to his small kitchen table, where he had spread out photocopies of the old case files, the ones he wasn't supposed to have. He looked at the crime scene photos, the symbols, the methods. The new killing was different in style, yes. Less ceremonial, more psychological, but the core remained. The transformation of sin into a physical, inescapable punishment. The desire to teach a lesson. It was the same artist, but he had changed his brushstrokes. Or, more likely, he had found a new brush. The next day, Duane went to the prison. Eric Sable sat across from him in the visitation room, separated by thick glass. He looked paler, thinner, but his eyes held the same calm, unnerving light. He picked up the handset on his side. "Detective," Sable said. I wondered if you would come. I heard about the recent artwork. A clumsy piece, I thought. The composition was off. The sentiment was correct, but the execution lacked subtlety. You didn't do it, Duane stated, not asked. Sable gave a small, dismissive wave. I am an artist, not a factory. I do not repeat myself. I set a theme. I introduced a vocabulary. It seems the language is being learned. By who? By whoever has the eyes to see and the will to act, Sable replied, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. The work was never about me, Duane. It was about the idea. You know that. You have the sculpture. You see the design. The case was never closed. It was merely handed off. He leaned forward, his breath fogging the glass slightly. You retired from the police, but you did not retire from this. You are the only one who understands the exhibition is still open. The seventh sin awaits its curator. Duane left the prison, the cold air feeling like a slap. Sable was right. He was not a cop anymore. He was something else. A witness. A keeper of a terrible secret. He walked back to his apartment through the fading afternoon light. The city sounds a cacophony of hidden meanings. He climbed the stairs, each step heavier than the last. He unlocked his door and went inside. The sculpture was gone from the windowsill. In its place was a single, fresh, hand-rolled cigarette, and beside it, a small handwritten note on a crisp piece of paper. The handwriting was elegant, precise, and utterly unfamiliar. It read, "The student is ready." The note seemed to absorb the dim light of the room, the words burning into his mind. Duane did not touch it. He stood perfectly still, his heart a slow, cold stone in his chest. He looked around his small, sparse apartment. Nothing else was out of place. The door had been locked. The windows were latched. It was a message delivered not through the mail, but placed here, in the heart of his private space, with an intimacy that was more violation than any break-in. Sable was not just a teacher. He was a conductor, and his symphony was continuing without him. He thought of Lewis, desperately trying to fit this new killing into a box labeled copycat. He thought of the young detective's voice, tight with a fear he would never admit, clinging to the official story because the alternative was unthinkable. To admit the truth was to admit that their victory was a lie, that the monster was not in the cage, but in the air they breathed. Lewis had a wife, a career, a life he was trying to rebuild. Duane had nothing but this. He left the cigarette and the note on the sill. He did not call Lewis. He did not call the police. This was no longer their business. It was his. He was the sole remaining shepherd, and the flock was being led by a new, unseen dog. His first visit was to the old woman at the ceramics shop. Her eyes, when she saw him, held a knowing weariness, as if she had been expecting him. He did not mention the theft or the note. He only asked about Eric Sable's students, anyone who showed a particular devotion, anyone who asked the wrong kinds of questions. She was silent for a long time, her stained fingers tracing the grain of the wooden counter. Then she spoke a single name. Jeremiah Colt Dart. She said he was a quiet boy, intense, with clever hands and a hunger in his eyes that reminded her of a young Eric. He had stopped coming around about a year ago, around the time of the preacher's trial. Jeremiah Colt had no criminal record. He worked as a freelance graphic designer. He lived in a modest apartment building on the south side. Duane sat in his car across the street from that building for 2 days, watching. He saw a young man in his late 20s, neat, unassuming, who bought groceries, who took walks, who seemed utterly ordinary. But on the second evening, Duane saw him pause on the sidewalk and look up at the city skyline. It was not the casual glance of a resident. It was a studied, critical look, an artist assessing his canvas. It was the same look Duane had seen in Sable's eyes. The following day, the news broke about another body. A well-known slumlord, A man who had been prosecuted multiple times for the deplorable conditions of his properties, but had always escaped serious consequence. He was found in one of his own buildings, in a vacant, rat-infested unit. He had been sealed inside behind a newly constructed brick wall. In his hand was a single, overripe peach. The symbolism was obvious, a twisted reference to the promised land, a home he would never provide. The method was different again, more architectural, more deliberate. It was not a copycat. It was an evolution. Duane knew he had to move. He waited until nightfall and approached Jeremiah Colt's apartment. He did not have a warrant. He was not a cop. He was just an old man with a key he shouldn't have and a lifetime of silence. The lock gave way with a soft click. The apartment was a gallery of obsession. The walls were covered not with newspaper clippings, but with intricate hand-drawn schematics. They were blueprints of moral consequence, flow charts of sin and punishment, beautifully rendered in ink. In the center of the main room was a large drafting table. On it lay a detailed sketch of the slumlord's death, the perspective perfect, the shading exquisite. It was a preparatory drawing. This was not a crime of passion. It was a planned exhibition. Duane heard a footstep behind him. He turned. Jeremiah Colt stood in the doorway, holding a bag of groceries. He did not look surprised. He looked resigned and a little disappointed. "Mr. Duane," he said, his voice soft. "He said you would come. He said you were the only one who would see the pattern." "It's over, son," Duane said, his voice tired. "Is it?" Jeremiah replied, echoing his teacher. He set the groceries down carefully. "He showed me that the world is a composition. It can be reshaped, corrected. He gave me a purpose. He said you, of all people, would understand the necessity. You carry the seventh sin with you every day." Duane felt a profound exhaustion settle in his bones. He was not facing a killer. He was facing a believer. He would not stop in a crime. He was trying to extinguish a faith. He could take this boy in, call Lewis, and have him arrested. But that would not stop it. It would only create another martyr, another lesson in Sable's ongoing curriculum. The design was too deep, the idea too resilient. Jeremiah watched him, his head tilted. "He told me you would have a choice to make, to be the warden of a broken world, or the midwife to a new one." Duane looked at the young man's clear, fervent eyes, and then at the beautiful, terrible drawings on the wall. He saw the future stretching out, an endless series of moral corrections, each one leaving the world colder and more orderly. A gallery of perfect, silent, dead things. He saw the seventh sin, the one Sable had named for him, not as despair, but as apathy. The sin of letting it happen, the sin of walking away. And in that moment, standing in the quiet apartment, Duane understood that his retirement had been an illusion. The hunt had never ended. It had just changed its shape. He was not a pursuer anymore. He was a gatekeeper, and the gate was about to be stormed. He did not reach for his phone. He did not advance on the boy. He simply stood there, a monument to his own weariness, and let the silence stretch until it became its own answer. Jeremiah misinterpreted it. He saw a contemplation where there was only a final grim resolve. "You do see," Jeremiah whispered, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "You can help me. The next composition is the most ambitious yet. It concerns a judge who trades in favors, a perversion of justice. The scales need to be rebalanced." Duane took a slow step forward, not toward Jeremiah, but toward the drafting table. He looked down at the detailed sketch of the slumlord's tomb. The lines were so clean, the vision so absolute. There was no room for mercy in those lines, no room for the messy, complicated grace of chance. It was a world without redemption. "He was wrong about you, you know," Duane said, his voice low and raspy. He picked up the drawing, holding it by its edges. Sable. He thought I was the one who understood the design. But I don't. I never did. Jeremiah's face tightened. Of course you do. The sculpture. The cigarette. You kept them. You are part of this. I'm a reminder, Duane corrected, his eyes finally lifting to meet the young man's. A reminder that for every one of you, for every clean, clever idea, there's someone like me. Someone who doesn't see art. Someone who just sees a body in a wall. A man who died terrified and alone. He was a parasite, Jeremiah stated, his voice losing its softness, turning hard and doctrinal. He deserved his end. It was a logical, aesthetic consequence. There's no logic in murder, Duane said. Only the excuse of it. He let the drawing fall from his fingers. It fluttered back to the table, landing askew. The gesture was one of profound disrespect, a dismissal of the entire intricate fantasy. Jeremiah flinched as if struck. The sanctity of his work had been violated. You're just like the others, Jeremiah spat, his hands curling into fists. Blind. You cling to your broken system because you lack the courage to see it torn down and rebuilt. Duane almost smiled then, a thin, tired expression that held no warmth. No, too. I cling to it because it's all there is. It's the only thing standing between us and people like you who think they have the right to be the judge, jury, and executioner. He turned his back on Jeremiah and walked toward the door. It was the most dangerous thing he could have done. He heard the sharp intake of breath, the rustle of clothing as the young man moved. Duane's hand went to the worn grip of the revolver, tucked into the back of his waistband, the one he had no permit to carry anymore. He didn't draw it. He just rested his hand on it. If you follow through with this, Duane said, pausing at the threshold without looking back. If you kill that judge or anyone else, I will find you. It won't be an investigation. It won't be about justice. It will be about stopping you. Do you understand the difference? It will be about stopping you. Do you understand the difference? The silence behind him was thick, charged with fury and disillusionment. He had rejected the invitation. He had refused the game. He had, in Sable's terms, failed the test. He said you were the one, Jeremiah whispered, his voice cracking with a kind of holy rage. He said you carried the final sin. Duane finally looked over his shoulder, his face etched with a lifetime of looking into the dark. He was right, but it's not despair, and it's not apathy. He opened the door and stepped out into the hall, leaving the budding artist alone with his beautiful, terrible blueprints. He walked down the stairs and out into the night, the city's noises swallowing him whole. He knew he would not be returning to his quiet retirement. He knew he would be waiting, a shadow at the edge of the light, for the next act to begin. The seventh sin, he now knew, was responsibility. The terrible, unending burden of standing watch. And it was his, and his alone, forever. The call from Lewis came 3 days later. His voice was a strained wire, stretched to its breaking point. They'd found the judge. It wasn't the public execution Duane had anticipated. It was quieter, more insidious. The judge had been discovered in his own chambers, seated at his bench. His mouth had been meticulously stitched shut with fine black thread. In his hands were the scales of justice, but they were perfectly, impossibly balanced, each tray holding an identical smooth riverstone. There was no note, no grand statement, just the silent, brutal correction. The press was calling it a vicious assault, a politically motivated attack. Lewis knew better. He met Duane at a diner far from the precinct, a place of sticky vinyl and weak coffee. Lewis looked older, the weight of the unspoken truth bowing his shoulders. "It's him, isn't it? The Colt Kid," Lewis said, not looking up from his mug. "The slumlord, the columnist, now this. The methods are different, but the signature is the same. The need to make a point." Duane stirred his coffee. the spoon clinking a dull rhythm against the ceramic. "Yes. Why didn't you call me?" Lewis's question was barely a whisper, laden with betrayal. "After you found the note. After you knew." "Because you would have done the right thing," Duane said. "You would have gotten a warrant, brought him in for questioning. He would have been lawyerly and quiet, and you would have had to let him go. And then he would have just been more careful. This isn't a case for the right thing, Lewis. Not anymore." Lewis finally looked at him, his eyes haunted. "So what is it a case for, Duane? For you playing vigilante? For you becoming a part of his curriculum?" "Maybe," Duane admitted. "Or maybe it's a case for a different kind of containment, one the system isn't built for." He slid a small, folded piece of paper across the table. On it was an address, a time, and a single word: Tonbridge. It was the name of a condemned railway bridge that spanned the industrial canal. Lewis stared at it. "He left this for you." "He's not hiding," Duane said. "He's presenting his next piece, and he expects an audience of one." The bridge was a skeletal iron structure, silhouetted against the bruised purple of the evening sky. The air smelled of rust and stagnant water. Duane stood at one end, the city lights at his back. Jeremiah Colt stood at the other, a solitary figure waiting. Duane walked forward, his footsteps echoing on the grated metal. He stopped a dozen feet from the young man. Jeremiah's face was calm, serene even. He held a small, leather-bound journal. "You came," Jeremiah said. "I knew you would." He said you couldn't resist the final act. "There are no final acts," Duane replied. "Just one after another, until someone stops it. Or until the work is complete," Jeremiah countered. He opened the journal. "The judge was a test. You passed. You understood the statement, the silenced voice of corrupted law. You didn't go to the police. You came to me." "I'm not here for your art critique," Duane said, his voice flat. "I'm here to give you a choice. Stop. Walk away from this. Disappear." Jeremiah smiled, a faint, pitying thing. "And let the sickness fester. You know that's not a choice. It's a surrender. He told me you would offer this. The last temptation of the old world. A plea for comfort over truth." From his pocket, Duane drew the revolver. The metal was cold and familiar in his hand. He did not aim it. He simply held it, a stark, ugly fact in the space between them. "The truth is," Duane said, "that I'm not going to let you kill again." Jeremiah's eyes flickered to the gun, then back to Duane's face. There was no fear, only a deep, unsettling acceptance. "Then you have to do it. You have to become the wrath you seek to prevent. That is the final lesson, Mr. Duane. The seventh sin, the one he saw in you, the sin of action. The sin of action, the sin of becoming the monster to slay the monster." The wind whistled through the ironwork of the bridge. Down below, the dark water moved sluggishly. Duane looked at the young man, at his fervent, peaceful eyes, ready for martyrdom. He saw the perfect, self-fulfilling prophecy. To pull the trigger would be to validate Sable's entire philosophy, to prove that at the core of all order was violence, that Duane was, in the end, just another instrument of a brutal, poetic justice. He saw the design, one last time. It was a trap more elegant than any cell. Duane's arm dropped. He slid the revolver back into his waistband. "No," he said. The word was simple, absolute. It shattered the script. Jeremiah's serenity cracked. Confusion and raw anger flooded his features. "What are you doing? This is the choice. This is the culmination. You wanted a critic?" Duane took a step closer, his voice low and relentless. "Here's my review. It's empty. It's a child's idea of profundity. Sable was a killer who thought he was a philosopher. You're just a copy. A flawed one. And I will not be a character in your cheap story." He turned and began to walk away, back toward the city. A strangled cry tore from Jeremiah's throat. The sound of ideology collapsing. Duane heard the frantic rustle of clothing, the sound of a struggle with oneself. Then, footsteps, running, clumsy, charging toward his back. Duane didn't turn. He didn't reach for his gun. He just kept walking. The impact never came. Instead, there was a terrible, metallic groan. A cry cut short, and then a distant, final splash. Duane stopped. He stood there for a long time, listening to the silence that followed. He did not look back. He didn't need to. He knew the composition was complete, but not in the way the artist had intended. There would be no martyr, no grand finale, just a body in a canal, a failed disciple, and a story that would never be told. He walked back into the city, into the noise, and the light, and the beautiful, flawed chaos. The burden was still his. The watch was still his. But for the first time since the ashtray had arrived, the weight felt different. It was no longer the weight of the abyss. It was just the weight of a man walking home alone in the dark, having finally, quietly won. The victory felt like dust in his mouth. He drove home through the indifferent glow of streetlights. The image of the bridge fixed behind his eyes. He had not pushed him. He had not even touched him. He had simply refused to play his part, and the boy, in his rage and shattered faith, had tripped on the uneven grating of the bridge in his blind charge, or he had jumped. The distinction was meaningless to the world, but it was the only thing that mattered to Duane. He had broken the pattern without breaking himself. His apartment was as he had left it, silent and still. The small ceramic ashtray sat on the coffee table. He picked it up, feeling the familiar, cool weight of it. It was not a symbol of his sin or his burden. It was just a thing, an object, a piece of evidence from a closed case. He carried it into the kitchen, opened the cupboard beneath the sink, and dropped it into the trash bag among coffee grounds and eggshells. It landed with a dull, final thud. He slept for 12 hours. A deep, dreamless sleep he had not known in years. When he woke, the sun was high. The news was already buzzing with the discovery of a body in the canal. The report was brief, speculative. A probable suicide, the anchor said, noting the proximity to the home of the recently assaulted judge, but no foul play was suspected. The story was a footnote, lacking the grand, theatrical narrative it was meant to have. Lewis called in the afternoon. His voice was different, lighter, yet cautious. "It's over," he said. "The Colt kid, they fished him out of the canal this morning. The initial finding is accidental death or suicide. Case closed." Duane said nothing. "Duane," Lewis continued, the caution deepening. "Were you there?" "I was there," Duane admitted. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Duane could almost hear the gears turning in Lewis's mind, the veteran detective piecing together a story he knew would never be official, one he would have to bury deep. "Okay," Lewis said finally, the single word conveying a universe of understanding in a silent pact. "Okay, then it's really over." A week passed. The city moved on to new scandals, new tragedies. Duane took long walks. He visited a museum and looked at paintings, not for clues or patterns, but for their color and form. He read a book for no reason other than the story. He was a man relearning how to inhabit his own life. It was on one of these walks, through a park he had not visited in decades, that he saw her. An old woman feeding pigeons from a bench. It was the woman from the ceramic shop. Her eyes met his across the lawn, and a slow, almost imperceptible nod passed between them. It was not a nod of conspiracy, but of recognition. An acknowledgement that the world had tilted back onto its axis, however precariously. He thought that would be the end of it. But the design, it seemed, had one last subtle thread. A plain, stiff envelope arrived in his mailbox, with no return address. Inside was a single, high-quality photograph. It showed a small, abstract sculpture, carved from a dark, polished wood. It was a form that suggested a man standing at a crossroads. One path leading into light, the other into shadow. The craftsmanship was masterful, the emotion palpable. There was no note, no signature. Duane held the photograph under the light. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him, that this was not Jeremiah's work. This was older, more refined, more patient. It was a piece by Eric Sable, created long ago, perhaps even in prison. A final message, held in reserve, and sent by a loyal hand he had never uncovered. It was not a threat. It was a tribute. Duane placed the photograph on his mantelpiece. He did not see a taunt or a challenge. He saw it for what it was. A final twisted gift from one craftsman to another. A reminder that the fight was never truly over, that the ideas we think we have killed can always find new soil. But it was also a testament. He had faced the design, and he had not been consumed by it. He had chosen his own path. He looked at the photograph for a long time, then turned and walked away. The watch had ended. For now, the silence in the apartment was no longer a weight. It was simply silence. Duane made tea and did not look at the mantelpiece. The photograph was there, a dark shape in his peripheral vision, but it held no power over him. Sable's final tribute was just another piece of paper. The war was over, not because the enemy was eradicated, but because he had chosen to stop fighting. He thought of the old woman in the park, her silent nod. She was a keeper of secrets, a sentinel for a cause he would never fully understand. He wondered how many others were out there. How many quiet disciples Sable had seeded in the world, waiting for a signal that would now never come. It didn't matter. Let them keep their secrets. He had his peace. A month later, he found himself standing outside the precinct. The glass doors reflected a man who looked his age. A man who was finally, simply, tired. He walked in. The air smelled the same. Stale coffee, industrial cleaner, and faint anxiety. Detectives he didn't recognize glanced up, their eyes sliding over him without interest. He was just another civilian. Lewis was in his office, buried in paperwork. He looked up when Duane appeared in the doorway, and for a moment, surprise flickered across his face, followed by a slow, weary smile. "Look what the cat dragged in," Lewis said, leaning back in his chair. "You get tired of talking to your walls." "Something like that," Duane said. He sat in the worn chair across from the desk. "They're hiring civilian consultants. Cold case review." "Yeah, could have done." Lewis' smile faded into a look of profound understanding. He nodded slowly. "I heard. The budget's a nightmare. They're paying in peanuts and nostalgia." "I've got a pension," Duane said, "and I'm fresh out of nostalgia." He wasn't coming back to chase monsters. He wasn't coming back to be a gatekeeper. He was coming back to do a job. To look at facts and files and patterns that were dead and gone, to try and bring a different kind of closure to families who had waited too long. It was quiet, meticulous work. It was, in its own way, a kind of penance for the violence he had both witnessed and caused. It was a way to use the skills that Sable had so admired without feeding the darkness that had consumed him. Lewis studied him for a long moment, then opened a drawer and pulled out a thick, dusty case file. He slid it across the desk. "The Henderson disappearance," Lewis said. 1987. The file's a mess. The original lead detective retired to Arizona and took his notes with him. The family calls every year on the anniversary. Duane reached for the file. The cover was brittle, the typed label faded. He opened it. A young woman's face smiled up at him from a black and white photograph. Her whole life ahead of her. Her story abruptly and mysteriously halted. He felt the old, familiar click in his mind. Not the frantic ticking of a hunt, but the steady, patient turning of a lock. "I'll see what I can find," Duane said. He left the precinct as the sun was setting, the file tucked under his arm. He did not look back at the building. He walked to his car. The city sounds a familiar chorus around him. He was not a monument to weariness anymore. He was not a vessel for a sin. He was a man with a job to do. The work was what remained. And for the first time in a very long time, it felt like enough. The Henderson file kept him up past midnight. The notes were indeed a mess, a jumble of dead ends and half-finished interviews. The original detective had been lazy, or overworked, or both. Duane made a pot of coffee and spread the pages across his kitchen table, creating order from the chaos. This was a different kind of puzzle, one without a manipulative mind on the other side. Just the random, cruel indifference of fate. Or perhaps not. That was the question. The next morning, he went to the city archives. The clerk, a young man with tired eyes, directed him to a bank of microfilm readers in the basement. The air was cool and smelled of old paper and dust. He spent hours there, the machine whirring softly, scrolling through reels of local newspapers from 1987. He was looking for anything the original investigation might have missed. A pattern in other disappearances. A name mentioned in passing. He found it in a society page blurb, a 3-line mention of a charity gala held 2 nights before Lisa Henderson vanished. Her name was listed among the attendees. So was the name of a local businessman, a man named Alistair Finch, who had been questioned and released due to a solid alibi. But next to Finch's name, in a list of guests, was another name that made Duane's blood run cold. It was the columnist, the second of Jeremiah's targets, Charles Davison, the man whose tongue had been cut out for his lies. Duane leaned back, the plastic chair creaking under his weight. It was a thread, thin and brittle, but a thread nonetheless. Davison and Henderson in the same room, days before she disappeared. And Finch, the initial suspect, was a known associate of Davison's. It wasn't proof of anything, but it was a connection the original investigation had missed entirely. He felt a grim sense of satisfaction, entirely separate from the old, gnawing hunger of the hunt. This was justice for Lisa Henderson, not a counter-move in a philosophical game. He was photocopying the brittle newspaper page when he felt a presence behind him. He turned. The archivist, the young man with the tired eyes, was standing a few feet away, holding a stack of files. He wasn't looking at Duane, but at the microfilm reader, at the glowing screen showing the society page. "You found the connection," the young man said. His voice was soft, almost a whisper. "You said you would." Duane's entire body went still. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead seemed to grow louder. "Who did?" The young man finally met his gaze. His eyes were not just tired. They were old. They held the same unsettling calm he had seen in the woman from the ceramics shop. "The teacher. He said that if you ever came here looking for this, it meant you had passed the final test. It meant you were ready to see the real work." He shifted the files in his arms. The Henderson girl wasn't a random act. She was a lesson. One of the first. Finch and Davison, they were there. They saw. They understood the consequence of their own carelessness. They carried that fear for decades. It made them who they were. Duane stared at the young man, this quiet sentinel in the basement of history. Sable's design was deeper and more vast than he had ever imagined. It wasn't a chain of murders. It was a web, a tapestry of cause and manipulated effect, stretching back through years, through lives. Jeremiah had been a late and clumsy apprentice. This was the true legacy. The archivist offered a faint, sorrowful smile. "He said to tell you that the seventh sin was never a burden. It was a tool. And you are its most proficient craftsman." He turned and walked away, his footsteps silent on the thin carpet, disappearing between the towering shelves of records. Duane stood alone in the buzzing silence. He looked down at the photocopy in his hand, at the names of Lisa Henderson and Charles Davison, linked together in faded newsprint. He could take this to Lewis. They could reopen the case, perhaps even find Finch, who was still alive. They could bring a measure of truth, if not justice, to a family that had waited for 30 years. He folded the paper and put it in his pocket. He would file his report. He would note the connection. He would see the work done. But as he climbed the stairs back to the world of light and sound, he knew with a cold, clear certainty that the archivist was wrong. He was not a craftsman. He was a janitor, cleaning up the toxic spill of a madman's ideology. It was messy, thankless work. But it was his work, and he would do it, one dusty file at a time, for as long as it took. Story 2. The chill came first, a sudden pocket of cold air in the warm, perfumed room. It was a localized thing, a ghost of winter lingering in the space where the heavy oak door had so recently been swung open, and then shut. Alfred felt it on the back of his neck, a brief, sharp kiss of ice that raised the fine hairs there. He stood perfectly still in the grand foyer of the Clay estate, a young man of 22 who had never been east of the Mississippi, listening to the silence that had rushed in to fill the void left by the slammed door. The air still hummed with the vibration of it, and the chill was the only testament that someone or something had just passed through. He had been sent to retrieve a prince. That was how he thought of it. Jorge Clay, only son of the shipping magnate Clay, had overstayed his welcome in the playgrounds of Europe, and his father, a man of distant impatience, wanted him home. Alfred was the retrieval system. He was intelligent, presentable, and most importantly, he understood the value of $1 because he had so few of them. He was a sharp tool to be used for a simple task. But tools do not feel the chill of a grand entrance, and they do not covet the warmth of the world they are sent into. His first sight of Jorge was not in a hotel lobby or a cafe, but through the smoke-hazed window of a Monte Carlo casino. Jorge was losing a staggering amount of money at a baccarat table and laughing about it, his head thrown back, a beautiful dark-haired woman, Madison, tracing idle patterns on the sleeve of his jacket. He was all golden skin and white teeth, a creature of pure, unthinking momentum. Alfred watched him for a long time, a silent observer from the shadows. He saw the way the croupiers deferred to him, the way women's eyes followed him, the casual, effortless way he inhabited his space in the world. It was a birthright, not an achievement. And something cold and hard in Alfred's chest, something that had been there since childhood, began to thaw in the heat of that spectacle. Their meeting was a performance Alfred had rehearsed. He was deferential but firm, conveying the father's wishes with just enough sympathetic understanding to avoid immediate hostility. Jorge, bored and perhaps intrigued by this serious young American, did not put up much of a fight. He saw Alfred as a new toy, a sober-minded companion for the journey home. He insisted Alfred join their party for one last week on the Riviera. Just a few days, he said, to break in the trip. Alfred agreed. It was his job to agree. That week was an education in a language Alfred had only ever read about. It was the scent of salt and expensive perfume, the feel of sun-warm teak under his hand on the deck of Jorge's yacht, the taste of champagne that cost more than his mother's monthly rent. He met the friends, a constellation of names and faces that blurred into a single entity of privilege. They were easy to charm, these people, because they expected so little from someone in his position. He was the help, a mildly interesting accessory. They spoke freely around him, Their conversations a litany of trivial dramas and vast expenditures. He listened, and he learned. He learned the cadence of their speech, the names of their tailors, the way they held a wine glass, the particular brand of anui that was their chief affliction. Madison was different. Her eyes, a cool, assessing gray, did not slide over him. They lingered. She was the only one who asked him questions about himself, and he felt the flimsy architecture of his prepared answers strain under her quiet gaze. "Where did you study, Alfred?" "Oh, a few places. My family is from the Midwest." "It's not important." She would nod, a small, non-committal gesture, and say nothing. But her silence was louder than any accusation. The longing in Alfred began to curdle into something darker, more possessive. It was no longer a desire to be near this world, but to own a piece of it, to carve out a space for himself within its gilded walls. The plan did not form all at once. It emerged like a shape from a fog, gradual and inevitable. It began on the flight back to New York, a transatlantic journey cocooned in first-class silence. Jorge, restless and irritated by the impending return to his father's domain, drank heavily. He talked, his speech slurring, about his life, his frustrations, his complicated relationship with the old man. He talked about a trust fund, about expectations, about the suffocating weight of a name. Alfred listened, his mind a silent recording device. And then Jorge said something that struck Alfred with the force of a physical blow. "You know, Alfred, sometimes I think you're more of a clay than I am. You have the discipline. You have the focus. My father would probably prefer you." He laughed, a bitter, hollow sound, and passed out against the window, the city lights of the eastern seaboard glittering far below like a carpet of stolen diamonds. The idea was born in that moment, fully formed and terrifying. It was a simple, audacious swap. He would not return Jorge Clay to his father. He would become Jorge Clay. The opportunity presented itself in a rented villa just outside of Nice, a final stop before the definitive return to America. It was a place of stark white walls and blue shutters, perched on a cliff edge above a sea, the color of bruised slate. The air was thick with the smell of pine and the coming rain. Jorge, in a fit of pique after a phone call with his father, decided to go for a swim in the churning water below. "It's too rough," Madison had said, her voice tight with a warning. "Don't be stupid, Jorge." But Jorge was already stripping off his shirt, a reckless grin on his face. He needed to wash off the stink of his father's disappointment, he said. He clapped Alfred on the shoulder. "Watch this," he said. Alfred watched from the cliff path as Jorge fought the waves, his body a pale flash in the dark water. The wind whipped the words from his mouth. Alfred stood very still, his hands in his pockets, feeling the cool metal of Jorge's signet ring, which he had borrowed to have resized, a perfect fit for his own finger. He watched as Jorge's movements became more frantic, as a wave larger than the others swallowed him whole. He did not call for help. He did not move. He simply watched, his heart a cold, hard stone in his chest. He watched until the sea was empty. The aftermath was a chaotic blur of police and questions, spoken in rapid French. Alfred was the perfect picture of grief-stricken shock. He provided a halting, heartbreaking account of his friend's tragic, reckless last swim. He was consoled. He was pitied. Madison watched him through it all, her face a pale, unreadable mask. She said very little. When she did speak to him, her voice was flat. "He admired you, you know," she said one evening as they packed Jorge's things. "He thought you were so solid, so real." He returned to New York alone, the grieving friend, the faithful employee who had failed in his mission. He delivered the news to Clay Sr. in the man's cavernous, oak-paneled office. The old man took it with a grim, silent stoicism. He looked at Alfred, really looked at him for the first time. "You have his eyes," he said, his voice rough with a grief he would not show. "There's a resemblance around the eyes." Alfred lowered his head, a picture of humility. In the weeks that followed, he made himself indispensable. He handled the grim logistics of the death abroad. He was a steady, sober presence in the chaotic wake of the tragedy. He was a comfort. The deception was a delicate construction built lie upon lie. He used the intimate knowledge he had gathered, Jorge's childhood stories, his likes and dislikes, his mannerisms, and began to subtly reflect them. He let a certain carelessness creep into his dress. He adopted a hint of Jorge's laugh. He mentioned, casually, a memory of a summer in Maine that Jorge had confided in him. The old man, lonely and grasping for any connection to his lost son, began to see a ghost in the living. He started calling Alfred son by mistake. The staff began to treat him with a new deference. He was moving into the empty space Jorge had left behind, filling it with his own ambition. The greatest obstacle was Madison. She arrived in New York, a somber figure in black, her perceptive gray eyes missing nothing. She would sit with him and the old man in the library after dinner, the fire casting long shadows, and her silence was an accusation. "You've changed, Alfred," she said one night, her voice cutting through the quiet. "This life suits you. It really does." He met her gaze, his own carefully calibrated to show a flicker of pain. "Grief changes everyone," he said. She smiled, a thin, bloodless line. "Yes," she said, "it reveals who we really are." The authorities were a distant, rumbling threat. A French detective called once, then twice, with follow-up questions. There were inconsistencies, he said. The weather reports, the testimony of a fisherman who saw only one figure on the cliff. Alfred handled it with calm assurance. "Grief affects memory," he explained. "It was a traumatic event." The detective eventually ceased his calls. The case grew cold, but the threat remained. A constant, low-grade hum in the background of his new life. He began to live as Jorge in all but name. He spent the money. He gave the orders. He inhabited the tailored suits and the luxury cars and the penthouse views as if he had been born to them. The reflection in the mirror began to feel like his own. The humble young man from nowhere was being erased, layer by layer, replaced by this polished, confident imposter. He was building a new life, a beautiful, glittering structure, but its foundation was the cold, dark silence of that cliffside moment. He would wake in the night, the taste of salt on his tongue, the sound of the wind a ghost in his ears. The spiral tightened its grip. He found himself circling the same thoughts, the same fears. He would look at Clay and see not a grieving father, but a man he was systematically displacing. He would look at Madison and see not a woman in mourning, but a key witness who needed to be neutralized. His mind wore down the edges of his crime in quiet contemplation, polishing it until it shone with a terrible, familiar beauty. He was living a dream, but it was a dream from which he knew he could be awakened at any moment. And the awakening would be a death. The climax came on a night much like the first, with a sudden change in temperature. He was in the library with Clay, discussing the future of the company, his company. The fire was roaring, but a draft, cold and insistent, snaked through the room. The old man was handing him a sheaf of papers, transfer documents, a symbolic passing of the torch. And then Madison walked in. She did not knock. She held a small, waterproof case. Her face was calm, utterly resolved. "I had a diver go down," she said, her voice clear and cutting in the warm room. "He found this, wedged in the rocks." She opened the case. Inside was a watch, a heavy, expensive Patek Philippe that Jorge had always worn. It was scarred and crusted with sea life, but it was unmistakably his, and it was still running. The gears had been frozen by the water. The hand stopped at 4:12. The exact time, Alfred had stated in his testimony, that Jorge had drowned. But that's impossible, Alfred said, the words leaving his mouth before he could stop them. The sea would have swept it away. It would have been lost. Madison's eyes locked with his. How do you know where the body was lost, Alfred? The official report only states the general area of the swim. The fisherman who saw you said you were much farther down the coast. You were the only one who knew the precise spot. The chill in the room was no longer a draft. It was absolute. It was the chill of that day on the cliff. Finally catching up to him, he looked at Clay. The old man's face had collapsed, the fond illusion shattering into 1,000 sharp pieces. He was looking at a stranger, a murderer who had been sitting at his table, wearing his son's clothes, coveting his son's life. Alfred said nothing. There was nothing to say. The carefully constructed lie crumbled, not with a shout, but with the quiet, ticking proof of a watch that had outlasted its owner. He did not run. There was nowhere to run that his new life had not already mapped out for him. The authorities came, their presence this time not a distant rumble, but a solid, grim reality. He went with them quietly. In the end, he was just Alfred again. The ambitious young man from nowhere, his brief, glorious reign. The epilogue was written not in a courtroom, but back on the coast of France. The villa was sold. The friends moved on to other dramas. The sea, which had been a witness, continued its endless, patient work. The waves over time smooth even the sharpest rocks. The salt air raises footprints from the sand. The rain washes the cliffs clean. On that particular stretch of coastline, there is no marker, no memory etched in stone of the thing that happened there. There is only the wind, a constant whisper through the pines, and the relentless, hypnotic crash of the water against the rocks below. And if you stand there long enough, you might feel a sudden, localized chill. A ghost of a moment that the world, in its vast, indifferent way, has already begun to forget. He spent 15 years in a French prison, a model inmate who never spoke of his crime. The world outside moved on. The Clay Empire was absorbed by a rival conglomerate, its name fading from the headlines. The old man died within a year of the trial, a broken figure whose obituary made no mention of the son he had lost twice. Alfred read about it in a week-old newspaper passed along the prison block. He felt a distant pang, not of guilt, but of a lost opportunity so vast it had become abstract. Upon his release, he was deported. He stepped off the plane in New York with the clothes on his back and a small sum of money earned from a prison workshop. The city was a different planet, all glass and light, alien and unforgiving. He found a room in a boarding house that smelled of boiled cabbage and despair. He was an old man now, his hair gray, his face lined with the slow passage of time spent in a cage. The ambition that had once burned so cold and bright was ash. He took a job as a night clerk in a flophouse, a dim echo of the grand hotels he had once inhabited as a guest. The work was monotonous. The clientele, a parade of the lost and the broken. He preferred the night shift for its silence. One evening, a woman walked in. Her hair was streaked with silver, but her posture was erect, and her eyes were the same cool, assessing gray. It was Madison. She did not seem surprised to see him. She stood before the scarred front desk, as if it were a reception podium at the Met. She had aged with a grace he could never possess. "I heard you were out," she said. Her voice was softer now, but it still carried the same sharp clarity. Alfred said nothing. He simply waited. "I live nearby," she continued. "I own a small gallery. I never married." Her gaze swept over him, taking in the shabby sweater, the tired eyes, the small, mean world he now occupied. I think about him every day, you know. Not the man he became, but the boy he was. He was capable of such kindness. It was all buried under the weight of that name, but it was there. "Why are you here?" Alfred asked, his voice a dry rustle. "To see," she said simply. "To see what it amounted to. All that planning, all that nerve. For this." She didn't gesture at the shabby lobby. She didn't need to. It was all there in her eyes. He had no answer. The silence stretched between them, filled with the ghosts of a stolen life. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. "The watch," she said, looking back at him. "It was a lie. The diver found nothing. I had the watch the whole time. Jorge gave it to me the night before he died. He said it was too heavy. He wanted to be unburdened." And with that, she was gone, leaving him alone in the dim light. The final, perfect twist of the knife was not that he had been caught, but that he had been caught by a lie. His entire undoing was built on a fiction of her creation. He had outsmarted the police. He had deceived a titan of industry. But he had never once seen through her. He stood there for a long time, the truth settling into his bones, colder and heavier than any prison sentence. The grand foyer of the clay estate, the chill of the cliff, the ticking of the watch. It all collapsed into this single, shabby moment. He had not been defeated by justice, but by a deeper, more intimate understanding of the man he had killed, an understanding he had never possessed. He was, and always would be, just Alfred, the man from nowhere, standing behind a desk in the quiet of the night, finally and completely alone. The fluorescent light above the desk buzzed, a dull, insectile noise that seemed to fill the entire world. He became aware of the thin, greasy feel of the laminate counter under his palms, the faint odor of disinfectant and mildew that was the building's true scent. These were the textures of his reality. Everything else, the sun-warmed teak, the weight of a signet ring, the taste of vintage champagne, had been a mirage, and he had been the fool who built his life in the middle of it. He did not rage. He did not weep. The capacity for such grand emotions had been carved out of him, first by his own ambition, and then by 15 years of institutional silence. Instead, a profound stillness settled over him. It was the stillness of a mathematical equation finally solved, the answer so simple and so bleak that it left no room for further calculation. He had believed the foundation of his new life was a murder. He now saw it had been a performance, and Madison had been the only other person in the theater who knew the script. She had watched him act, had waited for the final curtain, and then had spoken the line that brought the house down. Not for justice, perhaps, but for truth. His life narrowed to the dimensions of the flophouse. He clocked in. He clocked out. He slept in his narrow bed. He ate his meager meals. The past became a story he had once read, a book whose final chapter had been rewritten in a way that rendered the entire plot meaningless. Sometimes, at 3 a.m, staring at the empty lobby chairs, he would think of Jorge's face in that final moment, not as a victim, but as a man who had felt the weight of a legacy and had tried, in his own reckless way, to give it away. He had given Alfred his stories, his confidence, his trust, and in the end he had even tried to give him the watch. Alfred had taken everything by force, but the one thing that was freely offered, the understanding of that burden, he had been too blind to see. One Tuesday, a man with a ragged cough and eyes yellowed by drink stumbled in and asked for a room. As Alfred slid the key across the counter, the man squinted at him. "Hey," he slurred. "Don't I know you? You look familiar, like a guy from the papers, long time ago." Alfred met his gaze, his own eyes empty of everything, even fear. "No," he said, his voice flat and final. "You don't." The man shrugged, took the key, and shuffled away. Alfred watched him go. The world had forgotten. Madison, in her own way, had ensured it would remember the right story. He was the man who had tried to steal a life and had ended up with less than nothing. He was the cautionary tale. He was the ghost in his own story, haunting the edges of a world that had already closed the wound he had tried to make. The buzzing of the light continued, a sound that would accompany him until the end, a constant droning reminder that the performance was long over, and he was the only one left in the empty house. Years bled into one another with the same monotonous rhythm as the night shift. He developed a cough that wouldn't leave, a dry, rattling thing that echoed in the empty lobby. The city's seasons changed beyond the grimy glass of the front door, but inside, the air was always the same stale temperature. He was a piece of furniture, a fixture as worn and forgotten as the threadbare armchairs. He thought of Madison sometimes, not with anger, but with a strange, detached respect. She had been the architect of his ruin, yes, but she had also been the only one who understood the full scale of the tragedy. She had not done it for the law or for the old man, but for the simple, brutal truth of it. In a way, he felt she was the only person who had ever truly seen him, even as he was pretending to be someone else. One evening, a young couple came in, arguing in hushed, frantic tones. They were well dressed, but their clothes were rumpled, and the woman had been crying. They needed a room for just one night, they said. They had missed their train. Their money was gone. It was a story he had heard in 100 different variations. As he took their cash, he saw the way the young man looked at the woman, a mixture of desperation and a reckless, defiant love. It was a look he recognized. It was the way Jorge had looked sometimes, just before he did something stupid. He gave them the key to room 7, the quietest one, at the back. As they walked away, the young man's arm slung protectively around the woman's shoulders. Alfred felt a jolt, a memory so vivid it was physical. Jorge, clapping him on the shoulder. "Watch this." For a moment, the buzzing fluorescent light was the sound of the wind on the cliff, and the smell of mildew was the scent of pine and salt. The spell broke. The lobby was just a lobby again. He was just an old man behind a desk. But something had shifted. The story was not a book to be read anymore. It was a bone-deep truth. He had not just killed a man. He had killed that look in a man's eyes. He had killed the potential for recklessness, for love, for stupid, self-destructive beauty. He had traded it all for a phantom, for a life that had never been his to live. His cough worsened. A doctor at the free clinic told him it was nothing that rest and better food wouldn't fix. But they both knew he would get neither. He continued his shifts, the hours blurring into one long, continuous night. One morning, as he was finishing up, the sun just beginning to bleach the color from the sky, he did not get up from his stool. The day manager found him there, his head resting on the laminate counter, as if he had finally decided to listen to the silence he had created. In his hand he held a cheap plastic token, the kind used for the bus. It was the only thing in his pocket. There was no one to call, no one to claim him. He was, as he had always been, just Alfred. And now he was finally and completely gone. The city processed his body with the same bureaucratic efficiency it reserved for its unclaimed dead. He was given a number, a pauper's burial in a potter's field on the outskirts of the boroughs. The rain that fell on the fresh-turned earth was the same rain that washed the windows of Madison's gallery, where she stood that afternoon, looking at a new acquisition. It was a small, abstract painting, all dark blues and turbulent grays. The gallery assistant remarked on its brooding intensity. Madison simply nodded, her gaze lost in the swirl of color. She felt no sense of victory, no closure, only the quiet, persistent weight of a story that was, at last, fully told. She had ensured the world knew the truth, but the truth, she had learned, was a cold companion. It did not bring back the dead. It only made the absence more precise. She turned from the painting and walked to her desk, the rest of her day waiting, ordinary and uninterrupted. The silence in her elegant office was different from the silence of the flophouse, but it was silence all the same. The rain continued its soft patter against the window pane, a gentle rhythm that did little to soothe the quiet disquiet in her heart. She picked up a pen, intending to sign some paperwork, but her hand remained still. The image of the old man behind the desk, the finality in his empty eyes as she had last seen him, was suddenly as vivid as the painting on her wall. He had been a monster of his own making, yes, but he had also been a part of the story of Jorge, the last living soul who had been there on the cliff. And now, that thread was cut. Weeks later, a small, plain package arrived at the gallery, forwarded from her home address. The return address was a law firm she did not recognize. Inside, nestled in unadorned tissue paper, was the Patek Philippe watch. There was no note, only a single line on the firm's letterhead stating that it was the sole possession of the deceased Alfred Miller, and that his will, a simple document written in prison, had requested it be returned to her. He had kept it all those years, a final, bitter trophy. Or perhaps, she thought, turning the heavy, scarred object over in her hands, a reminder of the burden he had failed to understand. She did not wind it. She placed it in the bottom drawer of her desk, where its silent, stopped hands would no longer mark the time of a life that had gone so terribly astray. The past, it seemed, was not yet done with its echoes. The watch in the drawer was a stone in a still pond, its presence sending out ripples she could feel in the quiet moments. Her life, so carefully ordered, began to feel like a performance of its own. She curated beauty, discussed form and composition with collectors, but her mind would sometimes drift to the brutal, ugly truth of that watch and the two men it connected. She had believed that exposing the lie would bring a kind of peace, a restoration of moral order. Instead, she had become the keeper of a darker, more complicated truth, one that implicated her own silence. She had known Jorge was capable of a desperate final act. She had seen the recklessness in him that last summer, a frantic energy that was more than just youthful exuberance. She had chosen to ignore it. One afternoon, she found herself standing at the edge of a small park, watching children play on a jungle gym. Their shouts were bright and unburdened. She thought of the boy Jorge had been, before the weight of the clay name had bent him. She thought of Alfred, a different kind of boy, bent by the lack of one. A strange and unwelcome pity began to uncoil within her. It was not forgiveness. It was the simple, exhausting understanding that they had all been trapped, in their own ways, by the same gilded cage. Jorge by the expectation to fill it, Alfred by the hunger to possess it, and she by the love for the man who was being crushed by it. She did not go back to the gallery that day. She went home and, for the first time in years, she wept. She wept for the loss, for the waste, for the beautiful broken man who had given her a watch because it was too heavy. When the tears subsided, she felt hollowed out, but also somehow lighter. The story was no longer a weapon she wielded, or a secret she guarded. It was just a story, a sad and terrible one, that was now truly over. The next day, she returned to the gallery. The painting of dark blues and grays was gone, sold to a collector from Zurich. In its place was a vibrant, abstract piece, full of warm golds and defiant reds. It was not a happy painting, but it was a resilient one. She stood before it for a long time, then walked to her desk and opened the bottom drawer. She took out the Patek Philippe. She did not look at the stopped hands. She wrapped it carefully and shipped it to a museum of horology. An anonymous donation, a piece of history unmoored from its painful past. She did not need its weight anymore. The silence in her office was no longer an absence. It was just silence, and for the first time in a very long time, it felt like her own. The days that followed were not dramatically different, yet the quality of the air in her life seemed changed. She moved through her routines with a new, quiet acceptance. The gallery thrived. She cultivated new artists, their work speaking of futures, not pasts. She lunched with friends, she traveled, she lived a life that was full and by all outward appearances complete. But she never married, and the few romantic entanglements she allowed were brief and ultimately unsatisfactory. They could not compete with the ghost she had finally laid to rest. On the anniversary of Jorge's death, she no longer visited the family mausoleum. The ritual felt empty, a tribute to a legacy that had caused nothing but pain. Instead, she would drive to the coast, to a different stretch of cliffs, one they had visited together as teenagers, before the world had fully sunk its claws into him. She would stand there, the wind pulling at her hair, and she would remember the boy who had laughed, who had dreamed of sailing around the world with nothing but a duffel bag and a map. She did not think of the fall. She thought of the climb up, the view from the top, the feeling of being alive and untouchable. One such afternoon, as she turned to leave, an elderly woman walking a small dog nodded to her. "Lovely spot, isn't it?" The woman said. "So peaceful." "Yes," Madison replied, her voice calm. "Yes, it is." And she meant it. The peace was not a lack of memory, but a reconciliation with it. The world had forgotten Alfred, and it had largely forgotten Jorge Clay, the scandal eclipsed by newer, more sensational tragedies. But she remembered them both, not as monsters or victims, but as men, flawed and human. She carried the story now not as a burden, but as a part of her own history, a dark thread woven into the tapestry of her life. It no longer defined the pattern. It was simply there. She got into her car and drove away from the cliffs, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, colors of an ending that was at last simply an ending. The car engine purred, a smooth and reliable sound that carried her back toward the city, toward the life she had built for herself. She did not look in the rearview mirror. The past was finally where it belonged, not as a haunting presence, but as a settled fact. The road unspooled before her, a dark ribbon under the fading sky. She switched on the radio, and the soft swell of an orchestra filled the car. A complex piece she did not recognize but found beautiful in its unfamiliarity. It was the sound of moving forward. Months later, a letter arrived from the Museum of Horology. It was a formal thank you note for the anonymous donation, along with a pamphlet for their upcoming exhibition, A Century of Time. She glanced at the pamphlet before dropping it into the recycling bin. On the cover was a photograph of a different watch, elegant and serene. She felt nothing. The act was complete. Her work at the gallery took on a new energy. She began to champion artists who worked with reclaimed materials, finding beauty in the broken and discarded. A young sculptor, using rusted metal and shattered glass, became her new protégé. Critics called his work brave and uncompromising. Madison saw in it a raw honesty that soothed her. It was a testament to the fact that things could be broken and still hold value, that a new form could emerge from the wreckage of the old. She was hanging one of his pieces, a twisting form that suggested both collapse and ascent, when a young woman approached her. The woman had Jorge's eyes, the same clear, direct gaze. She was his niece, she explained, the daughter of the brother Jorge had barely known. She was writing a book, a family history, and she had heard that Madison had been a close friend of her uncle's. She wanted to know what he was really like. Madison looked at the young woman, at the eager, unburdened hope in her face. She thought of the weight of that name, of the stories that could crush or liberate. She smiled, a gentle, genuine smile. She gestured to a pair of chairs. "Let me tell you about the boy he was," she said. He had the most wonderful laugh. And for the first time, she began to speak of him without the sharp edge of grief or the cold weight of truth, but with the simple, enduring warmth of memory. The story was no longer a prison. It had become a gift, and in the giving, she felt herself at last become free. The words came more easily than she had expected. She did not speak of the cliff or the watch, or the man who had tried to steal a life. She spoke of the way Jorge could skip stones across a pond, of his terrible singing voice in the car, of his secret love for cheap diner coffee. She painted a portrait not of a clay heir, but of a person flawed and vibrant and real. The young woman listened, her eyes sometimes glistening, sometimes crinkling with a smile. When they finally parted, the niece hugged her, a spontaneous gesture of thanks. "He sounds like he was a lot of fun," she said. "I wish I'd known him." Madison watched her go, the gallery door swinging shut behind her. The silence that returned was not the silence of an empty house, but of a story well told. She finished hanging the sculpture, stepping back to admire the way the light caught the edges of the shattered glass, making it glitter like something newly formed. A deep and settled calm filled her. The past had been entrusted to the future, not as a warning, but as a memory. It was enough. It was finally and completely enough. The years continued their quiet march. Madison's gallery became known as a place that honored the past without being imprisoned by it. She developed a reputation for an almost preternatural calm, a deep-seated patience that put artists and collectors at ease. She never spoke of Alfred or Jorge again, not even to herself in the dark of night. The story had been told, and in the telling, it had lost its power to wound. One spring morning she arrived at the gallery to find a single, long-stemmed white rose leaning against the door. There was no card. Her assistant assumed it was from an admirer, but Madison knew, with a certainty that settled in her bones, that it was from the niece. It was not a summons to the past, but an acknowledgement. A quiet thank you from a new generation that was now free to remember the laughter without the shadow of the fall. She placed the rose in a simple glass vase on her desk. It stood there, a stark and beautiful contrast to the angular metal sculptures and bold canvases that filled the room. It was a different kind of art, one that spoke of fragility and brevity. She worked through the day, the faint, sweet scent of the blossom, a soft counterpoint to the usual smells of paint and polish. When she left that evening, she did not take the rose with her. She let it remain on the desk, a temporary, perfect thing, knowing its petals would soon loosen and fall. And that was all right. Some things were meant to be held only for a moment, appreciated for their fleeting beauty before being released back to the world. She locked the gallery door and walked into the soft evening air, her step light, her heart untroubled. The city lights began to twinkle on around her, each one a small, bright promise in the gathering dark. The scent of the rose lingered in the gallery for days after the petals had dried and fallen. Her assistant swept them away, but Madison did not feel a sense of loss. The gesture had been made and received. Its purpose was complete. She found herself thinking less of Jorge and more of the niece, of the family line continuing unbroken into a future he would never see. It was a melancholy thought, but it was not a bitter one. She began to take walks in the evenings, exploring neighborhoods she had long ignored. She discovered a small, independent cinema that showed old films, and a bakery that made a specific kind of pastry Jorge had once loved. She did not buy one out of nostalgia. She bought it because it looked delicious, and it was. She was living in her own life, fully and presently. And the past was a landscape she had visited thoroughly, and now viewed from a great peaceful distance. One night, she dreamt of the cliffs, but in the dream, she was not watching Jorge or Alfred. She was simply standing there, the wind strong but not threatening, the sea crashing below with a rhythmic, soothing power. She felt no fear, no grief. She was just a woman on a cliff, small against the vastness of the elements, and that smallness was a comfort. When she woke, the first light of dawn was filtering through her window, and she felt a profound and simple gratitude for the new day. At the gallery, The young sculptor's work was a critical and commercial success. At the opening of his solo show, he pulled her aside, his face earnest. "I don't think I could have made any of this without you," he said. "You gave me a space where it was okay to be broken." Madison smiled and squeezed his hand. "You did the work," she said. "I just provided the walls." Later, as she circulated through the crowd, listening to the lively hum of conversation and appreciation, she realized she was happy. It was a quiet, deep-running happiness, not the fleeting excitement of a sale or the satisfaction of a deal well made. It was the happiness of a life assembled from its own pieces, not those left behind by others. She caught her reflection in a dark window, a poised woman in a simple black dress, her expression calm, her eyes clear. She recognized herself completely. The party wound down, and the last guests departed with laughter and thanks. She helped her assistant with the final cleanup, stacking empty glasses and straightening chairs. When they were done, the gallery was silent again, the art resting in the dim light. She turned off the main lights, leaving only a single small lamp on near the door. She took one last look around. The sculptures cast long, complex shadows. The paintings seemed to breathe in the quiet. It was a good place. It was her place. She stepped out, locking the door behind her, and walked into the warm city night, ready for whatever came next. The whatever that came next was not a grand event, but a slow and gentle unfolding. She took a sabbatical from the gallery, trusting her capable assistant to manage the day-to-day. She did not travel to exotic locations. Instead, she rented a small cottage by a lake, a place with no history for her. She spent her days reading, walking, and learning to identify the local birds by their songs. The silence there was not the polished silence of her office, but a living, breathing quiet, filled with the rustle of leaves and the lap of water. She let it fill her. She thought, sometimes, about legacy. She had no children, no bloodline to carry her name forward. The gallery was her professional legacy, but it felt separate from the woman she was becoming. One afternoon, sitting on the dock with her feet in the cool water, she realized that her legacy was not a thing to be built or left, but a state of being. It was this piece. It was the quiet understanding she had wrested from the chaos of her past. It was enough. Returning to the city felt like returning to a familiar room after a long journey. The gallery was thriving. The young sculptor had been shortlisted for a major prize. Life had continued seamlessly in her absence, and she was glad of it. It proved that the structure she had built was sound, that it did not rely solely on her presence. On her first day back, a courier delivered a small, flat package. Inside was a first edition of the book Jorge's niece had written. A sticky note was attached to the cover. "Thought you should have this. With gratitude." Madison set the book on her desk. She did not open it immediately. She was not afraid of its contents, but she felt no urgent need to see how her memories had been translated into print. The story belonged to someone else now. Weeks passed. The book remained on the corner of her desk, a quiet presence. One rainy afternoon, with the sound of tires on wet pavement, a steady whisper outside, she finally picked it up. She did not read it cover to cover. She skimmed chapters, finding the anecdotes she had shared nestled among stories from other relatives. She saw her own words reflected back at her, and they felt true. The book ended not with the tragedy, but with a photograph she had never seen before. Jorge, maybe 10 years old, grinning with a gap-toothed smile, his arm thrown around the brother he would barely know as an adult. It was a perfect ending. She closed the book and placed it on a shelf in her office, alongside art monographs and exhibition catalogs. It looked like it belonged there. The final ghost had been laid to rest, not through force or revelation, but through the simple, enduring act of remembrance. She walked to the window and watched the rain fall on the city she called home. The world was as it was, full of beauty and pain, and she was in it, a part of its tapestry, no more and no less than anyone else. The feeling was not of an ending, but of a continuous, unbroken line. And for Madison, that was the greatest piece of all. The rain eventually softened to a drizzle, and then stopped altogether, leaving the city washed clean and gleaming under a pale sun. Madison left the gallery and walked without a specific destination. The air smelled of wet pavement and damp earth, a scent that was both fresh and ancient. She passed a park where children were chasing each other, their shouts echoing with a pure, uncomplicated joy. She sat on a bench and watched them, the book and its photograph a soft warmth in her mind, like a stone left to bake in the sun. An old man settled on the other end of the bench, feeding pigeons from a paper bag. They cooed and bustled around his feet, a flutter of gray and iridescent feathers. He glanced at her and gave a slight, companionable nod. She nodded back. No words were exchanged. There was no need. It was simply two people, sharing a bench in a park, existing in the same moment. The simplicity of it felt like a revelation. That night, she cooked herself a simple meal and ate it at her kitchen table, listening to a recording of a Bach cello suite. The music was intricate and sorrowful and joyous all at once, and it seemed to perfectly match the landscape of her own heart. She did not think of the past as a separate country anymore. It was all here, in this room, in the taste of the food, in the notes of the music, a part of the complex, beautiful composition of her life. She realized then that the cage had never been gilded at all. It had been built from her own grief and her need to assign blame. The door had been open all along. She had simply been too busy holding on to the bars to notice. Letting go was not an act of forgetting, but of integration. The pain, the love, the loss, they were not weights to be carried, but colors that had tinted the lens through which she saw the world. And now, the lens was clear. She finished her meal and washed the single plate and glass, placing them in the drainer to dry. The mundane act felt sacred. She looked around her apartment, at the art she had chosen, the books she loved, the quiet space that was entirely her own. It was not a fortress against the world, nor was it a monument to a memory. It was just a home. She went to bed and slept deeply, without dreams. When she woke, the morning light was bright and clear. She rose, dressed, and went to the gallery, ready for the day. There were emails to answer, shipments to coordinate, an artist to console about a difficult review. It was all just life happening, and she was, finally and completely, living it. The artist with the difficult review came in later that afternoon, his face a storm cloud. He began to explain, his voice tight with defensiveness, how the critic had completely missed the point. Madison listened, not just to his words, but to the fear beneath them. She remembered a time when every judgment felt like a verdict on her entire existence. When he finished, she didn't offer empty praise or immediate solutions. Instead, she asked, what part of the work, if any, did they get right? He was silent for a moment, the anger leaving his shoulders. The color in the upper left corner, he admitted quietly. They said it was brave. She smiled. Then, that is what you build on tomorrow. The transformation in his face was its own reward. A small confirmation that she was where she was meant to be. Her life took on the quality of the lake where she had spent her sabbatical, its surface mostly calm, capable of reflecting the sky clearly, but with deep, still waters beneath. She began to mentor other young curators, not by dictating taste, but by teaching them how to look, how to listen to what an artist was trying to say, and sometimes, more importantly, what they were trying to hide. She found a quiet joy in this, in passing on not a specific set of knowledge, but a way of being in the world of art. It was another kind of legacy, one that lived and breathed, and would continue long after she was gone. One evening, sorting through a box of old files, She found a photograph of herself from years ago, standing with Jorge and a group of friends at an opening. Her own face looked back at her, young and bright, untouched by the years to come. She felt no sting, only a distant fondness for the person she had been. She slipped the photograph into the back of the frame that held her university diploma, a private acknowledgement of the road she had traveled. It was not a secret to be kept, but a part of the foundation, invisible but essential, holding up the woman she had become. The past was no longer a ghost. It was just a stone in the riverbed, over which the water of her life flowed, smooth and unceasing. The river of her life continued its steady flow through seasons of quiet accomplishment. She celebrated her 60th birthday with a small dinner party, surrounded by artists she had championed and a few close friends who had known her for decades, but never the whole story. They toasted to her health, to the gallery, to a future of continued success. She raised her glass, her eyes scanning the faces, and felt a contentment so profound it was almost a physical presence in the room. A few years later, she made the decision to sell the gallery. It was not a sudden impulse, but a carefully considered conclusion. The offer came from a young consortium that shared her vision, and she knew they would shepherd the space with respect and fresh energy. The transition was smooth, a passing of the torch that felt natural and right. At the final party, a retrospective of the gallery's most defining artists, the room was a living tapestry of her career. The twisted metal sculpture that had been hanging the day Jorge's niece arrived held a place of honor. In her retirement, she found a new rhythm. She volunteered as a guide at the city's main art museum, leading tours for school children. She loved their unfiltered reactions, the way they saw things adults had learned to ignore. One day, a little girl pointed at a dark, abstract painting and declared, "It looks sad, but in a pretty way." Madison felt a lump form in her throat. "Yes," she agreed softly. "Exactly." She was working in her small garden one afternoon, her hands buried in the rich, dark soil, when a feeling of immense tiredness washed over her. It was not an unpleasant feeling, but a deep, cellular weariness, like a long journey finally reaching its end. She sat on a nearby bench, the sun warm on her face, and closed her eyes. She thought of the cliffs, not with fear, but as a beautiful, powerful place. She thought of laughter in a car, of the scent of a white rose, of the look on a young artist's face when he understood his own worth. The memories passed through her mind, not as a chain of events, but as a single harmonious chord. When her neighbor found her later, she thought Madison was simply sleeping in the sun, a gentle smile on her face. The peace in her expression was so absolute it needed no explanation. In her will, she left simple instructions. There was to be no large service. Her ashes were to be scattered from that high cliff path, to be carried by the wind over the sea she had once feared. It was not an ending, but a release, a final integration into the vast, beautiful world she had learned so thoroughly to call home. Story 3. The first thing I noticed, before the body, before the scream that tore the night in two, was the door. My own cabin door, directly opposite his. When I slid it open that final morning, the corridor felt wrong. It took a long, slow moment for my mind to assemble the pieces, to understand the dissonance. The space between the polished mahogany walls seemed to have stretched, the Persian runner on the floor pulling taut like a nerve. His door, always a perfect, symmetrical counterpart to mine, now appeared to sit a fraction of an inch too high on its track, as if the entire frame had been lifted and reset by a careless giant. The brass number, 4B, was tilted. Not much, just enough. A shift in proportions. A whisper from a crime scene that had not yet been declared one. I am Jennings. I observe. It is not merely what I do. It is what I am. A curator of details. A translator of silent testaments, left in dust and displacement. And on the Imperial Star, trapped in a cathedral of white silence somewhere in the Colorado Rockies. The details were beginning to scream. The scream, when it came, was not from behind the skewed door. It came from down the hall, a sharp, feminine puncture in the muffled luxury of the train. It was Bernadette, the housekeeper, her starched apron a stark flag of surrender as she stood frozen outside Colton's cabin. A silver breakfast tray upended at her feet, a constellation of shattered china and stewed prunes on the deep red carpet. By the time I reached her, Harrison, the conductor, was already there, his face the color of old parchment. He placed a steadying hand on her shoulder, but his own was trembling. "Don't go in, Mr. Jennings," he said, his voice a low, strained chord. But I was already looking past him into the cabin. Colton was on the floor, a marionette with its strings cut. He was dressed in a navy silk robe, splayed in a position of ungainly repose. A wealthy man, they said, an industrialist with a smile that never reached his eyes. Now his eyes were open, reflecting the frosted window and the relentless, swirling white beyond. There was no obvious wound, no grand theatrical splash of blood. Just a man here one day, gone the next, in a room that felt colder than the snow-locked world outside. The investigation began not with questions, but with the closing of a circle. The snow had seen to that. A telegraph line was down, the tracks ahead buried under 10 feet of drift. We were an island of polished wood and gilded fixtures, adrift in a frozen sea, and the killer, if there was one, was among us. There was no outside world. Only the 23 souls aboard the Imperial Star and the secret we now shared. Harrison, his authority a brittle shell, appointed me. He had no choice. There was a doctor, Hendricks, a man with the calm, dissecting hands of a surgeon and a gaze that missed nothing. He confirmed what I already knew. Colton had not died of natural causes. There was a subtle, brutal marking on his neck, a specific kind of bruising, manual strangulation, a personal, intimate way to kill. The train became our universe, its 7 carriages the continents of our new, terrible world. The observation car, with its vast windows, was a panoramic view of our tomb. The dining car, where we gathered for tense, silent meals, was a stage for unspoken accusations. The sleeping cars were the labyrinth where we all retreated to nurse our private fears. I started with the space. Colton's cabin. It was larger than mine. A suite, really, smelling of expensive cigars and the faint, cloying sweetness of a floral cologne. Everything was of the highest quality, and yet it felt staged, like a set for a play that had ended in tragedy. A monogrammed silver lighter on the nightstand, a half-empty glass of amber liquid by the bed, and the door. I ran my fingers along its top edge. Fine, almost invisible scratches in the paint, as if it had been recently and forcefully manipulated. Isadora, the aristocrat, was my first port of call. She held herself with the weary grace of a ruined queen. Her grief, a tangible presence in the air around her. She admitted, after a long silence filled only by the moan of the wind, that Colton had been her brother. They had not spoken in a decade. A family rift, she called it, over an inheritance, over a betrayal she would not name. Her hands, encased in black lace, twisted in her lap. "He's a hollow man," she whispered. "He built his fortune on the ruins of other people's lives. Her alibi was the night, the solitude of her cabin, and the ghost of her sorrow." Ari, the retired soldier, stood as if perpetually at attention. He met my gaze without flinching. He had served with Colton long ago in a forgotten conflict in a steamy jungle. "He was a coward," Ari stated, his voice flat and hard. "He left men behind. Good men. He did not threaten. He did not bluster. He simply laid the fact before me like a weapon on a table. His honor was a cold, sharp thing, and it had been deeply offended. He claimed to have been in the smoking car, alone, polishing an old regimental badge with a soft claw. Cassandra, the actress, was a creature of beautiful artifice. She wept, a single perfect tear tracing a path through her powder. She was all gesture and implication. She had known Colton, yes, in a different life, in a different city. He had been a patron of the arts, a generous if demanding benefactor. He'd promised me things, she said, her voice a conspiratorial hush. Grand things, but his promises were like smoke. She was a master of deflection, her every word a performance designed to draw the eye away from the truth. Her alibi was a book, a thick volume of Chekhov she claimed to have been reading, though she could not recall a single character's name. Alonzo, the waiter, was a shadow. He moved through the train with a silent, deferential efficiency. He had served Colton his final drink, a 25-year-old Scotch, neat. He had found him to be in a pensive mood. He asked for an extra blanket, Alonzo recalled, his eyes fixed on some distant point. Said he felt a chill. It was an odd, mundane detail that felt heavy with meaning. A chill. Alonzo's movements were too precise, his memory too perfect. He was a man who had learned to become invisible, and that, in itself, was a kind of power. And Bernadette, the housekeeper who had found him, her fear was a raw, animal thing. She was not just afraid of the dead man. She was afraid of the living. She spoke of Colton in hushed, terrified tones, of how he would sometimes look at her. A long, measuring look that seemed to strip away her uniform, her identity, her past. She had a brother, she let slip, who had worked for one of Colton's companies. He had lost everything. Her hands shook as she polished the same spot on a brass fitting over and over. The doctor, Hendricks, was my reluctant partner. He was a man of science, of logic. He helped me examine the body more closely, in the makeshift mortuary, the baggage car, surrounded by steamer trunks and the constant, groaning cold. It was he who found it, tucked deep in the cuff of Colton's silk pajama trousers, a tiny, crumpled square of paper. It was a fragment of a train timetable for a different line, a different journey. On it, written in a tight, anxious script, was a single word. Remember. The word became an echo in the close, airless confines of the train. Remember what? A sin? A debt? A face? It connected them all. A thread pulled taut through the heart of each passenger. Isadora's betrayal, Ari's abandoned men, Cassandra's broken promises, Bernadette's ruined brother. Colton had been a spider at the center of a web of ruin, and now his victims were trapped with his corpse. The tension tightened with the dropping temperature. Whispered arguments were heard through thin walls. A glass was thrown in the dining car. The civilized veneer was cracking, peeling away to reveal the raw, frightened animals beneath. I felt the pressure like a physical weight, the unanswered questions stretching out. A slow, hypnotic torture. The train was not just a location. It was a state of mind, a prison of our own collective guilt and fear. The revelation did not come in a single blinding flash. It came like the dawn, slow and gray and inevitable, pieced together from 100 small, overlooked details. The tilted door, the extra blanket, the specific bruising on the neck, the word on the scrap of paper. And Alonzo, the silent waiter, always there, always watching. I called them all together in the dining car. The storm raged outside, a fury of white against the glass. They sat around the large table, a tableau of suspicion and exhaustion. I did not accuse. I simply began to talk, to lay out the story as I had come to understand it. Colton had not been killed in his cabin. The door had been tampered with, its frame subtly forced, to make it seem as if it had been locked from the inside. The killer had strangled him elsewhere, in a place of greater privacy, and then returned the body, staging the scene. The chill he complained of to Alonso was the chill of death already whispering in his ear. The bruising on his neck was consistent with someone standing behind him, someone strong, with a specific knowledge of pressure points. The killer was not one of the obvious suspects, with their loud hatreds and theatrical grievances. But the story was not over. The truth, once set loose, has a way of twisting back on itself. The next morning, as the crew began the Herculean task of digging us out, I walked the length of the train one last time. I found myself back in Colton's cabin now, just an empty, silent space waiting to be cleansed. The air still held the faint, metallic scent of old secrets. And there, caught in the intricate pattern of the carpet, just under the edge of the bed, half hidden by the drape of the fallen blanket, was a single, long-stemmed artificial rose, the kind used as a decorative hairpiece. It was a deep, bloody crimson. One of its silk petals was crushed, as if it had been torn away in a struggle. I had seen it before, pinned in the elaborate, dark hair of Cassandra, the actress. She had wept so beautifully, so convincingly. She had spoken of smoke and broken promises. She had lied about her book, about her alibi. She had been in this room. I had picked it up. The wire stem was cold against my palm. Had it been here all along, overlooked? Or had it been placed here recently? A final, theatrical prop in a play that was not yet over. Did Alonso act alone? Or was he a pawn in a much more elaborate performance? Cassandra, the master of deception. Had her tears been for Colton or for the man taking the fall for her? The questions coiled in my mind, cold and serpentine. I had solved one crime, only to uncover a deeper, more profound mystery. The train would be freed. The authorities would come. Alonso would tell his story, a story of a son's righteous vengeance. It was a clean, satisfying ending, but it was a lie. I closed my fingers around the rose. Its crushed velvet felt like a dead thing, a forgotten heart. I did not go to find Cassandra. I did not speak to Harrison or the doctor. I simply stood there in the quiet cabin with the shifted door and the lingering ghost of a man who deserved to die. And I knew that the greatest secrets are not the ones we uncover, but the ones we choose to keep. The truth was not a single thread, but a tangled skein, and I had only pulled on the one that was meant to be found. Outside, the world was white and pure and silent. Inside my closed hand, the hidden rose was red. I stood there for a long time, the silence of the cabin pressing in. The relief I should have felt was absent, replaced by a cold, professional clarity. I had presented a neat solution to calm the herd, a necessary fiction to prevent panic in our frozen, fragile world. But the truth was a messier, more dangerous creature. I slipped the crushed rose into my waistcoat pocket. The weight of it was negligible, yet it felt like a lodestone. Alonso's confession had been real, his motive pure and burning. But a man like him, meticulous and invisible, would not have missed this. He would not have left such a flamboyant, damning clue, unless he wanted it to be found, or unless someone else had placed it there after his confession, ensuring the story did not end with him. Cassandra Dartar. Her performance had been flawless, a masterpiece of misdirection. She had woven a tale of a slighted artist, a narrative designed to be just serious enough to be considered, but not serious enough to convict. She had used Alonso's very real, very righteous anger as a shield, hiding in the shadow of his crime. I left the cabin and walked slowly back through the carriages. The mood had shifted. With Alonso confined, a collective exhalation had occurred. The tension had bled away, replaced by a weary, garrulous relief. In the dining car, passengers were talking openly, sharing coffee, their voices a low, happy hum. They saw me and nodded with respect, with gratitude. The detective who had solved the case. I saw Cassandra. She was holding court near the window, a cup of tea held delicately in her hand. She was speaking to the doctor, Hendricks, her face a mask of serene composure. As I passed, her eyes met mine for a fraction of a second. There was no fear in them, no guilt. There was only a deep, unsettling calm. And something else, a flicker of acknowledgement, a silent message passing between two people who understood that the play was not over, merely between acts. I did not stop. I continued to my own cabin and locked the door. I sat on the edge of my bed and took the rose from my pocket, laying on the white linen of my pillow. I thought of Alonso's story, of the note he passed. Remember, I thought of Cassandra's broken promises. What had Colton promised her? A role? A career? Or something else entirely? Something that went beyond the stage and into the realm of the deeply personal. A new, unsettling picture began to form. What if Alonso's confrontation was not the catalyst, but the culmination? What if Cassandra had orchestrated it, whispering in his ear, fanning the flames of his long-held resentment, positioning him as the perfect, passionate patsy? She could have been the one to suggest the meeting, the one who provided the note. She could have been there, in the shadows of the service vestibule, watching as the son confronted the father. And when it was over, when Alonso, horrified by his own actions, moved the body, she followed. She placed the rose, a signature, a final, contemptuous flourish. The train gave a sudden violent lurch, followed by the shrieking groan of metal on metal. We were moving. The great dig had succeeded. A cheer went up from the other carriages, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. Freedom. The outside world was rushing back in. I stood and looked out my window as the Imperial Star began to crawl forward, breaking free from its tomb of snow. The landscape, once a featureless white, began to resolve into trees and distant mountains. The crisis was over. The authorities would be waiting at the next station. Alonso would be handed over. The story would be closed. I looked from the moving world outside to the red rose on my pillow. I thought of Cassandra's calm, victorious eyes. She would walk away. She would return to the stage, to the lights and the applause, and this would become just another story she told, another layer of mystery to her persona. I made my choice. I picked up the rose, walked to the small private lavatory, and dropped it into the toilet. I pulled the chain and watched as the water swirled, a vortex of white sucking the crimson silk down into the dark, freezing pipes beneath the train. It was gone, erased. Some truths are too destructive to be set free. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, their weight carried by a single conscience, rather than unleashed upon a world that prefers simple stories. The train gathered speed, carrying us all back to our lives. I would disembark, and I would say nothing. I had solved the crime that needed solving. The other, deeper crime, the one of manipulation and cold-blooded calculation, would remain my secret. A final, silent testament to the fact that on the Imperial Star, in the heart of the frozen mountains, not one, but two monsters had been set free. The gentle rocking of the moving train was a stark contrast to the jarring stillness we had endured for days. I returned to my seat. The image of the swirling water and a vanished rose burned into my mind. My reflection in the window was pale, a ghost superimposed on the passing pines. I had become a custodian of a terrible truth. The arrival at the next station was a chaotic blur of steam and shouting and relieved faces. Local police, their uniforms dark and authoritative against the snow, boarded immediate. I gave my statement, a concise and carefully edited account that aligned perfectly with the narrative everyone had already accepted. I spoke of Alonso's confession, his motive, his method. I presented the story of the vengeful son, a tale they found both tragic and satisfying. I saw Alonso being led away, his head held high. A man who had finally claimed his identity, even if it was that of a murderer. He did not look at me. As I descended onto the platform, the cold air was a shock, clean and sharp and real. I saw Cassandra a few yards away, being helped into a waiting motor car by a handsome, anxious-looking man. She was wrapped in furs, her face turned away from the grime of the station. Just before she ducked inside, she paused and glanced back over the crowd. Her eyes found mine. There was no smile, no nod of thanks. It was merely a look of final assessment, the calm, measuring gaze of a director ensuring a stagehand had cleared the last prop. Then she was gone, the car door closing with a solid, expensive thud. I stood there for a moment, the noise of the station fading into a dull roar in my ears. Harrison, the conductor, clapped me on the back, his relief a physical force. The doctor shook my hand, his grip firm, his eyes holding a trace of professional curiosity he was too polite to voice. They were grateful. The nightmare was over. I collected my single bag and walked away from the Imperial Star. I did not look back. I found a small, quiet hotel on the outskirts of the town, a place with no history and no other guests. In my room, I poured a drink I did not want and sat by the window, watching the evening settle over the mountains. The official inquest, held 2 days later, was a formality. My testimony was heard and accepted without question. Alonso from his cell confirmed every detail. He was stoic, resolute, a man who had made his peace. The case was closed. The death of the industrialist Colton was ruled a homicide by person or persons known, with Alonso being that person. The persons known was a legal formality, a phrase that meant nothing to anyone but me. I took a different train home, a slower, local line that stopped at every small town. I needed the time. I needed the mundane rhythm of ordinary travel to scrub the memory of the Imperial Star from my mind. But it was no use. The silence of my own thoughts was filled with the sound of the wind, the scent of cigars and fear, and the image of a crushed red rose. I had thought my choice was about protecting the fragile peace, about recognizing that some justice had already been served. But as the days turned into weeks, a colder understanding settled in my gut. I had not protected the peace. I had protected myself. Unraveling Cassandra's role would have meant exposing my own failure, my own rush to a convenient conclusion. It would have torn open the case and placed me at the center of a new scandal. My reputation, my career, would have been the next ruin in Colton's long legacy. So I said nothing. I returned to my life, to my work. I solved other cases, but a new caution colored my methods, a cynicism that had not been there before. I had learned that the greatest crimes are not always the ones against the body, but the ones against the truth. And I had become an accomplice to the latter. The memory of the rose was not a burden of conscience, but a reminder of my own complicity. The two monsters were indeed free. One was in a prison of his own making, and the other was on a stage somewhere, smiling at the applause. And I was here, in my office, the third monster, the one who had looked into the abyss and chosen to look away. The file on the Colton case remained in my bottom drawer, a thin sheaf of papers that felt heavier than stone. I told myself it was over, that my silence was the price of a greater, more practical peace. But the world has a way of echoing its secrets back to you. It was a Tuesday, damp and unremarkable, when I saw the playbill. It was plastered to a hoarding near my club, its bold letters screaming up through the evening fog. A new production by the renowned Cassandra, The Frozen Star. My breath caught in my throat. Below the title was a sketch of a train, sleek and Art Deco, half buried in stylized waves of snow. I bought a ticket for the opening night. It was an act of morbid curiosity, a self-flagellation I felt I deserved. The theater was packed, the air thick with anticipation. When the curtain rose, I saw a meticulously rendered dining car, a fiction that was more real to me than my own office. The story was a masterwork of distortion. The character based on Colton was a caricature of villainy, mustache twirling and obvious. The character based on Alonso was a tragic hero, a wronged soul driven to a single righteous act. And then there was the detective. He was a bumbling, pompous fool, convinced of his own genius, proclaiming the case closed with a triumphant flourish, while the real mastermind, a glamorous and clever courtesan with a rose in her hair, watched from the shadows, her lips curved in a knowing smile. The audience loved it. They gasped at the right moments, sighed at the tragedy, and laughed at the fool detective. When the final curtain fell, the applause was thunderous. Cassandra took her bow center stage, radiant in a gown of deep crimson. She held a single long-stemmed artificial rose in her hand. Our eyes met across the sea of clapping hands. She did not smile. She simply gave a slow, deliberate blink, a nod of recognition that was meant for me alone. It was not a threat. It was a confirmation. She had known I would be there. She had written this play for an audience of one. I left the theater before the house lights came up, the sound of applause ringing in my ears like a condemnation. She had not just gotten away with it. She had turned it into art. She had taken the truth and sculpted it into a prettier, more palatable lie. And in doing so, she had held up a mirror to my own complicity. My silence had not contained the story. It had merely given her exclusive rights to it. I walked the dark streets for hours, the cold seeping through my coat. I understood now that my inaction had not been a choice to end the matter. It had been a choice to seed the narrative. Alonso was in a cell, living with the truth of his actions. I was free, living with the truth of my inaction. But Cassandra was on a stage, rewriting the truth for a paying audience. She was not just free, she was celebrated. I stopped at the bridge overlooking the river, watching the dark water flow endlessly toward the sea. There was no justice to be found, not in a courtroom, not in the public eye. There was only the private reckoning. I'd failed to pursue the whole truth, and in that failure, I had allowed a more cunning evil to flourish. The case was closed in every official sense, but it would never be over. It was a play that would run forever in the theater of my mind, with Cassandra forever taking her bow, and me, the fool in the audience, finally understanding the cost of a clean, satisfying ending. The rain began to fall, a fine, cold mist that blurred the city lights on the water. I turned my collar up and walked away from the bridge, the image of Cassandra's bow seared into my mind. There was no point in going to the authorities now. What would I say? That a celebrated actress had written a play that hurt my feelings? The evidence was gone, dissolved into the septic tank of a moving train. All I had was a story, and she had just proven herself the better storyteller. Weeks bled into months. The Frozen Star was a smash hit, the talk of the town. Critics praised its clever plotting and its sharp commentary on class and justice. I tried to ignore it, to lose myself in new work. But the case was a splinter in my mind, festering. My colleagues remarked on my new, dour disposition. I had become a more cynical detective, a man who trusted neat solutions less and less. I saw Cassandra's face in every confident liar, in every performance of grief or innocence. The break came from an unexpected direction. A minor case, a simple matter of a forged signature on a shipping manifest, led me to a dockside warehouse. The forger, a nervous man with ink-stained fingers, was eager to deal. To secure his cooperation, I offered a small favor, the kind of unofficial leniency that is the true currency of police work. In gratitude, he began to talk, to boast of his clientele. He mentioned names I knew, and then one I had not expected to hear. And then there was the actress, he said, wiping his nose on his sleeve. The one in that train play. Fussy she was. Paid him cash. Needed it done fast. My heart was a cold, hard knot in my chest. I kept my voice casual. Needed what done? A letter, he shrugged. Just a single line on a piece of old stock. Had to match the handwriting on a sample she provided. Easy work. Do you remember the line? I asked. He squinted, thinking. Not the exact words. Something short. Dramatic. Remember the smoke or something like that. Yeah, remember. That was it. Just remember. The world seemed to tilt. Remember. The word from the note Alonso described. The note that had lured Colton to his death. Cassandra had not just whispered in Alonso's ear. She had forged the bait. She had crafted the very instrument of the murder, handing a grieving son the key to his own destruction and pointing him at the lock. I left the warehouse in a daze. This was no longer circumstantial. This was proof, solid and tangible, of her direct involvement in the planning of the homicide. The forger would talk for the right price. I could bring her down. I could expose the whole sordid tale, my own failure included. I stood on the steps of the Central Police Station, the forged note from my current case file in my pocket. I could feel the weight of it. I could walk in and tell my superior everything, and set the machinery of justice in motion. My career might suffer, but the truth would be served. Then I saw a newsboy on the corner, hawking the evening edition. The headline was bold. Alonso takes his own life in prison. The paper said he had left no note. He had simply used his bedsheet. A final, quiet surrender. I bought the paper. The print was smudged, the story brief. He was buried in an unmarked grave. The world had moved on. I looked from the headline to the doors of the police station. Alonso was gone. His chapter was closed. Exposing Cassandra now would not bring him back. It would only create a new, more sensational scandal, dragging his name through the mud again, revealing him as a pawn. The public would devour the story, and Cassandra would likely still find a way to twist it to her advantage. She would write another play. I turned away from the station and walked. I walked until I found myself outside the theater where the Frozen Star was playing. The marquee lights were bright, the crowd filing in for the evening performance. I stood in the shadows and watched them. They were looking for a story, for a few hours of escape from their own lives. I thought of Alonso, who had wanted nothing more than for his father to remember his mother. I thought of the rose, swirling into darkness. I thought of the forger's stained fingers. I had a truth, now. A real, actionable truth. But I saw with a chilling finality that truth is not always justice. Sometimes truth is just another weapon, and its fallout destroys the innocent alongside the guilty. I took the forged shipping manifest from my pocket, the one that had started this, and I lit a match. I held the corner of the paper to the flame until it caught. Then I dropped it into a gutter drain, watching it curl into black ash. It was the only copy. I had pursued the truth to its bitter end, and I had found it. And I chose for the second time to let it go. Some stories are too ugly to be told. Some truths are graves that should not be disturbed. The curtain would fall on Cassandra's play eventually, and I would be the only one in the audience who knew the real tragedy was not on the stage, but in the silence that surrounded it. The silence became my new companion. It was not an empty silence, but a heavy, knowing one. I returned to my work, but the fire was gone. I went through the motions, solving the puzzles that were put before me. But the deeper mysteries, the ones that lived in the shadows of human motivation, I now left undisturbed. I had learned my lesson. A year passed, then another. The frozen star finally ended its long run. I saw a small notice in the paper that Cassandra was retiring from the stage, moving to the continent to manage a new theater. It was a graceful exit, perfectly timed. She was leaving the board. I found myself one afternoon in the neighborhood of the prison where Alonso had died. It was a bleak, sprawling complex of gray stone. I had no business there, no reason to be standing in the thin drizzle, looking at the high walls. A trustee, an older inmate tending a small, pathetic vegetable patch just inside the fence, saw me loitering. He straightened up, rubbing the small of his back. "Help you, sir?" he called out, his voice rough. I shook my head, turning to leave. But then I stopped. "There was an inmate here," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "Alonso, the one from the train." The trustee's face hardened. "What about him? Did you know him?" The man spat on the ground. Kept to himself. Quiet. Always writing in a little book. Until he wasn't. Writing. The word was a jolt. Poems, I reckon. Or letters he never sent. The guards took it after. Standard procedure. He looked at me with a sudden, sharp curiosity. "You family?" "No," I said. "Just someone who remembers." I walked away quickly, the man's stare burning into my back. Writing. Alonso had been writing. He had not left a note for the world, but he had left something. A record. A testament. It would be in a storage box somewhere, cataloged and forgotten, a dead man's effects. I knew then that my silence was a fragile thing. It was a dam I had built, and the discovery of that notebook was a single hairline crack. It could hold for a decade, or it could shatter tomorrow. The truth was not a stone I had buried. It was a seed, and it was still growing in the dark. My peace was a temporary ceasefire, not a victory, and I would spend the rest of my life waiting for the first green shoot to break through the soil, knowing that when it did, the whole tangled, ugly vine would follow, and there would be no hiding from it anymore. The thought of that notebook followed me for days, a ghost tapping on the window pane of my consciousness. I tried to dismiss it. What could it possibly contain? More grief, more rage, the final private musings of a man who had chosen his own end. It changed nothing, and yet the possibility that he had written about her, about the rose, about the whispered words that had set him on his path, was a hook in my mind that would not dislodge. I made discreet inquiries through an old trusted contact in the prison administration. I phrased it as a matter of loose ends, a final report I needed to close a file. My contact was a bureaucrat, a man who understood the weight of paper and the comfort of a completed form. After a week, he sent a message. The effects of inmate Alonso had been processed. A small box. It contained his prison-issued clothing, a worn photograph of a woman I assumed was his mother, and a single leather-bound journal. It was scheduled for destruction, as was the procedure for unclaimed property of the deceased. I met him in a quiet cafe near the courthouse. He slid a slim, brown-wrapped parcel across the table. He did not ask why I wanted it. The transaction was silent, paid for with a favor I would owe him later. I took the parcel and left, the journal feeling like a live coal in my hands. In the privacy of my office, with the door locked, I untied the string. The journal was small, the leather soft from use. I opened it. The handwriting was precise, a controlled script that spoke of a disciplined mind. It was not filled with poems of love or loss, as the trustee had guessed. It was a record, a cold, meticulous chronicle of his father's sins, a ledger of every company ruined, every family destroyed, every promise broken. It was his justification. And then, near the end, I found it. A single entry, dated the day before the journey on the Imperial Star. She found me. Kay, she knows everything. She says he must be made to remember. She has a plan. She says it is a performance, and I have the leading role. She gave me a rose, a red one. It is a signal, she says. When I see it in her hair, I will know it is time. She says the world will see him for what he is. I am afraid, but I am more afraid of doing nothing. I closed the book. My hands were steady, but a cold sweat had broken out on my brow. This was not the ranting of a madman. It was a premeditated confession, naming his accomplice. Cassandra was not just a whisperer of suggestions. She was a director, a choreographer of murder. This journal was the one piece of evidence I had lacked, the thread that could unravel her entire tapestry of lies. I had it. I had the power to correct my mistake, to bring a measure of real justice to Alonso's memory. I could walk into the commissioner's office and place this journal on his desk, but I did not. I wrapped the journal again and placed it in my own safe, behind a stack of old case files. I told myself I was waiting for the right moment, for a time when the revelation would do the least collateral damage. But that was another lie. The truth was, I was afraid. Afraid of the scandal, afraid of the professional ridicule, afraid of having to admit that the celebrated detective had been so thoroughly duped. My inaction, once born of a twisted pragmatism, was now sustained by pure cowardice. I became a curator of my own guilt, and the journal was its central artifact. I was no longer just a man who had looked away. I was a man who had found the truth, held it in his hands, and chosen to lock it away. The third monster was no longer just complicit. He was a warden, guarding the one key that could open the cage. And in the quiet of the night, I knew that this was a far greater crime than the first. The seasons turned, and the city changed around me. Buildings went up, others came down. I solved cases, collected my pay, and aged in my chair. The journal in the safe was a phantom limb, an ache I had learned to live with. I told myself that Cassandra's retirement was a kind of sentence, that her self-imposed exile was a form of punishment. It was a thin comfort, but I wore it like a worn-out coat. Then, a letter arrived. The postmark was foreign, the handwriting an elegant, looping script I recognized instantly. My blood went cold. It contained no return address, only a single sheet of expensive cream-colored paper. "I'm an old woman now," it began, without preamble. "The past is a country I seldom visit, but I find myself thinking of the imperial star, of the snow, and of the three of us bound together in that brief, violent moment. You have the journal. I know you do. A bureaucrat can be made to talk for a price. Do not be alarmed. I do not ask for it back. I merely wish to thank you." I read the words again, disbelief warring with a strange, cold fury. "Thank you? You were the only one who understood the performance," the letter continued. "You saw the art in it. By keeping your silence, you became my most valued critic. You allowed my masterpiece to reach its intended conclusion. For that, you have my gratitude. I'm writing my memoirs. Do not worry. Your name will not appear. Some secrets are too precious to spoil. Consider this a final curtain call." It was signed with a single initial D. The letter was not a confession. It was a victory lap. It was her final, perfect manipulation, ensuring that even in my inaction, I played the role she had written for me. She had known about the journal all along. She had known I had the power to destroy her, and had chosen not to use it. My silence was not just complicity. It was collaboration, and she was now acknowledging our partnership. I did not burn the letter. I folded it carefully and placed it inside the journal, a bookmark in a story that would never end. She was wrong about one thing, though. She thought I understood the performance, but I only understood my part in it. I was the audience who knew the truth but would not shout it down, the critic who praised the lie. I am an old man now, too. The city outside my window is louder, brighter, but it feels emptier. The case is the one story I have never told, the one file I never close. Some nights, I take the journal from the safe. I do not open it. I just hold its weight in my hands. It is not a secret anymore. It is a testament. It proves that I was there, that it all happened, and that I, the third monster, am perhaps the most monstrous of all. Not for what I did, but for what I continue to choose, every single day, not to do. The curtain never really falls. The house lights just never come up. I left the journal in the safe when I retired. They gave me a small pension and a cheap watch. The department did not seem sorry to see me go. I moved to a quiet room in a quiet part of the city, a place where the noise of the traffic was a distant hum. I told myself I wanted peace, but the silence in that room was the same heavy silence I had carried for decades. It was my only true possession. I took walks along the river, the same river I had stared into after the trial. The water was cleaner now, the factories gone, but the flow was the same. It was still moving endlessly toward the sea, carrying everything with it. I would sit on a bench and watch the current, and I would think of the journal and the letter, locked away in a storage unit I paid for monthly. I was still paying, still the warden. One afternoon, a young woman sat next to me. She had a notebook open on her lap and was scribbling furiously. She was a student, she said, working on a thesis about forgotten crimes of the last century. She was bright and earnest, her eyes full of the certainty that truth was a light you could simply switch on. We talked for a while. She asked me what I had done for a living. I told her I was a retired detective. Her eyes lit up. She asked if I had any interesting stories. The question was so simple, so innocent. It hung in the air between us. I looked at her eager face, at the blank page of her notebook. I thought of the weight of the story I could tell, how it would crush her simple faith in justice. I thought of Alonso, of his quiet grave. I thought of Cassandra, likely dead by now. Her memoirs perhaps published posthumously to quiet acclaim. I thought of the journal. Waiting, I gave her a small, worn-out smile. Just the usual, I said. Petty thefts, a few break-ins. Nothing that would help with a thesis. She looked disappointed, but thanked me anyway and went back to her writing. I watched her for a moment, this young person trying to make sense of the past. Then I stood up and continued my walk. The story was safe. It was a poison I had learned to live with, and I would not pass it on. The river flowed on, and I walked beside it. An old man guarding a grave that no one else would ever visit. The performance was over. The audience had gone home, and I was left alone, the sole keeper of a truth that had become, in the end, my entire life. The path by the river seemed longer on the walk back. My legs ached with a dull, persistent throb that was becoming as familiar as my own reflection. When I reached my building, the climb to my room was a slow, deliberate process, each step a negotiation with gravity. I fumbled for the key, my fingers stiff and uncooperative. The room was as I had left it, tidy and impersonal. A bed, a chair, a small table. There were no photographs on the walls, no mementos on the shelves. My life had been whittled down to its essentials, and the only thing of substance was locked away in a storage unit across town. I poured a glass of water and sat by the window, watching the evening settle over the city. The encounter with the student had shaken something loose. It was not a desire to confess, but a profound weariness. The burden of the secret had not lessened with age. It had become denser, more integrated into my bones. I was not just carrying it. I was it. A few weeks later, a sharp pain in my chest sent me to the doctor. He was a young man with a kind, efficient manner. He ran his tests, looked at his charts, and gave me the news with a practiced gentleness. It was not a surprise. The body, like all machines, eventually wears out. He gave me pamphlets, talked about management, about making comfortable arrangements. I listened, I nodded, and I took the paperwork. But my mind was not on medications or care plans. It was on the storage unit. It was on the small metal box that held the leather-bound journal and the cream-colored letter. I went there the next day. The place was a labyrinth of identical rolling doors, a city of forgotten things. My unit was at the end of a long, echoing corridor. The air was cool and smelled of dust and concrete. I turned the key, the lock clicking open with a sound that was both final and insignificant. I pulled the door up, and the light from the corridor spilled onto my accumulated nothing. A few old suitcases, a stack of books I would never read again, and the metal box. I did not open it. I simply looked at it. I had thought for a moment of destroying it. A final act of erasure. But that felt like a different kind of lie, a denial that any of it had ever happened. I could not do that to Alonso. His story, however twisted, deserved to exist. It was the only marker he had. Instead, I closed the unit and drove to the main office. I spoke to the manager, a bored-looking man with a computer screen glowing before him. I paid the rental fee for the next 20 years. I filled out a form naming no beneficiary. When the term expired, the contents would be considered abandoned, sorted, and discarded by strangers who would have no context for an old journal and a cryptic letter. They would be trash, which was perhaps all they ever were. The transaction complete, I walked back out into the afternoon sun. The weight was still there, but it felt different. I had not shed it. I had simply decided where to leave it. I had built my own museum, curated my own crime, and now I had scheduled its demolition. My remaining days were quiet. I took my walks. I did my breathing. I followed the doctor's orders. The past was no longer a ghost tapping at the window. It was a box in a room, waiting for a date on a calendar. And when the pain finally came for good in the sterile white of a hospital room, my last thought was not of Cassandra's smile or Alonso's eyes, but of that corridor of rolling doors, and the slow, patient wait for a light to finally spill onto a story that no one would ever read. The final silence was not the heavy one of guilt, but the light one of a task completed. I had filed my last report. There were no more motions to go through. The world had become very simple and very small. The nurse came in to check my vitals. She was a different one from the day shift, her face new and unmarked by my history. She adjusted my pillow with a professional kindness that asked for nothing in return. "Is there anything you need?" she asked, her voice soft in the dim room. I looked at her, the stranger who was ushering me out. I thought of the student by the river, of the manager at the storage facility, of this young woman here. They were all clean. They carried no hidden boxes. "No," I said, and my voice was a dry rustle. "There's nothing." She smiled and turned to leave, her shoes squeaking on the polished floor. The door sighed shut behind her. I was alone with the hum of the machine monitoring my heart. A steady, electronic pulse counting down to nothing. I closed my eyes. I did not dream of trains or snow or roses. I dreamed of a quiet room and a door left open, and a slow, gentle dark that asked no questions and offered no answers. It was, I thought, the closest thing to peace I had ever known. And then there was nothing at all. Story 4. The first thing that registered was the smell. It was a thin, metallic odor, like the air after a lightning strike, or the scent of a handful of old pennies clenched in a hot fist. It was wrong. It had no place in the grand library of the Blackwater estate, a room that usually smelled of lemon oil, aged leather, and the faint, sweet decay of paper. Jax noticed it the moment he stepped across the threshold, a cold prickle at the back of his neck that had nothing to do with the evening's chill. He stood there, just inside the doorway, letting the scent coil into his lungs, while the party's muffled laughter and the clinking of glasses from the drawing room seemed to recede into a distant, unimportant hum. The room was a study in shadow and amber light. A single green-shaded lamp on the vast mahogany desk cast a puddle of illumination across a blotter stained with ink and time. Beyond it, the bookshelves rose like cliffs into darkness, their leather-bound contents seeming to absorb the light rather than reflect it. It was Isaiah who moved first, drawn not by the smell, Jax thought, but by a deeper, more predatory instinct. He moved through the room with a liquid grace, his silhouette cutting through the gloom, his eyes missing nothing. He was a man who listened to the silence, who could hear the shape of a secret in the space between heartbeats. He stopped by the high-backed chair, turned away from the desk, facing the dead ashes in the great stone fireplace. He didn't speak. He simply looked at Jax, a single slow blink that was more eloquent than any word. Then he reached out and turned the chair. Howard J. was there, slumped in the velvet embrace of the seat. His head was tilted back at an unnatural angle, his eyes open and fixed on the carved ceiling roses as if seeking some divine answer. His dinner jacket was unbuttoned, his bow tie slightly askew. The source of the smell was a dark, glistening stain that bloomed like a grotesque flower over his heart, a deep crimson that was already turning black at its edges. There was no weapon in sight. The French doors to the terrace were locked from the inside, the heavy velvet curtains drawn. The only other door was the one they'd just come through. The house, which had been a vessel of muted celebration, was now a sealed tomb. Dylan Blackwater, the master of this sprawling country villa, had gathered them all, a collection of friends, family, and acquaintances, for a weekend that was supposed to smooth over old rivalries, to present a picture of unity and inherited grace. The arrival of his brother, Howard J., the prodigal son who had been absent for nearly a decade, had been the evening's great disruption. He had blown in with the autumn wind, smelling of cheap cigarettes and distant cities, his presence a crack in the elegant facade of the Blackwater name. And now he was dead, and the crack had become a chasm. The local police, when they arrived, were like clumsy actors on a stage they did not understand. They moved with a heavy-footed authority, their questions blunt instruments that chipped at the edges of the scene but could not penetrate its core. Inspector Morris was a man with a tired mustache and eyes that had seen too many petty crimes, his mind unequipped for the elegant cruelty of a locked room. He took statements, measured distances, and looked at the locked windows with a profound and simple frustration. It was Isaiah who began the real work. He did not ask permission. He simply started, a quiet force of nature operating alongside the official investigation, his methods a sharp contrast to the police's lumbering procedure. He moved through the house, not as a guest, but as a curator of human frailty. He stood for a long time in the library, not looking at the body, which had been taken away, but at the space it had occupied. He noted the precise alignment of the chair, the distance to the fireplace, the faint scuff mark on the Persian rug that might have been from a shoe, or might have been nothing at all. Oh, he spoke to people not with accusation, but with a conspiratorial calm. He found Jax on the terrace, the cold air a relief from the stifling atmosphere inside. The grounds fell away into a darkness so complete it felt like the edge of the world. "They think it was a robbery," Jack said, his voice quiet. "Something interrupted, but nothing was taken. His wallet was full. That ugly emerald ring he always wore was still on his finger." Isaiah didn't look at him. He was watching the way the last light from the house caught the skeletal branches of a distant oak. A robbery implies chaos, a desperate act. This was not desperate. This was surgical. That smell, Jax? You noticed it too. It was the smell of the gun, of the powder, trapped in this sealed room. But there is no gun. The police have turned this place inside out. No gun. So where did Gug go? He turned, his eyes gleaming in the half-light. It didn't go anywhere. It was never here. The investigation became a game to him, a complex puzzle laid out for his amusement. He and Jax were its sole players, moving the pieces in their minds, while the other guests drifted through the house, like ghosts, their faces pale masks of shock and suspicion. There was Eleanor, Dylan's fragile wife, who jumped at the sound of a slamming door. There was Marcus, the old family friend whose finances were a whispered secret. There was Clara, the sharp-tongued novelist who saw everything as potential material. And there were the servants, a silent, watchful audience to the family's private drama, their faces closed and polite. Isaiah's conversations were like scalpels. With Dylan, he spoke of legacy. He found the man in his study, a room even darker than the library, holding a glass of amber liquid that trembled in his hand. "He was my brother," Dylan said, his voice thick with a grief that seemed genuine, or perhaps just well-practiced. "We had our differences. My God, did we have differences. But this, to die like this under my roof." "What were the differences, Dylan?" Isaiah asked, his tone gentle, almost soothing. "Was it about the family business? The inheritance?" Dylan's eyes, red-rimmed and weary, flickered towards a portrait of their stern-faced father. It was about everything. Howard J. was a destructive force. He left a wake of ruin. He came back, because he needed money, of course. He always needed money. He said he had information, something that could damage the company. I told him I wouldn't be blackmailed by my own blood. He left the word hanging in the air, a poisonous cloud. Blackmail. With the housekeeper, a woman named Mrs. Abbott, whose face was a roadmap of quiet disappointments, Isaiah was different. He was a fellow observer. "The brothers," he said, standing with her in the spotless kitchen. "They argued, didn't they? After dinner, before we all retired to the drawing room. She was polishing a silver spoon, the cloth moving in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. The master's study, sir. The door was closed, but the voices they carried. Mr. Howard J., he was always the louder one. He said," she hesitated, the cloth pausing for a fraction of a second. "He said you wouldn't dare. Not again." "Not again," Isaiah repeated softly. "Thank you, Mrs. Abbott." The pieces were there, but they refused to form a picture. Alibis were checked and rechecked. Everyone had been accounted for, more or less, in the drawing room at the estimated time of the death. The servants were busy with their duties. The library was a perfect, impossible cage. It was Jax who found the second scent. While Isaiah probed minds, Jax wandered, his own senses stretched tight. He found himself back in the library after the police had finished, the room now empty and eerily silent. Metallic odor was fainter now, masked by the smell of dust and the lingering ghost of Howard J.'s cologne. But there was something else. He knelt by the fireplace, where the cold ashes lay. He sifted through them with a finger, the fine gray powder coating his skin. And there it was, buried deep. A different smell. Acrid. Chemical. The faint, unmistakable scent of a spent firework. He didn't understand it. He mentioned it to Isaiah later as they walked along gravel drive, the stones crunching under their feet, like broken bones. "A firework," Isaiah murmured, his breath misting in the cold air. "In a fireplace, on an autumn evening. Why?" The revelation did not come with a shout, but with a slow, dawning silence. Isaiah had gathered them all in the drawing room, the very room where they had all been pretending nothing was wrong when the murder happened. He did not stand in the center like a stage magician. He leaned against the mantelpiece, his posture relaxed, his voice a low, confidential murmur that forced them all to lean in to listen. "We have been thinking about this the wrong way," he began. "We have been looking for a person who left the room. But the problem of the locked room is only a problem if you assume the killer was ever in the room with Howard J. at all. He let the silence stretch, letting the absurdity of the statement settle over them. The gunshot was real. The wound was real. But the sound was contained, muffled by the walls, mistaken for a log shifting in the fireplace, or a car backfiring on the distant road. The gun, however, was never in the library. It was out here. He pointed to the French windows that looked out onto the terrace. The same terrace that ran the length of the house, past the library's own set of locked doors. The killer, he continued, his gaze drifting over their faces, waited. They knew Howard J. would go to the library. He always did after a tense evening to steal a drink from Dylan's private stock and brood. They went out onto this terrace. They walked to the library windows. The curtains were not fully drawn. There was a gap. They saw him, sitting in that chair, facing the fire. It was a perfect shot. But the windows were locked. Inspector Morris protested, his face a confused frown. From the inside. Of course they were, Isaiah said. Howard J. locked them. He was a paranoid man. He would have checked them before he sat down. The killer knew that. They didn't need to get in. They just needed to get the gun in. Or rather, they needed to get the bullet in. He turned to Jax. The smell you found. The chemical smell in the ashes. It wasn't from a firework. It was from the propellant of a blank cartridge. He looked back at the assembled group, his eyes finally coming to rest on Dylan, who had gone very still. The murder weapon wasn't a normal gun. It was a device, a contraption, a gun barrel, perhaps from a starting pistol fixed to a block of wood. It was placed on the terrace railing, aimed through the gap in the curtains. It was triggered remotely. By what? A string? A long wire? Something simple and easily retrieved after the fact. The bullet, a single deadly projectile, was fired from out here, through the glass of the window, across the room, and into Howard J.'s heart. The glass was not broken because the pane was already missing. Not the whole pane, just a small, nearly imperceptible circle, cut out days before and replaced with a plug of clear ice. The autumn cold would keep it frozen. The fire in the hearth would eventually melt it. By the time we found the body, the evidence of the bullet's entry had literally vanished. There was only the hole and the smell of the shot trapped in the room with the dead man. The room was utterly silent. You could hear the ticking of the grand clock in the hall. But why? Jax asked, his voice barely a whisper. Why such an elaborate scheme? To create the impossible, Isaiah said. To point the finger at a ghost. To make it seem like the killer was among us in this room, when in fact, they were outside, in the dark, all along. It was a performance. A piece of theater. And it required a director who knew this house, who knew Howard J.'s habits, who had access to the library to prepare the window, and who had a motive so deep and so old it demanded this level of artistry. He took a step toward Dylan. It was you, of course. The argument in your study was a feint. You left us in the drawing room, went out the side door and set your trap. You fired the shot. You retrieved your apparatus. You came back in, the grieving brother, just in time to discover the body with the rest of us. Not again, Howard J. said. What did he mean, Dylan? What happened the first time? Dylan did not break down. He did not confess. He simply looked at Isaiah, his face a mask of weary contempt. You are a very clever man, he said, but you have no proof. Only a story. A fanciful story about ice and blanks. I have the block of wood, Isaiah said softly. The one you used to steady the barrel. You hid it in the potting shed, wrapped in burlap dot. It has a unique grain, and it has your fingerprints on it, Dylan. I took the liberty of checking. Dylan's composure finally cracked, not into rage, but into a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. He looked at the faces around him, at his wife's horrified stare, at the inspector's dawning comprehension. He was going to ruin us, Dylan said, his voice flat. Not just me. All of us. The company, our name, everything our father built. He had evidence of something I did years ago, a sin I thought was buried. He wasn't just asking for money. He was asking for control. I couldn't let him. I couldn't. The police led him away. The case was closed. The other guests departed, their cars disappearing down the long drive, carrying the story with them. The house fell quiet. Weeks later, Jax found himself thinking of that smell, the metallic tang of violence. He and Isaiah had gone their separate ways, the game concluded, the puzzle solved. But something nagged at him, a loose thread in the tapestry of the truth. He wrote to Isaiah a brief letter. He mentioned the ice, the ingenuity of it. He received a reply a few days later, a single sheet of paper with a few lines in Isaiah's precise hand. The ice was a necessary flourish, but it was also a risk. It had to be prepared in advance. It had to be placed perfectly. It required access and time. The servants are loyal, but they are not blind. Ask yourself, Jax, who has the most to lose? And who has the keys to every room? Jax never pursued it. He let the question hang, a permanent question mark in his mind. The official story was tidy. Dylan was in custody. The world had moved on, but Jax knew that the truth, like a scent, could linger long after its source was gone, a ghost in the air. A year passed. Jax found himself near the Blackwater estate on a matter of business. On an impulse, he turned his car down the familiar lane. The house was still there, grand and aloof, but it had a closed-up, desolate air. He didn't stop at the front door. He walked around the side, through the overgrown gardens to the terrace. The long stone balcony was littered with fallen leaves. He walked to the library windows, their glass dusty and blank. He could see his own reflection, a pale ghost superimposed on the dark interior. He pictured the chair, the body, the silent, deadly flight of the bullet. He knelt, running his fingers along the cold stone of the railing where the weapon had been placed. And then he smelled it again. Faint, almost imaginary. A whisper on the cold air. That same thin, metallic odor, the scent of old pennies and lightning. It was there, and then it was gone, carried away on the wind. He stood for a long time, watching the dark windows, the empty terrace, the locked doors. The mystery was solved, the killer named, the case closed. Yet the house held its secret, and the scent of the crime, like a memory that would not fade, lingered on the edge of perception, a haunting loop that would never truly be broken. He turned from the railing, the ghost of the smell clinging to the back of his throat. The house was a shell, its life gutted by scandal and loss. Yet, the sensation of being watched was a physical pressure between his shoulder blades. He was not alone. A figure emerged from the shadowed archway that led to the kitchen gardens. It was Mrs. Abbott, the housekeeper, her posture as rigid and unyielding as it had been a year before. She held a wicker basket filled with winter vegetables, her hands red and chapped, gripping the handle tightly. She did not seem surprised to see him. "Mr. Jax," she said, her voice the same dry whisper of turned pages. "I thought you might return." The air grew still. The wind died. Jax found he could not speak. He simply looked at her, at the neat gray hair pulled into its severe bun, at the eyes that had seen every secret of the Blackwater family. "You knew," he finally managed, "about the ice. You prepared it for him." She did not deny it. She adjusted her grip on the basket. "Mr. Dillon was a boy in this house. I changed his nappies. I heard his nightmares. He was weak, but he was family. Mr. Howard J., he was a storm. He would have torn it all down. Everything." She took a step closer, her gaze unwavering. "That clever friend of yours, He saw the shape of the thing, but he did not see the heart of it. He thought it was about a company, about money, about a sin from the past. It was about the first sin, the one their father committed when he chose one son over the other. It was always about that. And the smell, Jack said, the words feeling foolish and inadequate. I can still smell it. Mrs. Abbott's lips tightened into a thin, bloodless line. Some stains, Mr. Jacks, do not wash out. They sink into the stone. They become part of the house. This house remembers. It always will. She turned then, without another word, and walked back toward the servants' entrance, a solitary figure merging with the gathering dusk. What? Jack stood on the terrace, the cold seeping through his shoes. He had come for closure, for a final chapter to write in his own mind. But there was no end. There was only the house, and the people who served it, and the old, bitter loyalties that were stronger than any law. The gun had been fired, the killer named, but the hand that loaded it, the heart that aimed it, belonged to more than one person. The crime was not Dylan's alone. It was a family affair, and the family, in its own way, had endured. He walked back to his car, the scent of metal and old blood, a silent companion all the way home. The letter from Isaiah arrived a month later. It contained no greeting, only a single line of text, as if continuing a conversation they had just been having. The servant's loyalty is the most dangerous weapon in any house. It is never examined because it is always assumed. Jax read the line over and over. He thought of Mrs. Abbott's chapped hands, her unwavering gaze, the absolute conviction in her whisper. She had not just prepared the ice. She had likely been the one to suggest the method, to provide the access, to ensure the silence. She was the architect of the perfect alibi, the invisible hand that made the impossible possible. Dylan had pulled the trigger on a remote device, but Mrs. Abbott had loaded the gun long before that, with a lifetime of resentment and a warped sense of duty. He never went back. He tried to put the Blackwater estate from his mind, to bury the memory of that metallic scent in the housekeeper's cold eyes. But it changed the way he saw the world. He began to notice the quiet ones, the people who moved through rooms without being seen, the hands that held the keys and the dusters and the secrets. He understood that the most profound truths were not found in the loud arguments or the dramatic confrontations, but in the silent spaces between, in the unspoken agreements and the loyalties that ran deeper than blood. Isaiah's game had been about solving a puzzle, but Jax had learned that some puzzles, once solved, reveal a deeper, more unsettling mystery beneath. The question was no longer who killed Howard J. Blackwater, but how many people were truly responsible, and whether justice could ever be served when a crime was woven so completely into the very fabric of a home. He knew then that he would always be haunted, not by the ghost of the victim, but by the living, breathing, and utterly unrepentant accomplice who still walked the halls of that empty house, keeping its secrets safe. He found himself, in the years that followed, drawn to similar houses, to families with old money and older secrets. He was a consultant now of a sort, though he never used the title. People heard of his involvement in the Blackwater affair, a story that had grown in the telling, and they sought him out. They never mentioned Mrs. Abbott. The official record held only Dylan's name, but Jax would walk their halls, and he would always find a moment to speak with the housekeeper, or the butler, or the groundskeeper who had been there for generations. He would ask not about alibis, but about routines, not about motives, but about loyalties. He was in a library in a different county, a room brighter than the Blackwater Library, but with the same smell of old leather and neglect. The case was simpler. A stolen necklace. The family suspected an opportunistic guest. Jax listened to their theories, his eyes drifting to the elderly housekeeper who was silently refreshing the tea. Her movements were economical, her face a placid mask. But he saw the way her eyes flickered to the youngest daughter, a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. So brief it was almost invisible. Later, he found the housekeeper in the pantry meticulously arranging tins. He didn't ask about the necklace. He said, "She reminds you of someone, doesn't she?" The daughter. The woman's hand stilled. She did not look at him. The mother was the same. Thought the world was hers to rearrange. And the necklace? It's in the hollow of the old oak by the stream, where the young miss meets her unsuitable young man. She meant to pawn it for the money. The housekeeper finally turned, her gaze flat and knowing. She will deny it. They always do. But you'll find it there. And they did. The case was closed. The family was embarrassed, grateful. Jax accepted their thanks, but his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking of a different house, a different crime, and the profound, terrifying power of a servant's silent judgment. He had not solved the case. He had merely been given the answer by the one person who truly knew the score. It was not detective work. It was an audience with the secret keeper. He left the house knowing that the real mystery was never the crime itself, but the intricate, invisible web of relationships that made it possible. A web woven and maintained by the people everyone else chose not to see. He took the train back to the city, the countryside blurring past the window. The solved case should have felt like a victory, a clean line drawn under another messy human drama. But it felt hollow. He was not a detective, not really. He was a translator, an interpreter of the silent language spoken in the corners of grand houses. He was learning to read the grammar of a glanced look, the punctuation of a tightened lip. His own apartment felt sterile and loud after the muffled silence of the estates. He poured a drink and stood at his window, looking down at the bright, anonymous traffic. He thought of Isaiah, who saw the world as a series of elegant, solvable puzzles. Jax was beginning to see it as a vast, interconnected network of old wounds and older loyalties. A system where the true crime was often the original, forgotten sin that set everything in motion. A week later, a small, plain package arrived at his door. There was no return address. Inside, nestled in unbleached cotton, was a single key. It was old, heavy, made of tarnished brass. It had a distinctive, intricate bow, shaped like a stylized bird in flight. There was no note. He knew what it was immediately. It was a house key, and not just any house. He had seen its likeness in a framed etching in the Blackwater Library, a rendering of the estate from the previous century. This was a key to Blackwater itself. His first instinct was to throw it into the river, to let the rust and the silt claim it. This was not an invitation. It was a summons from her. Mrs. Abbott was still there, holding her silent vigil. She knew he understood. She was offering him access, not to the house, but to the truth she kept. She was testing him, or perhaps anointing him. He held the cold, heavy metal in his palm. It felt less like a key, and more like a verdict. He placed it in the top drawer of his desk, where it lay alongside pens and paper clips, a dormant, metallic secret. He did not go back to Blackwater. Not then. But he knew, with a certainty that chilled him, that the key was not the end of the story. It was a promise of another chapter, one that would be written not in the drawing room with the suspects assembled, but in the quiet, dust-scented spaces where the servants worked, and where the true history of the house was kept, waiting for someone who knew how to read it. He found himself taking the key out of the drawer at odd moments, just to feel its weight. It was a solid, undeniable fact in a world that felt increasingly nebulous. He started researching not the Blackwater case, but the family itself. He spent days in archives and libraries, tracing the lineage, the business ventures, the scandals that never made the papers. He learned about the father, Alistair Blackwater, a ruthless industrialist who had built his fortune on a series of broken partnerships, and one particularly dubious factory fire. He learned about the mother, who had died young in what was officially called a riding accident. He found a photograph of her, a woman with sad eyes and a gentle smile, standing on the very terrace where her son would later be killed. The deeper he went, the more he understood Mrs. Abbott's words. The first sin is not a single event, but a rot that had set in generations ago. Alistair had pitted his sons against each other from childhood, fostering a rivalry that curdled into hatred. Howard J. was the favorite, the heir apparent, charismatic and cruel. Dylan was the afterthought, perpetually striving for approval he would never receive. The stage had been set long before the remote-controlled gun was ever conceived. One rainy afternoon, he received a visit from Inspector Corrigan, the man who had officially closed the Blackwater case. Corrigan had aged, his face more lined, his demeanor less certain. He sat in Jax's apartment holding a cup of tea he didn't drink. "The Dylan Blackwater trial starts next month," Corrigan said. "He's maintaining his innocence. Says the block of wood was planted. Says he's a victim of a conspiracy." Jax said nothing. He looked at the inspector, at the honest confusion in his eyes. "Off the record, Jax," Corrigan continued, his voice dropping. "That business with the ice, the logistics of it, it always bothered me. Getting the plug just right, placing it without being seen, timing the melt. It seemed like a lot for a man like Dylan to manage on his own, in the middle of a party, under that much pressure." "Perhaps it was," Jax said quietly. Corrigan looked at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly, as if confirming something he already feared. He set his untouched tea down on the table. "The law needs a single hand to hold the knife, Jax.E. It doesn't do well with shared guilt. We have our man. The case is closed." After Corrigan left, Jax went to his desk and picked up the key. It was no longer just a piece of metal. It was a question. The law had its answer, but the house had another. He knew he could not remain in his sterile apartment, translating the silent dramas of other families. He had to go back. He had to look the truth in the eye, even if it could never be spoken in a court of law. He packed a single bag, the key heavy in his pocket. He was not going as a detective, or a consultant, or a guest. He was going as a witness to the story that the official record would never tell. The train ride felt interminable, the landscape a gray smear against the glass, and all he could think of was the smell of old pennies and the unblinking eyes of Mrs. Abbott, waiting for him in the silent house. The house was even more desolate up close. Paint peeled from the window frames in long, sad curls, and several slates were missing from the roof. The main entrance was barred by a heavy chain and a new, industrial-looking padlock. He did not approach it. Instead, he followed the overgrown path around the side, his footsteps crunching on the gravel, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. The terrace was a mess of weeds pushing through the stone cracks. He walked to the library windows and cupped his hands against the grimy glass. The room inside was a tomb. Sheets draped the furniture, and a thick layer of dust coated every surface. The chair where Howard J. had died was gone. He did not know how long he stood there before he felt her presence. He turned slowly. Mrs. Abbott stood at the far end of the terrace, near the archway. She wore a heavy dark coat against the chill, and her hands were tucked into her pockets. She did not speak, merely watched him, her expression unreadable. He walked toward her, the key a cold, hard weight in his coat pocket. He stopped a few feet from her. "I got your message," he said. She gave a single, slow nod. "I thought you might. You are a man who understands that some stories are not finished when the book is closed." "Why?" Jax asked. "Why bring me back here?" "The law is satisfied. Dylan is in prison." "The law," she repeated, the word a dry leaf crumbling in her mouth. "The law is for the world outside these walls. It does not understand the laws of a family. It does not understand duty." She turned and walked through the archway. He followed. down a set of moss-slick steps into the walled kitchen garden. It was a tangle of neglected herbs and frost-bitten vegetables. She led into a small stone potting shed tucked into a corner. The door was swollen shut with damp, but she produced a key from her own pocket, smaller and more modern than the one she had sent him, and unlocked it. Inside, it was dark and smelled of damp earth and burlap. A single, bare bulb hung from the ceiling. She pulled the string, and a weak, yellow light illuminated the small space. On a rough wooden workbench covered by a piece of canvas was an object. She did not look at it, but instead looked at Jax. "You want to know the heart of it," she said. "Not the mechanics, not the puzzle, the heart." She gestured to the canvas. He stepped forward and pulled it back. Beneath it was not a weapon, nor a piece of evidence. It was a child's toy. A wooden fort, hand-carved with remarkable detail, with tiny soldiers arranged around it. Two larger figures stood apart from the others, one painted in the dark blue of a Union soldier, the other in the gray of the Confederacy. They were facing each other, forever locked in a silent miniature standoff. "Their father gave it to them," she said, her voice low. "One Christmas. He told them it was a game. He told them only one general could win." She reached out a single, reddened finger and gently tipped the gray soldier over. It was always a game to him. To them, it was a war. And in a war, there are no innocent parties, only survivors. Jax looked from the fallen toy soldier to her impassive face. He understood. She was not just an accomplice. She was a veteran of this long private war. She had chosen her side not out of love for Dylan, but out of a final desperate act to end the conflict their father had begun. She had loaded the gun, yes, but Alistair Blackwater had aimed it decades ago. She covered the toy with the canvas again. "The truth you are looking for is not a single act, Mr. Jax. It is a legacy. It is a poison that took root in this soil long before you or I ever stood here." She turned off the light and let him out, locking the shed behind her. She did not say goodbye. She simply walked away, back toward the main house, a solitary figure dissolving into the twilight. Jack stood in the ruined garden, the key in his pocket now feeling not like a verdict, but like a relic. He knew he would never return. He had his answer. The mystery was not who killed Howard J. Blackwater. The mystery was how any of them had survived the house at all. He walked back to his car, leaving the ghost of the scent and the weight of the key behind him, carrying only the image of the two toy soldiers, forever frozen in their futile battle. The image of the toy soldiers followed him for years, a stark diorama of a conflict that could only end in ruin. He stopped consulting for the wealthy families. The work felt like picking at scabs on a body that was terminally ill. He took a job as a security analyst for a corporate firm, a world of clear protocols and digital threats, where loyalty was a clause in a contract and sins were measured in lost revenue. It was bland, sanitized, and he was grateful for it. He saw the obituary for Alistair Blackwater in the paper 2 winters later. The old man had died in a private clinic, surrounded by paid attendants. The cause was listed as heart failure. Jax thought it was more likely that the well of his own bitterness had finally run dry. There was no mention of Dylan, whose trial had ended in a life sentence, or of Howard J. The legacy was a hollow one, a fortune passing to a distant cousin who would likely sell the estate and be done with it. A part of him expected another package, another key, a final summons from Mrs. Abbott. Nothing came. The silence felt more profound than any message. She had shown him what he needed to see, and her work was done. The house would be sold, the contents auctioned. The walls that held so many secrets would be painted over by new owners who would never know the poison in the soil. Months after the obituary, a thick envelope arrived from a law firm. It contained the deed to the Blackwater estate. There was no explanatory letter, only a brief typed note on the firm's letterhead stating that the property had been transferred to him. as per the instructions in a codicil to Alistair Blackwater's will. The document was signed and notarized. It was legal, and it was utterly insane. He drove out there one last time, the deed on the passenger seat. The for sale sign was gone. The chain on the main gate was new, and the key he had been sent years before fit the lock perfectly. The house stood as it always had, a little more weathered, a little more sad. He did not go inside. He walked the grounds until he found the stone bench in the kitchen garden, the one overlooking the derelict potting shed. He sat there for a long time as the afternoon light faded. He owned the truth now, in a way he never had before. He owned the very ground where the poison had grown. He could burn it down, tear it down, or let it crumble. The choice was his. But as he sat there, he realized the house had already had its way. It had consumed its family and spat out the pieces. He was just the custodian of the empty shell. He left as the stars began to appear, pinpricks of cold light in a vast, indifferent sky. He did not lock the gate behind him. He got into his car and drove, and he never looked back. The deed remained on his desk at home, a monument to a story that was, at last, truly over. He had learned that some houses are not homes, but prisons, and the only way to win the game was to finally, quietly, walk away. The deed sat on his desk for a week, a square of heavy paper that felt like a lead weight on the otherwise clean surface. He ignored it, focusing on his new life of flowcharts and risk assessments. But the house had a gravity, a pull that defied logic and distance. It was not a desire to return, but a need to sever the connection completely, to perform a final, symbolic act. He drove back on a wind-scoured Tuesday, the sky the color of slate. This time he brought a can of gasoline and a book of matches. He parked outside the gate, the deed in his inner pocket. He would not go inside. He would burn the potting shed. He would reduce the tiny, terrible war game to ash. It was a paltry gesture, but it was the only one he had left. But as he approached the gate, he saw that the door to the main house was ajar. Not just unlocked, but open a few inches, a dark slash against the weathered wood. The air grew still. He pushed it open, the hinges groaning a protest he felt in his teeth. The grand foyer was a carcass. Everything of value was gone. The paintings, the rugs, the furniture. All that remained were dust outlines and the faint, lingering scent of disuse. He walked through the hollow rooms, his footsteps echoing in the void. In the library, the sheets were gone, revealing the empty shelves and the bare floor where the chair had been. It was just a room now, stripped of its power and its history. He found her in the kitchen, sitting at a simple wooden table he had never seen before, a single suitcase at her feet. Mrs. Abbott looked smaller, the imposing figure diminished without the context of the grand house around her. She looked up as he entered, and her face showed no surprise. "It is done," she said. "The vultures have picked it clean. There is nothing left for them, or for you." "I own it," Jack said, the words sounding foolish. "You own brick and mortar and bad memories," she replied. "I have spent a lifetime tending to this family's ghosts. I am done." She stood, picking up her suitcase. "The house is empty, Mr. Jacks. It has been for a very long time. You are just the first to see it for what it is." She walked past him and out the back door without a backward glance. He heard a car engine start, the sound fading down the long drive. He was alone in the silence. He did not burn the shed. There was no point. The poison was not in the wood or the toys. It was in the story, and the story was over. He walked out, leaving the front door open to the wind and the rain. He got in his car and drove, and this time, he knew it was the last time. The deed, he later learned, had been a final act of cruelty from Alistair, a way to pass the burden of his failed dynasty to the one man who understood its weight. Jax had the deed voided, the property ceded to the city. He heard they demolished it to build a park. He never visited. Some stories he had learned are best left without a monument. He threw himself into his work at the security firm. The sterile glow of his computer screen, a welcome antidote to the shadowy halls of Blackwater. He bought a new desk, a modern thing of glass and steel, and the deed was filed away in a locked cabinet, out of sight. He dated a woman from the accounting department for a few months. A pleasant, straightforward person who had never heard of the Blackwater family and whose greatest worry was the quarterly audit. He found a profound peace in the mundane. Then one autumn evening, he saw a familiar face on the evening news. Dylan Blackwater, his face gaunt and aged beyond its years, was being released on a technicality. A re-examination of the evidence, spurred by an intrepid law student, had revealed a chain of custody error with the block of wood. It was not enough to prove his innocence, but it was enough to overturn the conviction. The state, lacking the will for a new trial, had let him go. Jax felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. He turned off the television and sat in a sudden silence. He thought of Mrs. Abbott, of her quiet, fierce loyalty. He thought of the two toy soldiers. The war was not over. It had just entered a new phase. 3 days later, a postcard arrived. It was a generic picture of a sunset, the kind sold in gas stations. It was postmarked from a small town 200 miles away. On the back, in a neat, familiar script, were just 4 words. "He is looking for you." Jax did not panic. He felt a strange calm settle over him. He had always known in some deep part of himself that the story was not finished. The law had failed. The house was gone, but the players remained. Dylan was free, and he would want to know who had truly loaded the gun that killed his brother. He would want to know who had conspired with the housekeeper to frame him. And Mrs. Abbott, wherever she was, had sent him a final, stark warning. The game was not a child's fantasy in a potting shed anymore. It was real. And it was coming for him. He got up from his desk, walked to the locked cabinet, and took out the deed. He would need to know every detail of the estate he once owned, every possible place a vengeful man might hide. The piece was over. The last chapter was his to write. He did not wait for Dylan to find him. That was the first rule he had learned in his old life, the one before the sterile offices and the flowcharts. You never let the predator set the terms. He booked a room in a motel on the outskirts of the city, paying in cash, and began his work from a cheap laptop purchased that same day. His first task was to find Mrs. Abbott. She was the key, the only other person who knew the full truth. But she had vanished as completely as a stone dropped in a deep lake. No digital footprint, no financial trail, no scent. She had prepared for this for a long time. His second task was to understand Dylan. The man who emerged from prison was not the same man who had entered it. The news reports painted a picture of a quiet, withdrawn figure, but Jax knew that stillness could be a mask for a simmering rage. He tracked down the law student who had championed Dylan's case, a bright-eyed young woman named Chloe. He met her in a public library, posing as a journalist writing a book on wrongful convictions. "He's not what I expected," Chloe said, stirring her coffee. "He's so quiet. He never talks about his family or the case. He just says he wants to be left alone. But there's an intensity in his eyes. It's like he's waiting for something. Or someone," Jax thought. He thanked her and left, the chill of the autumn air feeling sharper than before. He knew then that Dylan's search would not be a loud public one. It would be a patient, meticulous hunt. He would be retracing Jax's own steps from years ago, visiting the same places, asking the same questions, but with a different, more personal goal. A week later, Jax returned to his apartment to check his mail. The building felt different, the air in the hallway thick and watchful. His door was locked, but as he slid the key into the deadbolt, he felt a slight resistance, a faint scratchiness that hadn't been there before. Someone had picked the lock. He stood still, listening. There was no sound from within. He did not go in. He walked away, down the stairs and out into the street, his heart a steady, heavy drum in his chest. He had been found. The message was clear. Dylan was not just looking for him. He was already here. He knew he could run. He had the skills to disappear, to start again under a new name in a new city. But he was tired of running from a ghost. The Blackwater house was gone, but its shadow had followed him here, to his own doorstep. He thought of the two toy soldiers, forever frozen in their conflict. There was no walking away from a war you were already in. He had to end it. He had to draw Dylan out, to a place of his own choosing, and face the last surviving son of Alistair Blackwater. He knew exactly where that place had to be. The empty space where the house once stood, the poisoned soil where it had all begun. He drove through the night, the headlights cutting a solitary path through the darkness. The city fell away, replaced by the sleeping countryside. He did not speed. He needed the time to think, to prepare. He was not a violent man, but he understood that violence was a language Dylan would speak fluently now. The empty field where Blackwater had stood was the only stage left for their final act. He parked a mile away, in the overgrown lot of a shuttered feed store, and walked the rest of the way under a moonless sky. The air was cold and carried the scent of decaying leaves. When he reached the property, the chain-link fence surrounding the future park site was a flimsy barrier. He found a section that was already cut and pushed through. The grounds were a vast, flat blackness, the earth churned up by demolition equipment. Only the old kitchen garden walls remained, a low, crumbling rectangle of stone in the center of the emptiness. He walked toward it, his shoes sinking into the soft soil. This was the heart of it. This was where she had shown him the truth. He did not have to wait long. A figure detached itself from the deeper shadows of the wall. A solid, silent shape that resolved into the man he had only seen in court years before. Dylan Blackwater was thicker, harder, his face a roadmap of prison years. He held a tire iron loosely in one hand. "You," Dylan said. His voice was a dry rasp, devoid of emotion. "I knew you'd come here. She told me you would. You're a creature of habit." "Mrs. Abbott?" Jax asked, keeping his own voice level, his hands visible at his sides. A short, harsh bark of a laugh. "She visited me. Once. Told me she was sorry. Sorry." He took a step forward. "She said you knew it was her, and you let them put me in a cage." "I didn't know then," Jack said. "Not for certain. Not until it was too late. But you figured it out. You always were the smart one. The fixer." Dylan shifted his grip on the tire iron. "She loaded the gun, but you set the stage. You handed them the motive. The jealous brother, the flawed heir." The wind picked up, whistling over the barren ground. Jax understood the totality of Dylan's grievance. He had been the pawn in a game played by his brother, his father, his housekeeper, and the consultant hired to clean up the mess. He was the only one who had paid the price. "So what now?" Jax said. "You kill me. Then what? You go back to a cell, or you run for the rest of your life. It doesn't end, Dylan. It just becomes a different kind of prison." Dylan took another step, close enough now for Jax to see the fever-bright gleam in his eyes. "It ends when I say it ends. This is for me. Not for him, not for her. For me." He raised the tire iron. Jack stood his ground, his mind clear and cold. He had no weapon, no plan of attack. His only strategy was to talk, to plant one last seed of doubt. "She's gone, Dylan. She used you to end their war, and then she vanished. She left you to clean up the last piece, me. Don't you see? You're still playing their game." For a fraction of a second, Dylan hesitated. The absolute certainty in his eyes flickered, replaced by a sliver of the confusion and betrayal that must have haunted him for years. It was enough. In that moment, He was not a vengeful killer, but the boy with the toy soldier, forever being outmaneuvered. The sound of a car engine broke the stillness, growing rapidly closer. Bright headlights swept across the field, pinning them both in their glare. A car door slammed. Dylan flinched, his head turning toward the light, the tire iron lowering slightly. Jax did not look. He kept his eyes on Dylan. "It's over," he said softly. Dylan stood frozen, caught between his past and his future. The figure approaching from the car was just a silhouette, but Jax knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that their long, private war had finally drawn an audience it could not ignore. The world had arrived, and with it, the consequences they had both been trying to outrun. Story 5. The hallway was wrong. That was the first thing Jared noticed, the first wrong thing in a long line of them that would follow. It was the main gallery of Blackwater House, a space meant for grand processions and the display of ancestral portraits, but it felt suffocating. The ceiling was too low for its width, pressing down like a lid, and the dark, paneled walls seemed to bow inward as if the house were slowly, over centuries, swallowing itself. The parquet floor, a complex pattern of ebony and oak, stretched into a gloom that the weak afternoon light from the far window could not penetrate. It was a corridor built for giants who had since shrunk, or for a perspective that had been subtly warped. He felt a childish urge to press his hands against the walls to stop their creeping advance. Barry had told him it would feel strange. Barry, who now stood beside him with a hand firm on his shoulder. A gesture meant to be reassuring, but which felt more like a tether, a claim of ownership. "Remember," Barry had whispered in the car, his breath smelling of mint and expensive coffee. "You are Alonso Blackwood. You are Alonso Blackwood. You have been lost, and now you are found. They want to believe it. You just have to let them." The door at the end of the hall opened, and a woman emerged. She was old, but her posture was a defiance of age, a straight, black-clad line against the shifting geometry of the house. Jackie Blackwood, the matriarch. Her hair was a cloud of silver white, and her face was a network of fine lines, but her eyes, the color of a winter sky, were sharp and clear. They fixed on Jared, and for a terrifying moment, he was certain she saw straight through the cheap suit Barry had bought him, straight through his skin to the trembling, rootless boy from nowhere. She moved toward them, her footsteps silent on the dense carpet runner. The air grew cold. Jared could smell beeswax and dust, and the faint, sweet decay of cut flowers left too long in a vase. "Alonso." Her voice was a dry rustle, like leaves skittering across stone. Jared's throat was dust. He tried to summon the voice Barry had coached him on, a mid-Atlantic accent that felt like a poorly fitted mask. "Grandmother." She stopped an arm's length away. Her gaze was a physical weight, tracing the line of his jaw, the shape of his nose, the set of his eyes. Alonso's jaw, Alonso's nose, Alonso's eyes, according to the photographs Barry had shown him. A perfect, freakish resemblance, the kind of coincidence that only happens in bad fiction or in the darkest of fortunes. A tear traced a path through the powder on her cheek. She did not smile. She reached out a hand, her fingers cold and surprisingly strong as they clasped his. "You've come home," she said. It was not a question. It was a verdict. The family was assembled in the library, a room that smelled of old leather and damp paper. They were a collection of still lives, each posed in an attitude of waiting. There was Eleanor, the eldest sister, her face a tight mask of skepticism, her fingers nervously twisting a heavy pearl necklace. Next to her was Robert, broad-shouldered and florid, his eyes small and bright with an emotion that could have been anger or avarice. And in the corner, almost a part of the shadows, was Helen, the youngest, watching everything with the quiet, unsettling intensity of a cat. Introductions were a blur of stiff handshakes and murmured names. Jared, as Alonso, repeated the lines Barry had drilled into him. A climbing accident in the Andes. Amnesia. A long, slow recovery in a remote clinic. A chance encounter with Barry, an old family friend, in a Zurich airport. A flicker of recognition. A return. A remarkable story. Robert said, his voice a low rumble. He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. Convenient, how the memory returns just as the reading of the trust approaches. Robert, Jackie said, her tone a warning whip crack. It's a miracle, that's all, Eleanor said, though her voice lacked any sense of the miraculous. It was flat, procedural. We must be thankful. Nanda. Only Helen said nothing. She simply watched, her gaze a constant, low-grade hum at the edge of Jared's perception. That night, in the room that was supposed to be his, a vast, cold chamber dominated by a four-poster bed, Jared felt the weight of the deception settle on him like a shroud. The air was thick with the silence of the house, a silence that was not empty but full of whispers, of the settling of old bones. He could hear the distant, rhythmic groan of the sea against the cliffs below. He stood before a heavy, gilded mirror. The face that looked back was Alonso Blackwood's. The high cheekbones, the dark, slightly unruly hair, the mouth that seemed on the verge of a cynical smile. But the eyes were his own. They were the eyes of Jared, the foster kid, the hotel night clerk, the man who had never owned anything more substantial than a second-hand suitcase. They were wide with a fear that Alonso Blackwood, scion of Blackwater, would never have known. Barry found him there. He moved like smoke, closing the door without a sound. You're doing well, he said, his voice a low, conspiratorial murmur. The old woman is already half in love with you. She wants her golden boy back. The brother suspects, Jared whispered, his reflection seeming to waver in the candlelight. Robert suspects everyone, Barry said with a dismissive wave. He suspects the mailman. He suspects the tide. It means nothing. He's a brute, but he's not clever. It's the quiet one, the sister Helen, you should watch. She sees things. Man, why are we doing this, Barry? The question escaped him, born of the oppressive silence and the ghost in the mirror. Barry's affable mask slipped for a fraction of a second, revealing the cold, calculating machinery beneath. We've been over this. The family fortune is tied up in a trust. Jackie controls it, but upon her death, it passes to Alonso. If Alonso is dead, it splinters, goes to charities, distant cousins. Robert gets a pittance. Eleanor gets a title and no money. Helen gets a pat on the head. With Alonso returned, Jackie will change the trust, secure this inheritance. And when she passes, which, let's be honest, cannot be long now, the money becomes yours. Our cut is 70%. You'll never be nobody again, Jared. You'll be a somebody with a very large bank account. And what happened to the real Alonso? Barry's smile was a thin, bloodless line. The real Alonso is gone. He has been for 5 years. He walked out of this house one night and never came back. The family prefers to think he was kidnapped. The police think he fell from the cliffs. I think he was a spoiled rich boy who finally ran away from all this. Pressure. He gestured vaguely at the dark, paneled walls. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you are here now. You are him. Days bled into weeks, a strange liminal time. Jared learned the rhythms of the house, the way the light fell in slanted bars through the leaded windows in the late afternoon, the smell of rain in the stone terraces, the particular creak of the third step on the main staircase. He played his part, walking the grounds with Jackie, listening to her stories of Alonso as a boy, willful, charming, troubled. He learned to navigate the minefield of meals with the siblings, deflecting Robert's barbed comments with a feigned weariness, parrying Eleanor's probing questions with vague, amnesiac replies. He began to dream of Alonso, not as a photograph, but as a presence. A young man in a sailing sweater, his back turned, walking away down the long, wrong-feeling gallery, a laugh echoing from a room that was always empty, a sense of panic, of being trapped. He found himself drawn to the cliffs, to the place where everyone assumed Alonso had met his end. The wind, there was a constant, keening lament. It tore at his clothes and filled his ears with its roar. He would stand on the edge, looking down at the jagged teeth of black rock and the churning white-capped water. He felt a pull, not to jump, but to understand. What had happened here? Had he fallen? Had he jumped? Or had he been pushed? One afternoon he found Helen standing there, her coat whipping around her like dark wings. She didn't look at him. "He loved it here," she said, her voice almost carried away by the wind. He said it was the only place he could think clearly, that the noise of the house was silenced. Jared said nothing, afraid to break the spell. "You look so much like him," she continued, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "It's uncanny, but you hold your shoulders differently. He was always so sure of his place in the world. You seem to be waiting for someone to tell you where to stand." His heart hammered against his ribs. 5 years is a long time. A man changes. Finally, she turned to look at him. Her eyes were the same winter sky color as Jackie's, but where the old woman's were sharp, Helen's were deep, absorbing all light. "Does it feel like home yet?" "It feels familiar," he lied. "It should," she said softly. "You played here as a child. You bled on these stones. You cried in these rooms." She took a step closer. "Do you remember the summer you pushed Robert out of the old oak tree? He broke his arm. You told Mother it was an accident, but you told me you wished it had been his neck." A cold dread, colder than the sea wind, seeped into Jared's bones. Barry had never told him that. There was no record of that. It was a secret between a brother and a sister. He could only stare, his carefully constructed persona crumbling under the weight of a memory that was not his own. Helen's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. She turned and walked back toward the house, leaving him alone with the roaring wind and the terrifying thought that he was not impersonating a ghost, but being possessed by one. The tension tightened like a screw. Robert's suspicions grew more overt. He hired a private investigator, a dour man named Croft, who asked Jared questions about Swiss geography and mountaineering techniques that Barry had only glossed over. Jared, his mind filled with Helen's story, floundered. He saw the flicker of triumph in Robert's eyes. Barry grew nervous, his calculated calm fraying at the edges. He pressed Jared to solidify his position, to persuade Jackie to alter the trust immediately. "Play on her sympathy," he urged. "Tell her you have nightmares, that you feel fragile, that you need the security." But Jared was becoming untethered from Barry's script. He was starting to care for Jackie, for the lonely, iron-willed old woman who clung to him as her last hope. He was starting to fear Robert, not for his bluster, but for the cold violence he sensed simmering beneath the surface. And he was haunted by Helen, by the fragments of a life she kept handing to him like poisoned candies. He began to search the house, not for treasure, but for answers. He spent hours in the library, running his fingers over the spines of books Alonso had loved. He found a hidden compartment in the old desk in the study, empty save for a single, tarnished silver cuffling. He felt a jolt of recognition, though he had never seen it before. He pocketed it, a tangible piece of the ghost. The crisis came on a night of howling wind and lashing rain. The family was gathered after dinner. The air was thick with unspoken accusations. Robert stood by the fireplace, his face flushed with drink and anger. "It's time to end this farce," he declared, pointing a thick finger at Jared. "You are not my brother. You are a cheap grifter and your accomplice." He glared at Barry, who had gone very pale. "It is a snake." "Robert, be silent," Jackie commanded, but her voice trembled. "I have proof," Robert snarled. "Croft found the clinic in Switzerland. It's a private sanatorium for the wealthy, yes. But it has no record of an Alonso Blackwood. No record of a John Doe with amnesia. Nothing." All eyes turned to Jared. He felt the walls of the room, already wrong, begin to close in. He looked at Barry, whose face was a stony mask of betrayal. He had used a real place, but Barry had assured him the records were taken care of. It had been a lie. A stupid, reckless lie. Jared began, but his voice failed him. It was Helen who spoke. She uncoiled herself from her chair, a letter in her hand. "I have proof, too," she said, her voice calm and clear, cutting through the storm. "A letter from Alonso, posted from Buenos Aires a year after he'd disappeared." A stunned silence fell, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the drumming of the rain. "He wrote to me," Helen said, her eyes on Jared, a strange, possessive light in them. "He said he was sorry, that he couldn't live this life anymore. The expectations, the history, the weight of this house. He said he was starting over. He asked me not to tell anyone. He said it would be better if you all thought he was dead." She walked toward Jared and handed him the letter. The handwriting was a frantic, sloping script. It was nothing like the practiced, elegant hand in the samples Barry had shown him. It was the hand of a desperate man. "He's alive," Eleanor whispered, her hand flying to her mouth. Robert looked as if he had been struck. "Why didn't you tell us?" he roared. "Because he asked me not to," Helen said simply. "And because I loved him." Her gaze never left Jared's face. "But now he's back. Aren't you, Alonso?" In that moment, Jared understood everything. Helen had known he was an imposter from the beginning. She had fed him memories, not to expose him, but to reshape him. Robert's investigator, Croft, had likely been in her pay, given just enough rope to hang Barry's flimsy story, but not enough to truly threaten Jared. She had orchestrated this entire scene. She didn't want the real Alonso back, a brother who had abandoned her. She wanted a compliant, grateful, haunted version. A brother she could control. A brother who owed his entire existence to her. The real Alonso was probably at the bottom of the sea, had been for 5 years. And Jared knew, with a chilling certainty, that he had not jumped. He looked at Helen's serene, triumphant face, and saw the deep, still water beneath the calm surface. She had loved her brother so much she would rather have a replica than live with his absence. Or perhaps she had loved him in a way that could not bear his freedom. Barry saw it too. The calculation in his eyes shifted from profit to survival. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head. A warning. Play along. Jared looked at Jackie, who was weeping silently. Tears of relief and confusion. He looked at Robert, deflated and cheated. He looked at Eleanor, whose suspicion had been replaced by a bewildered acceptance. They all needed Alonso. They needed the story. The truth was a corpse at the bottom of the cliffs, and it offered them nothing. He took the letter. His hand did not shake. He was no longer Jared. He was the thing they had all conspired to create. "Yes," he said, his voice steady, finally finding the accent that had eluded him. "I'm home." Later, after the storm had passed, and the house had settled into a fragile, exhausted peace, Jared stood again in the long gallery. It no longer felt wrong. It felt like his. He was its prisoner and its master. He took the tarnished cufflink from his pocket. It was cold in his palm. He didn't know where it had come from, or whose it was. It didn't matter. It was his now. All of it was his. The wrongness had seeped into him, and he had become a part of it. A new piece in the warped geometry of Black Waterhouse. From deep within the walls, a sound persisted. A quiet, metronomic click that was almost, but not quite, drowned out by the sigh of the wind. It was the sound of a clock, its mechanism worn and faint, ticking on in a forgotten room, measuring out a time that no longer belonged to anyone real. He found Helen waiting for him at the end of the gallery. She stood before a portrait of their grandfather, a severe man with the same wintry eyes. She did not turn. "They will leave you alone now," she said. "Robert's proof is ashes. His bluster is useless. He knows I hold the only proof that matters." She finally looked at him, and her smile was a small private thing. "You did well. What happens now?" he asked. His voice was Alonzo's voice. It felt natural now. The mask fused to the skin. "Now," she said, "you convince Mother to change the trust. You are her returned prodigal. She will deny you nothing. Tell her you wish to secure the family legacy, to ensure its continuity. She will understand. And after," Helen's gaze was cool and appraising, "after we run this family together, as it should have been." He understood the bargain perfectly. He was to be the figurehead, the beloved son. She would be the power behind the throne, the sister who had orchestrated his miraculous return. He had the name and the face. She had the secrets and the will. He went to Jackie's sitting room the next morning. The room was warm and cluttered, a sanctuary from the house's oppressive grandeur. She was sitting by the window, a blanket over her knees, watching the sea. "Alonzo," she said, her voice soft with affection, "come sit with me." He did, taking the chair opposite her. He spoke the lines Helen had given him, about legacy and continuity, about his desire to protect Blackwater for future generations. He saw the light in her eyes, the profound relief. She agreed without hesitation. The lawyers were summoned for the following day. That night, Barry came to his room for the last time. He was packed, a small, expensive bag in his hand. His part was over. "The initial funds have been transferred to the offshore account," Barry said, his voice businesslike. "The rest will follow after the old woman dies and you have control. My work is done." "You're leaving?" "There's nothing more for me here. I am, as Robert so crudely identified, a snake. I do not linger in gardens that are no longer in bloom." He studied Jared for a long moment. "You've changed. You wear it well. It's what you wanted, isn't it?" "I wanted a payoff. You seem to have found a calling." Barry's smile was thin. "A word of advice, from one professional to another. That sister of yours, she is the most dangerous person in this house. You have a tiger by the tail. Do not think for a moment that you are the one holding it." Then he was gone, a phantom slipping out into the rainy night, leaving no trace he had ever been there. The signing of the new trust was a quiet, solemn affair in the library. Jackie signed with a firm, steady hand. Robert glowered from a corner but said nothing. Eleanor looked resigned. Helen stood behind Jackie's chair, a hand resting lightly on her mother's shoulder, a picture of filial devotion. When it was done, Jackie looked up at Jared, her eyes brimming with tears. "The house is whole again," she whispered. That afternoon, Jared walked to the cliffs. The storm had passed, leaving the air clean and sharp. He felt the weight of the house at his back, a stone giant he now owned. He felt the eyes of the family on him, their expectations, their love, their hate, all his to manage. He was Alonzo Blackwood. He had a history, a sister, a fortune, a future. He took the tarnished cufflink from his pocket. He held it over the edge, watching the dull silver catch the light. For a moment, he considered letting it fall, a tiny offering to the real Alonso, to the boy he had been. But the moment passed. He closed his fist around it. It was his. He put it back in his pocket. He turned his back on the churning sea and walked toward the house. It was no longer a facade he was maintaining. It was a skin he was wearing, and it fit. The wrongness was inside him now, a part of his marrow. He could still hear the faint, persistent ticking from within the walls. A sound that was slowly becoming the rhythm of his own heart, measuring out a new time. His time in the deep and silent rooms of Blackwater. The first few weeks of his new reign were a study in subtle power. He learned to defer to Helen in small, almost imperceptible ways. A glance across the dinner table, a slight pause before answering a question about estate management. In return, she guided the family's dynamics with a surgeon's precision. Robert, neutered by the letter from Buenos Aires and outmaneuvered by the new trust, spent more and more time in the city, his presence at Blackwater becoming a rarity. Eleanor immersed herself in her own pursuits, a quiet relief settling over her now that the battle for inheritance was, to her mind, conclusively over. Jackie, however, bloomed. The change in the trust had been a tonic. She began to speak of the future with a vigor she hadn't shown in years, of restoring the West Wing, of summer parties, once again filling the halls with laughter. She clung to Jared's arm during her daily walks, her grip possessive and proud. "My boy," she would say, "my Alonso. You've come back to save us all." He found he no longer had to act around her. A genuine, complicated affection had taken root. He was her son. She was his mother. The lie was the foundation of their truth. One evening he was in the study, attempting to make sense of the estate's ledgers, when Helen entered without a sound. She placed a single sheet of paper on the desk in front of him. It was a list of names, local businessmen and old family acquaintances. "You'll need to start attending the quarterly advisory meetings," she said. "Mother used to handle them, but her energy is fading. It's time they saw you, heard your voice. They need to understand that the authority here is no longer divided. Down and down. He looked at the list. "What should I say? Say very little. Listen. Your presence alone will be the message. If pressed, talk about continuity, about honoring your mother's legacy. They will find it poignant." She came around the side of the desk and rested her hand on the back of his chair. Her proximity was both a comfort and a threat. "You see, this is how it works. I provide the strategy, you provide the face." "And the will?" he asked, looking up at her. She smiled. "The will is something we share, brother. A shared desire for this family to be what it was always meant to be." Her eyes drifted to the ledger. "Do you understand any of it?" "Not really." "Good. You don't need to. I do." She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Never forget who pulled you from the gutter, Alonso. Who gave you this name? This life. It was me. I saw your potential. Barry saw a mark. I saw a king for my chessboard." She left him then, the scent of her perfume lingering in the air. A floral note with a cold, metallic undertone. He looked down at the ledger, the columns of numbers blurred. He understood Barry's warning now with a clarity that was physical. He was not holding the tiger by the tail. He was in the cage with it, and the tiger was beautiful, and it considered him its most prized possession. He rose and walked to the window. The moon was high, casting a silver path across the dark sea. Somewhere out there, the real Alonso was bones and myth, and Jared, the nobody from nowhere, was living his life, spending his money, sleeping in his bed. The sheer audacity of it was dizzying. He heard it then, not from the walls, but from deep within the house itself. The ticking. It was louder tonight, a steady, patient pulse. He had asked Mrs. Gable, the housekeeper, about it once. She had looked at him, her old eyes confused. "There's no clock in that part of the house, sir. Hasn't been for 50 years. He knew now what it was. It was the sound of the real world receding. It was the countdown to the moment when Jared would cease to exist entirely, and only Alonso would remain. He found he was no longer afraid of the sound. He listened for it. It was the rhythm of his victory, the steady, patient beat of the great and terrible house that was now his. He began to dress like the man in the portraits, in tailored tweeds and crisp white shirts that felt like someone else's skin, but now felt like his own. He learned the rhythms of the land, the tenant farms, the fishing quotas, nodding gravely as the estate manager spoke, all the while feeling Helen's silent approval from the periphery. He was learning to be a monument, and monuments do not need to understand the weather. They only need to endure it. One morning, a letter arrived for Robert. It was Eleanor who mentioned it, her voice casual over breakfast. "Robert's man, Croft, has written to him. He's closed his investigation, said the matter was conclusively settled." Helen did not look up from her newspaper. "As it is," she said, her tone flat and final. But Jared felt a cold trickle of doubt. Croft had been humiliated, his professional judgment invalidated by Helen's letter. A man like that did not simply concede. He filed the thought away, a splinter of the old Jared's caution buried deep in Alonso's confidence. Weeks turned into a month. The advisory meeting came and went, a success by Helen's standards. The men, old and wary, had shaken his hand, called him Mr. Blackwood, and accepted his quiet presence as the new order. He was returning from a walk along the headland, the sea mist clinging to his coat, when he saw the car, a nondescript sedan parked near the gatehouse. A man leaned against it, a hat pulled low against the drizzle. It was Croft. Jared's steps slowed. He felt the familiar clutch of panic, the imposter's reflex to flee. But he forced his feet forward, his face settling into the aloof, slightly bored expression he had practiced in the mirror. "Mr. Croft," he said, his voice even, "I understood your business with my family was concluded." Croft pushed himself off the car. He was a lean man, with a face that looked carved from weathered wood. "It is, Mr. Blackwood. Officially." He took a step closer, his eyes, sharp and assessing, scanning Jared's face. "I'm a man who doesn't like loose ends, and your return, it leaves a very large loose end. I'm afraid I don't follow." "The letter," Croft said softly. "The one from Buenos Aires. It's a curious thing. The paper, the postmark, the ink, all perfectly consistent with the period. A remarkable piece of work. Almost too remarkable." Jared said nothing. The wind whistled through the gorse, the only sound between them. "I won't trouble your family again," Croft continued. "My client, Mr. Robert, has terminated my services. He believes the story. They all do." He paused, letting the implication hang in the damp air. "But a piece of advice, from one professional to another. When you build a perfect lie, you have to maintain it forever. You have to live it. Every breath, every glance, one slip, and the whole beautiful, terrible structure can come down." He tipped his hat, a gesture devoid of respect. "Good day, Mr. Blackwood. I doubt our paths will cross again." Jared watched the sedan disappear down the long, winding drive. The encounter had not been a threat, not exactly. It was an acknowledgement. Croft knew. He knew, and he was walking away. Not out of defeat, but out of a professional's appreciation for a masterful, if monstrous, piece of work. He was leaving Jared to his gilded cage. When he returned to the house, Helen was waiting in the grand foyer. She took one look at his face and her own tightened. "What is it?" Croft was here. Alice. He saw a flicker of something in her eyes. Not fear, but a fierce, predatory alertness. "And, knows, He didn't say it, but he knows. Helen's lips tightened into a thin, bloodless line. It doesn't matter. He has no proof, and no one left to sell it to. He is a ghost. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper that was for him alone. Here is the past. This, she said, her gesture taking in the vaulted ceiling, the portraits, the very stones of Blackwater. This is your present, your future. Never look back. There is nothing for you there. She was right. There was no going back. Jared, the man he had been, was a ghost, a fading photograph. Alonzo Blackwood was the reality. A reality built on a lie that was stronger than any truth. He nodded, and the last vestige of his old self seemed to dissolve in that simple, acquiescent gesture. That night, he slept deeply, dreamlessly. The ticking from the walls was not a disturbance, but a lullaby. The sound of the house's great, steady heart beating in time with his own. He was home. The next day, a change came over Helen. The victory was complete, but it seemed to have left her restless. She began to spend hours in the long gallery, not looking at the portraits, but standing at the windows, watching the horizon as if expecting a ship. The control she exerted over the household, once so precise and effortless, became tighter, more obsessive. She questioned Mrs. Gable about the dust on a specific mantelpiece. She rearranged the books in the library, claiming the old system was inefficient. Jared understood. She had won her prize, and now she was terrified of losing it. Her entire world was now predicated on the performance of the man she had created. He saw the way her eyes followed him during dinner, searching for a crack, a flaw in the facade she had so meticulously built. He gave her none. He was Alonzo, through and through. It was during one of these silent, tense meals that a courier arrived with a package for Jack. It was a small, flat rectangle, wrapped in plain brown paper. Eleanor took it from the maid and brought it to her mother. "What is it, Mother?" Helen asked, her voice sharp with a curiosity that bordered on suspicion. Jackie's frail fingers tore the paper away. It was a photograph in a simple frame. She stared at it for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, a small, sad smile touched her lips. "It's from an old friend," she said softly. "A summer party. Look, Alonzo, you were just a boy." She handed the photograph to Jared. The image was faded, a group of people in old-fashioned summer clothes standing on the lawn. In the foreground was a young Jackie, laughing, her arm around a man he didn't recognize. And then there, slightly blurred as if he'd been moving, was a boy of about 10. He had dark, unruly hair and a gap-toothed grin. It was the real Alonzo. A coldness seeped into Jared's veins. He felt Helen's gaze burning into the side of his face. He could feel the wrongness of his own features, the subtle differences that no one else saw, but that screamed at him from this captured moment of a lost boy's life. "You are always such a wild thing," Jackie murmured, her eyes misty. "So full of life." Jared forced a smile, a perfect replica of the one he used when discussing the trust. "I was," he said, his voice a warm, fond murmur. He handed the photograph back to her. "A lifetime ago." He looked across the table at Helen. Her face was a mask of calm, but her knuckles were white where she gripped her fork. The photograph was a tiny, insignificant thing, a fragment of a past that was supposed to be dead and buried. But in this house, the past was never truly gone. It was in the walls, in the portraits, and now in a simple silver frame on the dining table. It was a reminder that beneath the performance, the real boy was still there, frozen in time, a ghost that could never be fully exorcised. And Jared knew, with a certainty that chilled him to his core, that Helen would never, ever allow such a reminder to remain. Later, as the household settled into the quiet of the evening, Jared heard the soft, determined click of Helen's heels on the marble floor. She was going to her mother's sitting room. He did not follow. He did not need to. He stood in the library, a book open and unread in his hands, and waited. He heard nothing. No raised voices. Only the faint, persistent ticking from the walls. After 20 minutes, Helen returned. She paused in the library doorway, her expression serene. "Mother is feeling a little fragile," she said, her voice smooth as glass. "The photograph upset her. It's best not to dwell on painful memories. I've put it away for safekeeping." He knew he would never see the picture again. It would be lost, or broken, or burned. The real Alonso's grinning face would be consigned to the same oblivion as the man he had once been. Helen's will was a force that smoothed over all irregularities, that sanded down the past until it was a perfect, featureless surface upon which they could build their future. He simply nodded, turning a page he hadn't read. "You're right. It's better not to look back." A flicker of satisfaction crossed her face. She had tested him, and he had passed. He had accepted the erasure without a flicker of protest. He was proving to be a more pliable instrument than even she had hoped. The next day, Jackie seemed quieter, a little more distant. The vibrant energy the new trust had given her seemed to have faded, as if the removal of the photograph had severed a vital, nourishing connection. She did not mention the picture again. When Jared took her for her walk, her hand on his arm felt lighter, more tentative. She was holding on to the idea of him now, not the memory. That night, the ticking was louder than ever. It was no longer just in the walls. It seemed to emanate from the very foundations, a mechanical heartbeat that thrummed through the floorboards and up through the legs of his bed. He did not try to sleep. He rose and walked through the dark, silent house, a lord surveying his domain. He found himself outside Helen's study. A sliver of light showed beneath the door. He heard the soft, efficient scratch of a pen. She was always working, always planning, securing their world one calculated move at a time. He did not knock. He turned away and continued his walk, his shadow stretching long and distorted ahead of him in the moonlight, streaming through the tall windows. He was not Jared. He was not quite Alonso. He was something new. A creature born of the house's deep silence and Helen's ruthless ambition. The wrongness was not just in his marrow anymore. It had filled him up completely, and in its place was a profound and unshakable calm. He had become the perfect heir. He had become the lie, and in doing so, he had finally become real. He stood there for a long time, listening to the sound of his own breathing sync with the hidden clockwork of the house. Then he went to the kitchen, drawn by a thirst he couldn't name. The room was vast and dark, the copper pans gleaming like dull coins in the moonlight. As he poured a glass of water, he saw a movement in the shadows near the pantry. He froze, the glass halfway to his lips. Mrs. Gable stepped into the pale light. She was in her night dress and robe, her hair in a long white braid over her shoulder. She didn't look surprised to see him. "Couldn't sleep, sir?" she asked, her voice the same dry rustle as the turning of an old page. "The house is loud tonight," he replied, and it was not a lie. She nodded slowly, her old eyes fixed on him. "It has its moods. It always has. It knows when things have settled, when the balance has shifted." She took a step closer, and he caught the faint scent of lavender and dust. "I knew the moment you arrived. Not from your face, though it's a good copy. Not from your words, but from the way the house held its breath." Jared felt a cold prickle on his neck. He said nothing. "You're not the first, you know," she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "This house, it has a hunger for heirs. The true ones are never quite right for it. They fight its nature. But a chosen one, a made one." She looked around the dark kitchen as if it were a living beast. "You fit the space it carved out for you." He found his voice, and it was steady, Alonso's voice. "What are you saying, Mrs. Gable?" I'm saying, welcome home, Mr. Blackwood, she said, and a slow, knowing smile touched her lips. Truly, I've been waiting for the house to find its proper master again. It's been a long time. She turned and disappeared back into the darkness of the servants' corridor, her footsteps making no sound. He stood alone in the kitchen, the water forgotten. Her words should have terrified him, but they didn't. They felt like a final absolution. The house itself was complicit. It had chosen him as much as Helen had. He was not an intruder. He was a successor. The next morning, a brilliant, clear day, he announced at breakfast that he would be taking a trip to London. Helen's head snapped up, her eyes instantly wary. "What for?" she asked, her tone carefully neutral. "Business," he said, meeting her gaze evenly. "My business. There are things I need to learn that can't be learned from these ledgers. It's time I had my own contacts, my own understanding of the world beyond the headlands." A silence fell over the table. Jackie looked confused. Eleanor watched with keen interest. Helen's face was a perfect, unreadable mask, but he could see the calculation whirring behind her eyes. She was weighing the risk of his independence against the value of a more credible, knowledgeable Alonso. Finally, she gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Of course," she said. "A wise decision. A week should be sufficient." "2," he countered gently, spreading marmalade on his toast. "I'll be back before the autumn gales." He held her gaze until she looked away, a subtle, almost imperceptible concession. He had made a decision without her. He had asserted his will, and the world had not ended. The house had not crumbled. He was no longer just her creature. He was its. And as he looked out at the sunlit sea, he felt the truth of it in his bones. The cage door was open, but he no longer had any desire to fly. He was exactly where he belonged. The London air was a shock to his system, thick with coal smoke and the press of humanity. For the first day, he walked the streets in a daze, the quiet rhythms of Blackwater a distant memory. He kept expecting to feel a tug, the pull of his old life, the ghost of Jared reaching for him from a crowded pub or a busy crossing. But there was nothing. He was a stranger here, more of a stranger than he had ever been in the gilded halls of the estate. He did not spend his days in idleness. He met with bankers, men whose names he had only seen printed in the financial sections Helen left lying around. He sat in leather-clad offices and spoke in the low, assured tones of Alonso Blackwood, and they listened. He was not there to make decisions, only to observe, to learn the language of this other world. He found, to his quiet astonishment, that he understood it. The concepts of capital and investment were not so different from managing the tenant farms and the fishing quotas. It was all a system of control and yield. On the third day, he received a message at his hotel. It was from Robert Doyle. His uncle was in town on business and requested his presence for a drink. The note was polite, but the summons was clear. He found Robert in a quiet, wood-paneled club, the air smelling of old books and older whiskey. Robert stood as he approached, his expression a complex mix of warmth and residual caution. "Alonso," he said, shaking his hand firmly, "you look well. The country air agrees with you." "It does," Jared replied, taking the offered seat. It feels like home." Robert studied him for a long moment, then signaled for drinks. "I won't lie to you," he began once the whiskey had been poured. "I had my doubts, serious doubts. Croft was convinced something was amiss." Jared took a slow sip, letting the smoky liquid burn its way down his throat. "He said nothing, but seeing you now," Robert continued, shaking his head slightly. "Hearing you, Helen was right. I was looking for a ghost, and you are very much a man, a different man than the boy who left, but a Blackwood through and through. The estate is in your blood, it seems." He raised his glass. "To your health, and to the future of Blackwater." They drank. The moment was a formal surrender, more meaningful than any legal document. Robert had laid his suspicions to rest. The last external threat was neutralized. Later, alone in his hotel room, Jared stood by the window, looking down at the ceaseless flow of traffic. The ticking was gone here, replaced by the blare of horns and the murmur of the city. He felt its absence like a missing limb. He realized, with a jolt, that he missed it. He missed the weight of the stone walls, the salt smell of the sea, the watchful, possessive presence of the house itself. He cut his trip short by 3 days. He gave no reason, simply sent a telegram announcing his return. When the car pulled up the long drive, Helen was waiting on the steps, just as she had been on his first day. Her posture was rigid, her face a careful blank, but he saw the faint tremor in her hands before she clasped them together. He stepped out of the car and looked up at the great, gray facade of Blackwater. The windows seemed like eyes watching his return. He felt a profound sense of settling, as if a dislocated part of him had clicked back into place. "You're early," Helen said, her voice tight. "I accomplished what I needed to," he replied, walking past her into the cool, dim foyer. He breathed in the familiar scent of beeswax and old stone. The ticking was there, a soft, welcoming pulse in the walls. He turned to face her. "It's good to be home." And for the first time, he saw something in her eyes other than calculation or control. He saw a flicker of genuine relief and something closer to respect. She had sent a puppet to London, and a man had returned. The balance had shifted, irrevocably. That night, he slept without dreaming. The house was silent around him, its great heart beating in the dark. A sound he now knew was the rhythm of his own soul. He was no longer holding the tiger by the tail. He had climbed onto its back, and he was riding it into the dark, certain future. The following week, a storm rolled in from the sea, lashing the windows with rain and sealing the house in a cocoon of wind and water. It was during this isolation that Jackie took a turn for the worse. The doctor came and went, his prognosis a quiet murmur of inevitability to Helen in the hallway. Jared sat by the old woman's bedside, holding her thin, cool hand. Her eyes, clouded with morphine and memory, focused on him. "You look so like your father," she whispered, her voice a thread of sound. He had that same stillness, that same strength. He did not correct her. He simply smoothed the hair back from her damp forehead. "Rest, mother," he said, and the word felt less like a lie and more like a title he had earned. She died just before dawn, with the storm still raging outside. Her passing was quiet, a final, soft exhalation. Jared felt a peculiar emptiness, not of grief for a woman he had never truly known, but for the role she had played. She had been his most important audience, and now the curtain had fallen. Helen's grief was a sharp, efficient thing. She oversaw the funeral arrangements with a brisk, unsentimental competence. The service was held in the family chapel on the grounds, a small, cold affair with only the household and a distant, elderly cousin in attendance. As the vicar spoke of eternal rest, Jared's eyes met Helen's across the coffin. There was no shared sorrow in her gaze, only a fierce, unblinking assessment. The last link to the old Alonso was gone. The performance was now entirely for the outside world and for each other. In the days that followed, a new silence descended upon Blackwater, deeper and more profound than before. Eleanor, always quiet, seemed to retreat further into the background, a pale shadow in the long halls. It was Mrs. Gable who now seemed to be the true keeper of the house's spirit, her movements silent and sure, her knowing glances a constant, quiet commentary. A month after the funeral, a letter arrived from the firm of solicitors. With Jackie's passing, a number of minor, personal bequests had been activated. Most were trivial, a piece of jewelry for Eleanor, a small annuity for a loyal servant. But one clause was specific. It bequeathed to her son, Alonso, a small locked rosewood box that had been in her private sitting room. She had, the letter stated, always intended for him to have it. Helen brought him the box, her expression carefully neutral. "I had no idea she kept this," she said, placing it on the desk in his study. The key was with her personal effects. The box was intricately carved, its surface smooth with age. Jared dismissed her with a nod, and when he was alone, he fitted the small, tarnished key into the lock. The lid opened with a soft sigh. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was not a piece of jewelry or a stack of old letters. It was the photograph, the one of the summer party, of the real, grinning Alonso. Jackie had saved it from Helen's purge. Tucked beside it was a single folded sheet of paper. He opened it. The handwriting was frail, the ink faded. "My dearest boy, whoever you are," it began. "A mother knows her son. I knew from the first day you came home that you were not the wild child I lost. But you are kind, and you are here. And in my loneliness, that was a blessing I could not refuse. Forgive an old woman her selfishness. Keep this picture, remember him as I do, and be happy in this place. It needs a strong heart." He read the words again and again until they blurred before his eyes. She had known. All along, she had known. Her love, her acceptance, had not been for a returned son, but for the stranger who had offered her comfort in her final years. It was not Alonso she had welcomed home, but him, Jared. He did not destroy the letter or the photograph. He placed them back in the box and locked it, hiding it in a compartment beneath the floorboards that he had discovered during his nocturnal wanderings. It was his secret now, a truth that existed alongside the greater lie. He was not Alonso Blackwood. He was not Jared. He was the man the house had chosen. The man an old woman had blessed with a final, poignant act of grace. And as he looked out at the calm gray sea, he knew that this, at last, was the most powerful truth of all. He felt no urge to run, no surge of panic. The knowledge settled over him like a mantle. He was the curator of his own myth now, and Jackie's final gift was not a threat, but a tool. It was a reminder of the boy who had been, a ghost he could honor in the quiet of his study, even as he walked through the world in his stolen skin. He found Helen in the conservatory, tending to her orchids with a surgeon's precision. She did not look up as he entered. "The solicitors have settled everything," he stated, his voice echoing faintly in the glass-walled room. "Good," she replied, snipping a dead leaf from a stem. "It's all as it should be." "Is it?" he asked, the question hanging in the humid air. Her hands stilled for a fraction of a second. Then she turned, her gaze cool and appraising. "Of course, the estate is secure. The future is clear. The future is what we make it," he said. "Together." He saw her absorb this, the subtle shift in language from follower to partner. A slow, measured smile touched her lips, one of genuine approval. "Yes," she said. "Together." That evening he gave Mrs. Gable a new set of instructions. The West Wing, long closed off and shrouded in dust sheets, was to be opened and aired. He had decided to take a more active role in the management of the estate, and he required a proper office, a space of his own. He did not consult Helen. He informed her. She accepted this with a quiet nod, the same way she accepted the turning of the seasons. Her project was complete. He was no longer a project at all. The workmen came, and for days the house was filled with the sounds of scraping and cleaning, the smells of fresh paint and lemon oil. Jared oversaw it all, directing the placement of a massive oak desk, the hanging of new curtains. He chose a painting for the wall behind the desk, a dark, tumultuous seascape that mirrored the view from the window. On the day the room was finished, he stood in the center of it, the afternoon light slanting across the polished floor. The room was a perfect blend of old and new, of tradition and his own emerging authority. It was no longer Alonso's house, or Helen's. It was his. He heard a step at the door and turned. Eleanor stood there, her hands clasped. She had barely spoken to him since her mother's death. "It's a fine room," she said, her voice soft. "Thank you, Eleanor." She hesitated and took a tentative step inside. Mother would have been pleased. She always said this wing had the best light. She looked at him, and for the first time, there was no fear in her eyes, only a quiet curiosity. "You're different than I thought you would be." He smiled, a real uncalculated smile. "So are you." She returned the smile, a shy, fleeting thing, then retreated as quietly as she had come, another thread woven into the tapestry of his new life. That night, he sat at his new desk. The house was profoundly still. The only sound the steady, comforting rhythm of the grandfather clock in the corner. A piece he had moved from the library. He unlocked a drawer and took out the rosewood box. He did not open it. He simply rested his hand on its lid, feeling the smooth, cool wood beneath his palm. He held the past and the future in perfect, precarious balance. Outside, the sea was a sheet of black glass under a sky full of stars. He was home. Story 6. The wind came down from the mountain and whispered through the pines that crowded the two-lane blacktop, a sound like a distant ocean. It carried the scent of cold stone and coming rain, and it stirred the neon sign that buzzed and flickered outside the motel. The sign said vacancy, the letters a weak, electric blue in the gathering dusk. The wind pushed at the door of room 7, finding a hairline gap between the warped wood and the frame, and it made a low, mournful sound, a note that was barely there, like a breath held too long. Inside, May listened to that sound. She sat on the edge of the bed, her hands clasped between her knees, a $20 bill folded and refolded into a tight, damp square in her palm. The room was a capsule of stale cigarette smoke and pine-scented disinfectant that failed to mask the smell of mildew. The floral wallpaper was peeling at the seams, and the lamp on the nightstand cast a jaundiced light that made everything look sick. She had been here for 3 days. It felt like 3 years. The money in her backpack, a thick, guilty brick of cash, felt like it was generating its own heat, its own malevolent energy. It was not her money. It was his money, and he would be looking for it, for her. She had chosen this place, the Whispering Pines Motel, for its anonymity, for the way it seemed to be dissolving back into the forest. There were only 12 rooms arranged in a single low-slung L shape, and she had seen only one other car, an old station wagon, parked outside of room 3. The man who ran the place, Hunter, was a ghost of a person. He was tall and thin, with shoulders that sloped as if under a great, invisible weight. His hair was the color of dust, and his eyes, a pale, watery blue, never seemed to focus directly on her. He spoke in a soft, hesitant murmur, his sentences often trailing off into nothing. He had given her the key to room 7, his fingers brushing against hers for a fleeting cold instant, and he had not asked for a credit card, only cash in advance. She paid for a week. Each day followed the same pattern, a rhythm that was slowly sanding down her nerves. She would wake to the sound of a truck grinding its gears on the highway. She would eat a protein bar from her dwindling supply. She would watch the trees, their branches moving in that constant sighing wind. In the afternoon, she would see Hunter, always at a distance, raking the same patch of gravel by the office, or standing perfectly still, staring up at the mountain. He moved with a strange, deliberate slowness, as if he were underwater. Sometimes she saw an older woman, his mother Hannah he had called her, standing in the doorway of their private quarters attached to the office. She was a solid, imposing figure, her hair a shock of white, her posture rigid. She never waved, never smiled. She just watched. On the 4th day, the rain began. It started as a mist, then became a steady, insistent drumming on the motel's roof. The world outside the window dissolved into shades of gray and green. The monotony was a cage. The note, the one she had left for Dallas, was always folded the same way in her mind. A sharp, accusatory crease. "I'm sorry. I can't. Don't look for me." She had thought it was freedom. Now it felt like a sentence. That evening, the lock on her door stuck. She jiggled the key, a heavy, old-fashioned brass thing, but it wouldn't turn. A prickle of panic, cold and sharp, went down her spine. She was trapped out here in the rain. She pulled her hood up and hurried to the office. The bell above the door chimed a thin, discordant note. Hunter was behind the counter, polishing a glass ashtray with a cloth. The room was overheated, smelling of cooked meat and lemon polish. A small television on a shelf showed a game show, the volume turned down to a murmur. "My lock," May said, her voice too loud in the quiet room. "It's stuck. I can't get in." Hunter looked up, his gaze drifting past her shoulder to the rainy window. "It's the damp," he murmured. "The wood swells. Can you fix it?" He nodded slowly, as if considering a profound philosophical question. He placed the ashtray down with precise care. "I'll get the tools." He disappeared through a door behind the counter. May stood, shivering, her wet jacket clinging to her arms. She could feel a draft, cold and focused, coming from somewhere in the room. She looked around. There was a door, painted the same drab green as the wall, that she hadn't noticed before. It was slightly ajar. The draft was coming from there. Through the crack, she saw not a room, but descending stairs, dark and narrow. A basement. From the darkness, a faint metallic scent drifted up, like wet iron, like old coins. Hunter returned, a ring of keys and a can of lubricating oil in his hand. He saw her looking at the door and, with a swiftness that startled her, he pushed it shut. The click of the latch was final. "This way," he said, his voice still soft. But now there was a new tension in it. He followed her back to room 7. The rain had soaked through her shoes. He worked on the lock for a minute, spraying the mechanism, working the key back and forth until it turned smoothly. "There," he said, handing her the key. His fingers were long and pale, the nails clean and neatly trimmed. "Thank you," May said. He didn't move. He stood looking at her, the rain plastering his thin hair to his forehead. His eyes, for the first time, seemed to truly see her. "You shouldn't be out here alone," he said. The words were not menacing, but strangely mournful. "This mountain, it has a way of keeping things, of not letting go." Then he turned and walked back through the rain, his silhouette swallowed by the gloom. May went inside and locked the door. She leaned against it, her heart hammering. "It has a way of keeping things." The words echoed in the silent room. She looked at her backpack, at the lump of stolen money. For the first time, the money felt like the least dangerous thing in this place. 2 days later, she was gone. The call came to Marina on a Tuesday morning. Dallas' voice was frayed with a panic he was trying hard to control. "She's gone. Really gone, Marina. She left a note. She took something from her boss. A lot of money. He's not a nice guy." Marina was in her apartment, surrounded by the artifacts of her orderly life as a paralegal. The neat stacks of files, the precise schedule on her computer. May was the chaos to her order, the splash of color on her gray canvas. Where did she go? I don't know. She used her credit card once at a gas station off the interstate up in the mountains. Then nothing. The guy she stole from, he hired a private detective, a man named Gary. He's already looking. Marina packed a bag within the hour. She drove north, the city skyline shrinking in her rearview mirror, replaced by the looming, ancient shapes of the mountains. The air grew colder, thinner. She met Dallas at a diner near the gas station where May's trail had gone cold. He looked older, the lines around his eyes deeper. Gary, the private detective, was there too. He was a compact man in his 50s, with a weary face and eyes that missed nothing. "She bought enough gas to get her about 100 more miles," Gary said, stirring his coffee. "There's nothing else. No hotel bookings, no ATM withdrawals. It's like she vanished into the trees. Or someone made her vanish," Dallas said, his voice tight. Gary nodded. "That's always a possibility. We'll start driving. Look for places she might have stopped. Motels, campgrounds." They drove in separate cars, a slow, methodical patrol of the winding roads. The landscape was beautiful and forbidding. The pines stood like silent sentinels, their shadows long and deep. Marina felt a profound unease, a sense that the mountain was watching them, that it knew something they did not. It was Marina who saw the sign, the buzzing, flickering vacancy sign of the Whispering Pines Motel. It was the kind of place May would have chosen, cheap, anonymous off the grid. She pulled into the gravel lot. Dallas and Gary pulled in behind her. The man who emerged from the office was Hunter. He watched them approach, his hands hanging limp at his sides. "We're looking for someone," Marina said, pulling out a photograph of May. "My sister. She might have stayed here about a week ago." Hunter took the photograph. His pale eyes scanned it. He held it for a beat too long, his expression unreadable. Then he shook his head. "No, I'm sorry. I haven't seen her." His voice was a soft, monotone murmur. It was utterly convincing. But Marina saw it. A tiny, almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of his eye. A flicker of something behind the placid blue. "Are you sure?" Dallas pressed. "Look again. She has a small tattoo of a bird on her wrist." Hunter didn't look at the photo again. He handed it back. "I'm sure. We don't get many guests. I would remember." From the doorway of the attached living quarters, the older woman, Hannah, appeared. She stood with her arms crossed, her gaze like chips of flint. "Is there a problem?" Her voice was dry and sharp, like stones grinding together. "We're just asking about my sister," Marina said. "He said he hasn't seen her," Hannah stated. It was not a reply. It was a dismissal. "You're disturbing our peace." They retreated to the cars, the feeling of failure heavy in the air. "He was lying," Marina said quietly. Gary nodded, his eyes on the motel. "Yeah, he was. The question is..." They decided to stay in town at a chain hotel 20 miles down the road. Gary would do what he did best, dig. He would look into the property records, the owners, Hunter, and Hannah Croft. The next day, Gary didn't answer his phone. By evening, Marina and Dallas drove to his motel. His room was unlocked, his suitcase open on the bed, his shaving kit still in the bathroom. His car was gone. The manager said he had checked out early that morning, but he hadn't. Gary wouldn't have left without telling them. A cold dread settled in Marina's stomach. The mountain was keeping things. That night she drove back to the Whispering Pines alone. The wind was up again, howling now, a wild thing in the pines. The motel was dark, except for a single light in the office. She parked her car down the road and approached on foot, the gravel crunching softly under her shoes. She moved around the side of the L-shaped building, toward room 7. The room where she was now certain May had stayed. The window was locked. Using a credit card, she managed to jimmy the flimsy latch on the old wooden frame and slid the window up. The room inside was sterile, cleaned of any trace of her sister. But May had always been clever. In a crack between the floorboards, tucked deep near the wall, Marina's probing fingers found it. A single silver earring, shaped like a feather. It was May's. She never went anywhere without them. Her proof, her confirmation. As she crouched there, the wind carried a sound to her. It was a low, rhythmic scraping, a shovel biting into earth. She slipped back out the window and followed the sound, keeping to the shadows. It led her to the back of the motel, to a small, overgrown clearing, and there was Hunter, his figure illuminated by a single battery-powered lantern set on the ground. He was digging, not a deep hole, but a wide, shallow trench. He worked with a frantic, desperate energy, his breath pluming in the cold air. He wasn't burying something. He was looking for something. Marina crept closer, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. She hid behind the thick trunk of a pine, the bark rough against her cheek. She watched as Hunter's shovel hit something with a dull, wooden thud. He dropped to his knees, scrabbling in the dirt with his hands. He pulled up a small metal box, rusted and caked with mud. He opened it. Inside, even from a distance, Marina could see the glint of more trinkets. A watch, a necklace, another earring. This was not the first time. Hunter clutched the box to his chest and began to weep, a raw, broken sound that was swallowed by the wind. Then, a new voice cut through the night. Hunter. Hannah stood at the edge of the clearing, a shotgun held loosely in the crook of her arm. She was dressed in a nightgown and a thick robe, her white hair loose around her shoulders. She looked like an avenging spirit. I told you to stop this, she said, her voice calm, almost bored. They are not for you. They are for us, to keep us safe. She was different, Mother. Hunter sobbed, still on his knees. She talked to me. She was kind. They're all the same. They come, they use this place, and they leave. They take pieces of you if you let them. We take a piece of them first. It is the balance. It is what your father taught us. Marina felt the world tilt. This was not just a kidnapping. This was a ritual, an obsession. Where is she? Marina stepped out from behind the tree. Her voice was steady, though her whole body was trembling. Hannah turned, the shotgun rising with a fluid, practiced motion. She didn't look surprised. You should not be here. Where is my sister? And the detective, Gary? Hunter looked up at Marina, his face a mask of dirt and tears. She's in the walls, he whispered. The words hung in the air, senseless and horrific. The foundation needs packing, Hannah explained, her tone chillingly matter-of-fact. To keep out the damp, to keep the structure sound. Your sister is part of the motel now. She helps it stand. The detective he will be too. He was too curious, like all the others. Marina stared, her mind refusing to process the words. Packing. The walls. The metallic smell from the basement. The draft. It wasn't a basement. It was a tomb. A workshop. Hannah took a step forward. It's a family business. We take in the lost ones. The ones no one will miss for long. We preserve them. We make them permanent. In that frozen moment, Hunter looked from his mother to Marina. He saw the earring clutched in Marina's hand, the twin to the one he had in his box. He saw the absolute, unvarnished horror on her face. And something in him, some last, frayed thread of the man he might have been, snapped. No more, he said. He stood up, still holding the metal box. Hunter, sit down, Hannah commanded, her voice losing its calm, becoming sharp and brittle. No more, he screamed, and he lunged at her. The shotgun blast was deafening, a thunderclap that shattered the night's silence. The force of it threw Hunter backward into the shallow trench he had dug. He lay still, the metal box spilling its treasures onto the dark soil. Hannah turned the shotgun on Marina, but the blast had been a signal. In the distance, down the mountain, the faint whine of sirens began to grow. Dallas, worried when Marina hadn't returned, had called the state police. Hannah heard them too. She lowered the shotgun. She looked at Marina, and for a single, unguarded moment, Marina saw not a monster, but a tired old woman, the keeper of a terrible, lonely faith. "The mountain keeps its own," Hannah said softly. Then she turned and walked back toward the motel, disappearing into the dark. The police found Gary's car abandoned in a ravine 5 miles away. They found Hunter, alive but catatonic, in a hospital bed. He would never speak again. They tore the Whispering Pines motel apart. Behind the walls of the basement, packed in lime and soil, they found the remains. Not just May, not just Gary, but others. 6 others, going back 2 decades. Lost girls, lonely travelers, all made part of the foundation. Hannah Croft was sentenced to life in a secure psychiatric facility. She never expressed a flicker of remorse. To her, it had always been a sacred duty. Marina and Dallas tried to piece their lives back together, but the truth was a stain that would not wash out. They had found May, but they had lost her all over again, in a way far more terrible than they could have ever imagined. A year later, Marina was driving through the mountains on her way to a new job in a new city. She found herself on the old blacktop, the one that passed the motel. She didn't mean to, but she slowed down. The Whispering Pines motel was a ruin now, boarded up, its sign dark. The wind, the same relentless wind, whistled through the broken windows and tugged at the police tape that still fluttered from the porch rails. It was a cursed place, a scar on the landscape. But as she sat there, the engine idling, she saw something that stopped her breath. In the upstairs window of the Crofts' living quarters, a window that was supposed to be boarded shut, a single plank of wood had fallen away. And in the dark space behind the glass, for just a second, she saw a face. It was pale, indistinct, but she knew the slope of those shoulders, the dust-colored hair. Hunter died. Don't. He was supposed to be in a state institution, a ghost in a different kind of wall. But the mountain kept its own. It always had. She put the car in drive and pulled away, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. She would never come back here. She would try to forget. But in the quiet moments, in the sound of the wind at night, she would remember. And she would know that somewhere, in the deep and patient dark, the work was never truly finished. The new job was in a city that hugged a different coast, a place of salt and fog instead of pine and shadow. Marina rented a small apartment with windows that faced west, away from the mountains. She filled it with bright, cheap things and kept the lights on late into the evening. Dallas called sometimes, his voice a hollow echo of the man he had been. Their conversations were brief, stilted exchanges about the weather, about nothing. The shared horror was a wall between them, higher and more solid than any at the Whispering Pines. She tried to build a new life on the bedrock of that old orderly self, the paralegal who believed in facts and filing systems. But the facts were now monstrous, and the only file that mattered was sealed in a courthouse hundreds of miles away. She found herself staring at strangers in supermarkets, searching for a familiar curve of a cheek, a particular way of walking. She started wearing her hair down, something she never used to do, just to feel its weight on the back of her neck. A sensation that sometimes, for a fleeting second, felt like May standing behind her. The wind was the worst. When it howled around the corners of her new apartment building, it wasn't just wind. It was a voice. A low, insistent whisper that carried the cold scent of high altitudes and turned soil. It was the sound of the mountain, patient and vast, reminding her that distance was an illusion. One Tuesday, a plain manila envelope arrived in her mailbox. There was no return address, only her name and apartment number typed neatly on the label. Inside, she found a single black and white photograph. It was a picture of the Whispering Pines motel, taken from the road. It was recent. She could tell from the boarded windows and the faded police tape. And in the lower left corner of the frame, standing near the office door, was a figure. The image was grainy, the figure a little more than a smudge of light and shadow, but the posture was unmistakably Hunter's. He was looking directly at the camera. On the back of the photograph, in a small, precise handwriting she did not recognize, were 4 words. "He is waiting inside." Marina dropped the photograph as if it had burned her. Her heart hammered against her ribs. A frantic, caged bird. She called the state police, her words tumbling over each other. The officer who had handled the case was polite, patient. He assured her that Hunter Croft was a permanent resident of the Blackwood State Psychiatric Facility. He had been checked on that very morning. He was sedated, nonverbal, and under 24-hour watch. The motel was scheduled for demolition in the spring. It was just a prank, he said. Probably a morbid souvenir hunter. She should try to put it out of her mind. She hung up, but the words echoed. Put it out of your mind. As if her mind were a room she could simply tidy. The photograph lay on her kitchen table, a stark, gray accusation. Who had taken it? Who had sent it? Hannah had no allies, no family. The motel had been a secret, self-contained world. That night, the wind picked up again. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the photograph burning a hole in her thoughts. She thought of Hunter's whispered confession. She's in the walls. She thought of the small metallic box he had unearthed, filled with the glittering, stolen identities of the lost. A piece of them taken first. A new, more terrible thought began to form, one that had been seeded the moment she saw his face in the window. What if they were wrong? What if the remains in the walls were not the whole story? What if the taking was not just about the body, but about the spirit, the memory, the very essence of a person? What if the mountain's keeping was a different kind of preservation? The wind rattled her window pane, and for a moment, it coalesced into a sound she knew. It was the faint, melodic hum of her sister, absent-mindedly tuning a guitar. The sound was so clear, so real, that Marina sat bolt upright, her breath caught in her throat. It was just the wind. It had to be just the wind. But as she sat there in the dark, shivering, she knew with a cold and absolute certainty that the work was never finished because the hunger was never satisfied. The motel was just a vessel. The real structure, the one that needed constant packing and maintenance, was far older and ran far deeper. And Hunter, whether he was in a hospital bed or standing in a ruined lobby, was just a caretaker. A new one would be chosen. The mountain was always hiring. The next morning, she called in sick to her new job. The act felt like a betrayal of the future she was trying to build, but the past had sent her a certified letter, and she could no longer ignore it. She drove to the local library, found a secluded computer terminal, and began to search. She started with property records, not for the motel, but for the land itself. The Croft family name went back a long way, a gnarled root in the mountain's history. She found old survey maps, land grants from a century prior. The plot where the motel stood had a name on these ancient documents. Not Croft, but something older, something with harsh, guttural consonants. It was listed as a holding, a family trust. Her fingers, cold and clumsy on the keyboard, traced the lineage. The trust had been passed down through the maternal line for generations. Hannah was not the originator. She was merely the latest custodian. The purpose of the trust was cryptically noted in a scanned handwritten ledger from 1923 for the maintenance of the gate. A gate. The words stood out, stark and alien. A gate to what? She thought of the foundation, the packing, the bodies in the walls. Not a foundation for a building, but a foundation for something else. A seal? A lock? Her research became a frantic, obsessive dive. She combed through digitized local newspapers searching for folklore, for old stories. She found snippets in forgotten columns, tales of a hungry mountain, of settlers who vanished, of a peculiar silence that would fall over certain valleys. The indigenous peoples of the region, she read, had avoided the entire area, calling it the stillness or the breathing stone. They believed it was a place where the veil between worlds was thin, a place that required offerings to remain closed. Offerings. Marina leaned back in the hard plastic chair, the blood draining from her face. It wasn't about madness, not entirely. It was a perverted, horrifying form of stewardship. Hannah wasn't a serial killer. She was a priestess, and Hunter was her failed acolyte. The photograph on her table was not a threat. It was an invitation, or a warning. She knew what she had to do. She couldn't live with the whispering wind, with the ghost of her sister's hum in the night. She couldn't live with the knowledge that this terrible engine of consumption was still ticking, waiting for its next keeper, its next meal. She packed a bag with a cold, determined focus. A flashlight, a knife, a crowbar. She didn't tell Dallas. He had escaped as much as anyone could, and she would not pull him back into the dark. This was her burden, her inheritance from May. The drive back to the mountains was a somber, silent pilgrimage. The familiar peaks rose to greet her, their beauty now a mask for the rot within. She bypassed the town, taking the winding blacktop directly to the motel. The late afternoon sun cast long, distorted shadows from the skeletal pines, making the ruins seem to twitch and writhe. She parked in the same spot down the road. The air was still and cold. The police tape was mostly gone, shredded by the elements. The front door of the office was boarded, but she went around back, to the window of room 7. It was still unlatched. The room was colder than the outside air. A deep, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light cutting through the boarded windows. She ignored the main room and went straight to the closet. She remembered the draft, the metallic smell. The entrance to the basement wasn't in the office. It was here, hidden under a worn, filthy rug. She pulled the rug back. A trapdoor, reinforced with steel, lay flush with the floorboards. It was locked with a heavy, modern padlock. This was new. The police must have installed it after their investigation. She took the crowbar from her bag. The sound of the metal screeching against the steel lock was obscenely loud in the silence. With a final, wrenching crack, the lock gave way. She pulled the door open. A wave of frigid, damp air washed over her, carrying that same faint, coppery scent. The stairs leading down were rough-hewn stone, worn smooth in the centers. She clicked on her flashlight and descended. The basement was larger than she had imagined, a low-ceilinged cavern that seemed to extend under the entire motel. The walls were the raw earth of the mountain, shored up in places by timber and concrete. And in these walls, she saw the patches, dozens of them, of different sizes and ages, where the earth had been dug out and then repacked with a different, darker material. Some were old and hard as rock. Others looked disturbingly fresh. This was the packing. This was the seal. At the far end of the cavern, the wall was different. It was a single, massive slab of dark veined stone that seemed utterly out of place. It was smoothed as if by water or countless hands, and carved into its surface were symbols that matched the ones she had seen on the old land grant documents. This was the gate, and sitting on the ground, leaning against the stone, was Hunter. He was emaciated, his clothes hanging off his frame. His hair was long and matted, but his eyes, those pale blue eyes, were clear and focused on her. He held up a hand, not in a threat, but in a weary gesture of acknowledgement. "They let me come back," he whispered, his voice raspy from disuse. "The doctors, they said I was cured, but this is the only cure. To be here, to tend to it." "Where is he?" Marina asked, her voice trembling. "The man who sent the photograph." Hunter gave a slow, sad smile. "There is no he. There is only it. The mountain speaks. It finds a way. A whisper on the wind, a thought in a dream. It told me you would come. It's hungry again. My mother. She was strong. She held it closed for a long time. I am not strong. He looked at the stone behind him with a mixture of reverence and terror. It needs a new keeper, Marina. A Croft. The line. It ends with me. It chose you when you came looking. It tasted your determination, your love. That is the strongest packing of all. Marina took a step back, raising the crowbar. I'm not here to be your replacement. You already are, he said softly. You are here, aren't you? You came back. It always knows who will come back. He closed his eyes and rested his head against the cold stone. It's starting to open. Can't you feel it? And then she did. A subtle pressure change in the air. A deep, sub-audible hum that vibrated in her teeth. The shadows at the edges of her flashlight beam seemed to thicken and pulse. From one of the older, repacked sections of the wall, a fine trickle of dark soil began to sift onto the floor. Hunter began to chant, a low, monotonous stream of words in a language she did not recognize. The hum grew louder. The ground beneath her feet trembled. Marina stood frozen, the crowbar heavy in her hand. She had come to destroy this place, to end it. But Hunter was right. She was here. The mountain had called, and she had answered. The work was never finished, and now the tools were in her hands. The only question was whether she would use them to maintain the seal, or to finally break it open. The choice was not a thought, but an instinct, a raw nerve screaming in the silence. She would not be a keeper. She would be an end. Marina lunged forward, not at Hunter, but at the wall beside the great stone slab. She drove the crowbar into one of the fresher patches of packed earth. It was not soil, but a dense clay-like mixture, dark and cold. It gave way with a wet, sucking sound. She tore at it, clawing with her hands, heaving shovelfuls of the foul material into the floor. She was not building a foundation. She was digging a grave. Hunter's chanting faltered. He watched her, his eyes wide with a terror that was not for himself. No, he croaked. You don't understand. You'll let it out. There's nothing in there, she screamed, her voice cracking. It's just a story you tell yourselves to make the murder mean something. She swung the crowbar again, hitting something solid. A bone, long and slender. A femur. She ignored it, working faster. A frantic, desperate energy fueling her. The hum in the air intensified, becoming a physical pressure against her eardrums. The shadows in the cavern deepened, coalescing into shapes that writhed at the edge of vision. Hunter pushed himself to his feet, his body trembling. It's not a story, he whispered, his voice filled with a dreadful certainty. He pointed a shaking finger at the stone slab. Look, knee. A hairline crack had appeared in the center of the veined rock. It was thin as a thread, but from it seeped not light, but a profound, absolute blackness that seemed to drink the beam of her flashlight. The air grew colder still, and the coppery scent was now overwhelmed by the smell of ozone and deep, ancient stone. Marina stared, the crowbar hanging limp in her hand. The rational part of her mind, the paralegal, insisted it was a geological shift, a trick of the light. But the part of her that had heard May's hum in the wind knew better. This was real. The gate was not a metaphor. Hunter stumbled toward her, his hand outstretched. You have to pack it. You have to help me. We need new material. Strong material. His eyes were pleading, but also hungry. He was looking at her not as a person, but as an ingredient. The realization broke her paralysis. This was the choice. Not between maintaining or destroying, but between being a victim or a participant. She would be neither. She turned from the cracking stone and ran for the stairs. Hunter let out a wail of despair behind her. The cavern groaned, and the trickle of soil from the walls became a shower. The hum was a roar now, a sound that felt like it was peeling the layers of reality back. She scrambled up the stone steps, her heart pounding in her throat. She could hear Hunter scrambling after her, his breath ragged. She burst out of the closet into room 7 and slammed the trapdoor shut. There was no lock. He would be right behind her. She didn't stop. She ran out of the room into the fading twilight and toward her car. As she fumbled for her keys, she looked back at the motel. The entire structure seemed to be shuddering. The boarded windows rattled in their frames, and a deep, grinding noise emanated from the earth itself. She saw Hunter emerge from the room, standing on the cracked walkway. He wasn't looking at her. He was staring up at the mountain, his arms spread wide, as if in welcome or surrender. Marina got in the car, started the engine, and sped away. She didn't look in the rearview mirror until she was miles down the road. When she finally dared a glance, she saw only the dark, silent outline of the mountain against the starry sky. It looked the same as it always had, but it wasn't. She knew it wasn't. She had not ended the work. She had simply walked away from her shift. The gate was still there, and it was opening. The mountain was still hungry, and now it was hunting for a new, more willing keeper. And the wind that whistled past her car window carried a new sound now. A low, hungry keen that had not been there before. The keen became a constant companion on the long drive south. It was there in the hiss of the tires on the asphalt, in the static between radio stations. It was the sound of the seals training, a sound only she could hear. She knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that she had not escaped. She had simply transferred the venue. Her apartment felt different when she returned. The air was stale, thick. The whisper of the central heating was a mockery of the mountain's voice. She threw the photograph and the crowbar into a dumpster behind the building, a futile attempt to purge the evidence. But the real evidence was inside her. She tried to go back to work, to the comfortable fiction of her old life. But the words in the legal briefs swam before her eyes, their meaning erased by the memory of symbols carved in stone. Her colleague's chatter was a distant, irrelevant noise. She was listening for something else. A week after her return, she found the first one. A single dark pine needle on her welcome mat inside the locked hallway of her apartment building. There were no pine trees for blocks. Then the dreams started. Not of May, but of the cavern. In the dreams, she was the one packing the walls, not with soil and bone, but with memories. She was pressing the sound of May's laughter into the cold earth, stuffing the image of her smile into a fissure. It was her love, her grief, that was being used as mortar. She stopped sleeping. She stopped eating. She was a vessel filling with a silent, screaming knowledge. The final break came on a Thursday. She was in a supermarket, staring at a wall of soup cans, their orderly rows suddenly reminiscent of the packed earth in the basement. The fluorescent lights flickered, and for a second they were not lights at all, but the weak beam of her flashlight on that veined, cracking stone. The hum was back, a vibration in her fillings. A woman bumped her cart into Marina's and apologized. Her voice was a dry rustle, like falling leaves. Marina left her full cart in the aisle and walked out. She drove to the city's largest library, a grand old building with vaulted ceilings. She didn't go to the computers. She went to the geology section, then to local history, then to folklore. She pulled down heavy old books with cracked spines and brittle pages. She was not looking for property records anymore. She was looking for a weakness. She found it in a forgotten tome of regional myths, buried in a passage about the breathing stone. The text was vague, poetic, but it spoke of a counter-ritual, a way to lull the hunger back to sleep. It required a sacrifice, not of a person, but of a story. The complete, willing offering of a life's narrative, every joy and sorrow, to fill the void. It was a story so whole, so resonant, it could temporarily sate the appetite for more. It was a fairy tale, a desperate fantasy, but it was the only tool she had left. She did not go home. She drove to the one place she had sworn never to return. She did not pack a bag. She brought only herself. The motel was a blacker silhouette against the pre-dawn sky. The air was perfectly still, the silence of physical weight. The door to room 7 was open, swinging gently on broken hinges. She walked inside. The trapdoor was open. A cold breath exhaled from the darkness below. She descended the stone stairs for the last time. The cavern was colder, the air so thick it was hard to breathe. The great stone slab was now webbed with a network of fine, black cracks. The darkness behind them pulsed like a slow, monstrous heart. Of Hunter, there was no sign. The mountain had taken its failed caretaker back. Marina walked to the center of the cavern, directly before the gate. She did not look at the packed walls with their terrible contents. She closed her eyes, and she began to speak. She started with May, not with her disappearance, but with her birth. The shock of her dark hair, the tiny, perfect grip of her fingers. She spoke of shared beds and whispered secrets, of scraped knees and birthday cakes. She poured out every memory she possessed, a flood of love and loss and mundane, beautiful detail. She gave the mountain her first day of school, her first heartbreak, the scent of her mother's perfume, the weight of her father's hand on her shoulder. She offered her own story, too, her ambitions, her fears, the quiet loneliness of her life before and after. She held nothing back. It was the story of 2 lives, intertwined, and she was offering it all. As she spoke, the pulsing darkness in the cracks seemed to slow. The deep hum softened to a murmur. The oppressive pressure in the air lessened, as if the mountain was listening, was drinking the narrative she offered. She talked until her voice was a raw scrape in her throat, until the last memory was spent. She stood empty, a shell. The cavern was silent. The cracks in the stone were still there, but the blackness behind them was inert, dormant. It was not a permanent fix. She knew that. The hunger would return. The gate would continue to strain, but she had bought time. She had given it a story to digest. Exhausted, she turned and walked up the stairs, out of the motel, and into the weak light of dawn. She did not feel peace. She felt a profound, echoing emptiness. She had sacrificed her past to the mountain. It owned her memories now. They were part of the packing. She got in her car and drove away. She would not return. The work was never finished, but her part in it was done. She had not been a keeper. She had been a storyteller, and her story had been the price. The wind was quiet now, but she knew the silence was only temporary. The mountain was always hungry, and it always remembered the taste of a good story. The quiet lasted for 3 months. She found a new apartment, a small, sterile box on the opposite side of the city. She took a job as a data entry clerk, a position that required no thought, no engagement. She was a blank page, and she intended to stay that way. The emptiness inside her was not a wound, but a defense. If she had nothing left to give, it could not take anything more. She avoided parks, forests, any place with too many trees. The sound of the wind through leaves made her hands shake. She lived on takeout and caffeine, her life reduced to a series of automatic motions. She thought she had succeeded. She had paid her debt and been released. Then a postcard arrived. It was a generic, glossy image of a mountain range at sunset, the kind sold in gas stations across the country. There was no return address, no message. Only her name and address, written in a familiar, spidery hand. Hunter's hand. She dropped it into the kitchen trash, her heart a cold, hard knot in her chest. It was a fluke, a final tremor from a closed chapter. She told herself this as she scrubbed her hands under scalding water. The next day, a small flat stone was sitting on her windshield. It was dark, veined, and smooth, worn by water or countless hands. It was a piece of the gate. She threw the stone into a river. She changed her phone number. She was a ghost, and ghosts could not be found. But the mountain did not need to find her. It had already tasted her story. It knew the shape of her silence. It began with reflections. She would catch a glimpse in a shop window of a woman who was not there, a woman with May's long, dark hair. Then in the steam on her bathroom mirror after a shower, a faint, smiling face would appear for a second before fading. It was never a threatening image, only a familiar one. A ghost woven from the memories she had given away. The hum returned, not as an external sound, but as a vibration in her blood. A constant, low-grade fever of presence. She was not being hunted. She was being remembered. One evening she broke. She was staring at a blank television screen, and in its dark glass, she saw not her own reflection, but the interior of the cavern. The stone slab was whole again, the cracks sealed with a material that glimmered faintly, a mosaic of her own stolen memories. She saw May, age 7, laughing, pressed into the earth, next to a memory of her father's wash. The gate was quiet, sated and beautifully, horribly decorated with the art of her life. She knew then that she had not bought time. She had provided a blueprint. The mountain had not consumed her story. It had learned from it. It had learned how to make more. The next knock on her door was not a delusion. It was a young couple, their faces etched with a desperate hope. They held a photograph of a missing son. They had been told, by a man in a town nestled in certain mountains, that a woman named Marina Croft might be able to help, that she understood lost things. She looked at their hopeful, broken faces, and she saw the future. A line of the grieving, winding their way to her door, drawn by a whisper on the wind, by a story the mountain was now telling about her. She was not a keeper of a place. She was a keeper of a function. The work had found her again. She closed the door without speaking. She leaned against it, sliding to the floor. The hum in her blood was a chorus now, not of one voice, but of many. All the stories it had ever consumed. A symphony of silence waiting for its conductor. The mountain was not hungry. It was creative, and it had just begun its next work. She did not answer the door when they knocked again. Their pleas were muffled by the wood, then faded away. But she knew they would be back. Others would follow. The story was out, and stories have a way of replicating, of finding fertile ground in desperate hearts. The silence in her apartment was no longer empty. It was a canvas. The mountain was not in the distance anymore. It was in the walls, in the water from the tap, in the very air she breathed. It was recreating the conditions of the cavern here in this sterile box, because she was the gate now. Her body was the stone slab, her mind the packed earth. She had to move. But movement was a form of attention, and attention was what it fed on. To run was to acknowledge the hunt, to give the story a new chapter of flight and pursuit. To stay was to become a shrine, a destination for the lost. There was a third option, a terrible one that had been forming in the hollowed-out space where her memories used to be. The ritual in the library book had been wrong, or incomplete. It assumed the hunger wanted a story to consume, but it didn't want to consume them. It wanted to use them, to build. The offering was not a sacrifice, but a contribution of materials. To truly starve it, she would have to become uninteresting, unusable. She started with the photographs, the few she had kept hidden in a box at the back of her closet. She burned them in the kitchen sink, watching May's smile blacken and curl into ash. She deleted cloud accounts, shredded old journals. She was methodical, a lawyer dismantling a life. But these were just artifacts. The real work was deeper. She sat in the dark for hours, trying to forget the sound of her sister's laugh. She would focus on it until the memory became just a sound, then a concept, then nothing. It was like performing surgery on her own soul, a slow, careful ablation of feeling. She turned her love for her parents into a list of facts. Their names, their dates. She stripped the emotion from every significant event, leaving only a barren chronology. It made her less human. She could feel it. Her responses became slower, flatter. The clerk at the grocery store would ask how her day was, and Marina would simply stare, the social script erased from her mind. She was sanding down her own edges, making herself a smooth, featureless stone that the mountain's creative hunger could not grip. The visions faded. The hum receded to a distant whisper. The knock at the door did not come again. She was becoming a void, and the void could not hold a story. One evening, she looked at her reflection and did not see Marina Croft. She saw an occupant of an apartment, a user of resources. The connection was almost severed. There was one last thread, the strongest one, the memory of the choice itself, the feel of the crowbar in her hand, the sight of the cracks spreading across the stone, the story of how she had become this nothing. That too, she let go. It dissolved like smoke. Years later, a different woman lives in that apartment. She works a different job. She has no family, no past that she can articulate. She feels no strong emotions. She is, by all accounts, free. Sometimes, on very still nights, she stands by the window and looks toward the mountains. Now just a faint smudge on the horizon. A vague, formless nostalgia rises in her, a whisper of a feeling without a memory attached. It is not hunger or fear. It is more like the echo of a single, sustained note, a hum that has forgotten its own melody. And in the deep places of the earth, something that once knew her name also forgets and turns its attention elsewhere, searching for a story with a little more light. The new job was in a quiet office, processing invoices. The numbers were a comfort. They held no hidden meanings, no echoes. Her co-workers were pleasant, but distant. They instinctively gave her space. This woman who offered no anecdotes, no personal history, no hook for friendship. She was a closed door, and people eventually stopped knocking. She lived in a rhythm of quiet repetition. Work, home, sleep. She did not own a television. She read only instruction manuals and the nutritional information on food packaging. Her world was deliberately small, deliberately bland. She was a still pond with no fish, no weeds, nothing to disturb the surface. One Tuesday, a man from accounting named Leo asked her if she wanted to get a coffee. His invitation was casual, but his eyes were kind. She looked at him, and for a fraction of a second, a ghost of a feeling stirred. It was the faintest imprint of what it might be like to be known, to be seen. The hum, dormant for so long, did not return as a sound. It returned as a fissure, a single hairline crack in the perfect featureless stone she had made of herself. It was not pain. It was potential. She looked at Leo, at his open, expectant face, and she saw the story he wanted to begin. A story of coffee, of conversation, of maybe more. It was a small story, a simple one. But it was a story nonetheless, and she knew with a certainty that was her last remaining piece of knowledge, that it was a story the mountain would savor. She looked down at her hands, then back at him. "No," she said, her voice flat and final. "I do not." The flicker of disappointment in his eyes was a small, necessary death. She turned back to her computer screen, the numbers blurring into a gray static. She had sealed the crack, The void was preserved. But as she sat there in the humming silence of the office, she understood the true unending nature of her task. It was not a battle fought and won. It was a vigil, a constant, conscious refusal to live. And she knew she would have to keep this vigil, alone and in silence, for the rest of her days. The mountain could wait. It had all the time in the world, and she had just given it the rest of hers. Story 7. The leather of the satchel was cracked and dry, the color of old blood. It sat in the corner of my study on the worn Persian rug, a patient, dusty sentinel. I had tossed it there 3 days ago upon returning from the Bibliotheca Apostolica, a routine consultation that had bled into a strange, lingering unease. The bag was not mine. In the frantic haste of my departure, with the Vatican Library closing its great doors for the night, I must have scooped it up with my own papers, mistaking its weight for my own. It was a simple error, the kind of tired mistake that means nothing. But it was everything. Inside, nestled between unremarkable folders of architectural surveys, was a single sheet of vellum. It was not old, not in the centuries-old sense of my usual work, but it felt ancient. The symbol drawn upon it in iron gall ink was one I had only ever seen in fragments on the walls of forgotten Mithraic temples, or etched into the foundations of churches built over pagan sites. It was the Ouroboros Mundi, the world's serpent, but not as a circle. This one was a double helix, its body a twisted ladder of esoteric code, consuming not its own tail, but a stylized geometric heart from which faint lines, like veins or roots, spread outwards. At the bottom, in a precise modern typeset that clashed violently with the hand-drawn symbol, were the coordinates for a location in the heart of Rome, and 3 words: Ex tenebris, lux choix. Out of darkness, light. That was how it began. Not with a scream, but with a whisper from a forgotten satchel. The whisper became a shout 2 days later, when a man named Anthony, the Camerlengo of the Holy Roman Church, appeared in my university office. He was a man carved from marble and sorrow, his face a map of quiet struggles. He did not sit. The air around him was cold, formal. "Professor Colton," he said, his voice low and measured, "we have a problem of a historical nature. A technology has been stolen from a private Vatican-affiliated laboratory, a resonant frequency emitter. In the wrong hands, it could be calibrated to induce targeted cerebral aneurysms, silent, untraceable, and attributable to the will of God." I felt the floor tilt. The vellum in my satchel seemed to burn through the floorboards. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because they left a message," he said, his eyes holding mine. "For you. They left a symbol, the Ouroboros Mundi. They said you would understand the path. The path led me to Haley. Dr. Haley Arlen was the scientist who had co-developed the emitter. She met me at the laboratory, a sterile, silent place, hidden beneath a nondescript government building on the outskirts of the city. The air smelled of ozone and dread. She was all sharp angles and focused intensity, a woman whose mind worked in the clean, brutal logic of physics. "They took the primary emitter and the calibration schematics," she said, her voice tight. She didn't look at me, but at the empty space where her life's work had been. A man. He called himself Gene. He knew the security protocols. He walked in like he owned the silence. Gene died. A name without a face. A ghost. He knew I would be called, I said, showing her the vellum. He wanted me on this path. This symbol. It's a map. The serpent's body. These points. They correspond to specific sites. The heart it's consuming, I think it's the Vatican. The very heart of the church. Haley looked at the symbol for the first time, her scientific gaze dissecting its archaic lines. "Faith and science," she murmured. He's pitting them against each other, using my science as the weapon. Her jaw tightened. So we followed the snake. We became unlikely pilgrims. Colton the professor and Haley the scientist, tracing the serpent's coil through the ancient stones of Rome. Our first stop was the coordinates on the vellum, the Basilica of San Clemente, a place built in layers like a psychological truth. We descended past the 12th century basilica, down into the cool, damp darkness of a 4th century church, and further still into the cold, subterranean air of a 1st century Mithraeum. The smell of wet earth and centuries was overwhelming. In the Tauroctony, the carving of Mithra slaying the bull, I found it. Scratched freshly into the stone beside the god's foot was another segment of the helical code. "This is his procession," I whispered, my voice swallowed by the cavern. "He's not just leaving clues. He's performing a ritual, consecrating his weapon with ancient blood." The next clue led us to the Pantheon, to the precise spot where the noon sun, through the oculus, struck a nearly invisible mark on the floor. The light was a physical weight, a blade of illumination. Haley checked her tablet, her face illuminated in the celestial beam. "The frequency," she said, her voice hushed. "He's using these sites as calibration points. The resonant properties of the stone, the specific geometry. He's tuning the emitter. Each site is a note in a chord of death." The chase was a fever dream. We moved through Rome's veins, from the sun-drenched piazzas to the shadowed cloisters, the city itself becoming a character in our dread. We were haunted by the presence of Vatican security, grim-faced men in dark suits who were always a step behind, their suspicion a constant, low hum in the background. We were haunted by the faces of the cardinals, potential victims whose public schedules were being cross-referenced with our terrifyingly slow progress. And we were haunted by Jean, a phantom whose name was whispered in the halls of power and the silence of laboratories. We found our breakthrough not in a church, but in a forgotten archive of the Knights of Malta. A document misfiled centuries ago spoke of the Ordo Luminis de Noct, the Order of the Night's Light, a sect that believed the church had grown corrupt, a bloated sun that had to be eclipsed so a new, purer light could emerge. They had been dormant, declared extinct, but their symbol was the Ouroboros Mundi. "He's not destroying the church," I said to Haley, the truth dawning with a cold, sickening clarity. "He's trying to force a rebirth, a schism. He's just going to use the emitter during the conclave. When all the cardinals are gathered in the Sistine Chapel, he's going to make it look like the hand of God has struck them down for their impurity. He'll leave Anthony, the Camerlengo, untouched. The sole surviving authority. A puppet." The final clue led us to the top of the Janiculum Hill, to the Fontana dell'Acqua Paola. There, carved into the base, was the last segment of the code. The serpent was complete. As I traced the final line with my finger, my phone vibrated. An unknown number. A text message. "The heart awaits the final note. The silence will be glorious." Gee, he was there. At the Vatican, the conclave had begun. What followed was a blur of desperate motion. A frantic, hushed argument with Vatican security at a sealed gate. The grim, reluctant nod from Anthony, his face ashen with the implications. We were rushed through corridors of unimaginable art and power, our footsteps echoing in the profound silence. The Swiss guards stood like statues, their colorful uniforms a stark contrast to the gray pallor of fear. Haley worked furiously on her tablet, her fingers a blur. "I've modeled the resonance pattern based on the sites," she whispered, her voice trembling with concentration. "The Sistine Chapel is the focal point, but the emitter needs a clear line of sight. It can't be blocked by the modern structures. It has to be high, somewhere with a direct, unobstructed view." .mu. My mind, a repository of maps and symbols, supplied the answer. The Passetto di Borgo, the Pope's escape route. It connects to the Casto Sant'Angelo. It's the only place. We broke into a run, a small armed detachment of security with us. The climb up the narrow, spiraling stairs of the castle was the ascent into nightmare. The air grew colder, thinner. We burst out onto the terrace, the great bronze angel above us stretching its wings against a bruised twilight sky. And there he was, Genie. He was a man of unremarkable appearance, middle-aged, with a calm, almost academic demeanor. He stood beside a tripod-mounted device that looked like a sophisticated telescope, its barrel aimed directly at the distant, illuminated windows of the Sistine Chapel. He turned as we entered, a faint smile on his lips. "Professor Colton," he said, his voice serene. "Dr. Arlen, you are just in time for the Renaissance." "It's over, Jean," I said, my own voice sounding ragged. "Is it?" he asked. "Look at what they have become. A bureaucracy of the soul. They have traded mystery for administration. I am not a destroyer. I am a gardener. I am pruning the diseased branches so the tree may live." "You're a murderer," Haley spat, her eyes fixed on the emitter. "You're using my work to kill." "An unnecessary sacrament," he replied, his hand hovering over a control panel, the final note of the chord. Ex tenebris, lux. There was no heroic fight, no dramatic struggle. As the security forces moved, Haley didn't try to disable the machine. She understood its principles. She raised her tablet, and with a few swift commands, she did the only thing she could. She recalibrated the emitter on the fly, using the castle's own structure as a damper, shifting the resonant frequency by a minuscule, critical degree. She turned the chord of death into a chord of dissonance. A low, subsonic hum filled the air, a vibration that was felt in the bones more than heard. The great bronze statue of the angel above us seemed to groan. Jean cried out, not in pain but in rage, as the control panel on his emitter sparked and went dark. The weapon was neutralized. He was tackled to the ground, the fight gone out of him as quickly as it had begun. In the aftermath, there was a strained official silence. The conclave proceeded, unaware of how close they had come to a divine, manufactured judgment. Anthony, the Camerlengo, was praised for his vigilance. The official story was a foiled terrorist plot, the details classified. Haley and I were thanked quietly and dismissed. Our names would never appear in any report. I returned to my study. The dust had settled. The worn Persian rug, the shelves bowed under the weight of books. The quiet hum of the city outside my window. Everything was as it was. And yet, nothing was. On my desk, placed there by my own hand days before this all began, was the leather satchel. It sat in the corner, the color of old blood, its cracked surface gathering dust. I looked at it, this forgotten detail, this silent sentinel that had held the first whisper of the storm. I thought of the serpent consuming its own tail, a circle with no end, a mystery that appeared solved, but whose truth had been buried under official lies and convenient silence. Jean was in a cell, his order shattered, his plan in ruins. But the darkness he spoke of, the corruption, the rot, it remained. It was still there, in the heart of things, waiting. The satchel held no clues anymore. It was just an object. But it held everything. And in the quiet of my study, I understood that some mysteries are not meant to be solved. They are meant to be endured. The loop was closed, but it was not resolved. It was simply waiting to begin again. The silence in the study was no longer a comfort. It was a held breath. I reached for the satchel, my fingers brushing against the dry, cracked leather. It felt inert, a dead thing, yet its weight in my hands was immense. I had intended to return it to the Vatican archives, to close this chapter with a final physical act of restitution. But now, the thought of letting it go felt like a mistake. I opened the flap. The interior was lined with faded silk, and in the dim light I saw it. A small, almost invisible seam along the bottom. A hidden compartment. My heart, which had only just begun to slow its frantic rhythm, seized. With careful, trembling fingers, I picked at the seam. It gave way, revealing not another sheet of vellum, but a small, flat key made of tarnished brass. Taped next to it was a tiny slip of paper with a single handwritten word, Clementinum. The name was a punch to the gut. The Clementinum was the Baroque library complex in Prague, a place I had researched years ago for a paper on astronomical symbology. It was also, I knew, a place historically linked to the Ordo Luminista Nocte. Jean had not been working alone. This was not an end. It was a baton pass. A soft knock at my study door made me jump. I swept the key and the note into my palm, closing my fist around them just as the door opened. It was Haley. She looked tired, her sharp edges softened by exhaustion, but her eyes were clear and alert. "They debriefed me for 6 hours," she said, closing the door behind her and leaning against it. "They took all my data. They called it a containment protocol." And she shook her head, a bitter smile touching her lips. "They're terrified, not of Jean, but of the idea. The idea that faith can be engineered, that devotion can be broken with a frequency." I didn't speak. I just opened my hand, showing her the key and the slip of paper. Her face fell. "No," she whispered. "It can't be. He wasn't the mastermind, Haley. He was a piece of it. A fanatical, brilliant piece, but just a piece. This was his contingency. Or his this was his contingency. Or She walked closer, her gaze fixed on the key. "What is it?" "A key. To the Clementinum Library in Prague. ... Another of the Order's old strongholds." I looked from the key to her face, seeing my own dread reflected there. "They'll be watching us. Vatican security. They'll be watching for any sign that we're not satisfied with their official story." Haley reached out and took the key from my palm. She turned it over, her scientist's mind assessing its age, its simple physical reality. "They took my life's work, Ben. They classified it, buried it. They think the problem is solved because the gun is back in its locker." She looked up, and the intensity I had seen in the lab was back, hardened now by a cold, personal fury. "But the blueprint is still out there. The idea is still out there, and someone else has a copy." The implications settled over us, heavier than the silence. We were bound together now, not by a chase, but by a secret. We knew the official victory was a lie. We knew the serpent had more than one head. "So what do we do?" I asked, the question hanging in the air between us. Haley closed her hand around the key. "We finish it," she said, her voice low and steady. "Not for them, for us. We find out who's really pulling the strings. We find the blueprint." She slipped the key into her pocket. "We just have to make sure no one is watching when we do." I looked past her, out the window at the darkening sky over Rome. The city of layers, of secrets buried beneath secrets. Our pilgrimage was over. Our crusade was just beginning. The light had come out of the darkness, only to reveal a deeper, more profound dark waiting beyond. And we were walking straight into it. The next few days were a performance. We played our parts perfectly. I gave a lecture on post-Carolingian iconography to a half-empty hall, my voice a dry, academic drone. Haley submitted a formal request to a Swiss engineering journal. inquiring about the publication timeline for a theoretical paper on harmonic resonance in solid-state materials. We were models of closure, of people moving on. But beneath the surface, a new and more dangerous current flowed. We communicated through a series of dead drops and encrypted messages on a burner phone Haley had acquired, her paranoia proving more practical than my own. Our conversations were brief, functional. We were no longer professor and scientist. We were conspirators. The key felt like a brand in my pocket. Clementinum. The name echoed through my dreams. I spent my nights in my study, not with a satchel, but with old texts and digital archives, researching the library with a focus I had never applied to my official work. I traced its history from Jesuit College to Imperial Library, looking for a lock that would match our key. It was Haley, cross-referencing architectural plans with historical financial records, who found it. A disused reading room, the Specula Philologica, had been sealed off during renovations in the early 1900s. The records showed the work was funded by a private, unnamed benefactor, the Ordo Luminis de Noc preserving one of its hiding places. We decided on Prague. A research trip for me, a vacation for her. It was thin, but it was all we had. The real challenge was the watching eyes. I felt them constantly. A dark sedan parked a little too long down the street. A tourist with an earpiece who seemed too interested in the facade of my building. Vatican security was a ghost that had decided to haunt us in perpetuity. Our departure was a study in controlled tension. At the airport, I played the absent-minded academic, fumbling with my passport and dropping a sheaf of papers. Haley was the cool, efficient traveler. We did not look at each other. We did not speak. We boarded the plane separately, she in business class, I in economy. It was her idea. If they were tracking us, let them track two separate, innocuous journeys. It was only when we met in the dim, cavernous main hall of the Clementinum, surrounded by the towering shelves of leather-bound books and the faint smell of aging paper and polish, that the knot in my chest loosened, just for a moment. We stood beneath the magnificent frescoed ceiling, two tourists admiring the view. "But I think we lost them," she murmured, her eyes scanning the room. Or they decided a library wasn't a threat. "Let's not test that theory," I replied, my hand instinctively touching my jacket pocket, feeling the hard outline of the key. Finding the Specula Philologica was another matter. It wasn't on any public map. We found the corridor it was supposed to be on, but it ended in a smooth, modern wall. A later addition. We retreated, a sense of failure beginning to curdle in my stomach. It was Haley who noticed the janitor's closet, its door slightly ajar. Inside, behind racks of cleaning supplies, was another door, old and made of dark, heavy wood. It was unmarked, its lock a tarnished brass keyhole. My hand was steady as I slid the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click that was shockingly loud in the silence. The door swung inward on silent hinges, revealing not a room, but a narrow, dark staircase leading down. The air that washed over us was cold and carried the scent of stone and profound stillness. Haley produced a small flashlight from her bag. The beam illuminated worn stone steps, descending into the bedrock beneath the library. We went down, closing the door behind us, sealing ourselves in the dark. The stairs ended in a small circular chamber. It was not a forgotten storage room. It was a sanctum. A single wooden desk stood in the center, its surface bare except for a modern, sleek tablet computer. On the wall behind it, carved into the stone, was the familiar double helix Ouroboros, the geometric heart at its center pulsing with a faint internal red light. It was active. Haley moved to the tablet and tapped the screen. It lit up instantly, no password required. A single icon sat in the center of the screen. A file named Malleus Fide. The Hammer of Faith. She opened it. Schematics flooded the screen. They were different from her original designs, more refined, more powerful. But that wasn't what made my blood run cold. It was the list of names and locations appended to the file. Cardinals, bishops, politicians, CEOs, a global network of targets. Jeannie's plot against the Conclave had been a test run, a provincial experiment. This was the real thing, a blueprint for a silent, global schism. And at the bottom of the list, a new message, generated in real time. The first key was for the lock. The second is for the door. You have until the new moon. A friend of the light. The screen went blank. Then the tablet powered down completely. The red light in the serpent's heart went out, plunging us into the absolute darkness of the crypt. The message was clear. We had not found an end. We had been given a new beginning and a deadline. We were not hunters anymore. We were couriers, and the weight of the world had just been placed squarely on our shoulders. We stood frozen in the sudden, total blackness. The only sound was our own ragged breathing. Haley's hand found my arm, her grip tight. They knew, she whispered, her voice hollow with shock. They knew we would come. They led us here. My mind reeled. A friend of the light. Not Jean. Someone else. Someone who had watched our every move. Who had orchestrated this. This recruitment. The key. The message. The tablet that had self-destructed after delivering its payload. It was an audition, and we had passed. They didn't just lead us, I said, the truth settling like a stone in my gut. They're giving us the weapon. They want us to finish it. Haley's flashlight flicked back on, its beam cutting through the dark, a frail defense against the enormity of what we'd found. She swept the light over the empty desk, the inert tablet, the silent serpent on the wall. There was nothing else. No further instructions. No map, just a list of targets burned into our memories, and a deadline. The new moon is in 9 days, she said, her voice regaining a sliver of its analytical strength. We can't take this to the authorities. We don't know who's on that list. A cardinal in Buenos Aires, a senator in Washington. It could be anyone. If we go to the wrong person, we're dead, and they're warned. We climbed the stairs back to the janitor's closet, the mundane world of mops and bleach, a surreal contrast to the crypt below. We slipped out into the library corridor, blinking in the warm light. Tourists chattered, cameras flashed. We were back inside the diorama of normal life, but we were no longer part of it. We were ghosts carrying a plague. In a small cafe across the river, with the spires of Prague Castle looming overhead, we tried to think. The coffee sat untouched between us. The Malleus Fide, I murmured. It's more advanced than my design, more efficient. The power requirements they're impossible with current public technology. What? Haley stared into her cup. Unless you have access to a private military-grade power source, or something newer. The second key, I said, recalling the final line of the message. The first key was for the lock. The second is for the door. What door? The door to what? Haley's eyes went distant, accessing the vast database of her own knowledge. A door. It could be a metaphor. A threshold. A point of activation. She looked up at me, a new chilling thought dawning. Or it could be literal. The emitter Jean used needed a direct line of sight. But this new design. The notes mentioned phased array transducers and quantum-locked resonance. Ben, this new version doesn't need line of sight. It can use a network. It can use the Earth itself as a conductor. The meaning of her words unfolded slowly, horribly. The door isn't a place you look from, I realized. It's a place you broadcast from, a focal point, a nexus. I thought of the list, the global scale. They wouldn't need one emitter on a castle wall. They would need a transmitter powerful enough to send a resonant frequency through the planet's crust, a signal that could be tuned to strike specific, simultaneous targets anywhere on the globe. We sat in silence, the weight of it crushing. We had 9 days. 9 days to find a door we couldn't define, to stop a plan we only partially understood, hunted by a shadowy order that seemed to be 2 steps ahead of us at every turn. The Ouroboros wasn't just a symbol. It was a trap. And we were now, irrevocably, caught in its coils. The only way out was to move forward, deeper into the dark. The flight back to Rome was a study in silent dread. We were no longer performing for unseen watchers. The performance was over. The reality was that we were now the carriers of a contagion. A secret so vast it threatened to tear us apart from the inside. Haley spent the hours on her laptop, her face illuminated by lines of code and geological surveys, searching for any location on Earth that could serve as the door. I stared out the window at the endless blanket of clouds, trying to quiet the storm in my mind. The list of names was a ghost haunting the periphery of my vision. A cardinal in Buenos Aires. I had met him once, a gentle man with a passion for liberation theology. A senator in Washington, a vocal advocate for family values. Were they targets for elimination, or were they somehow complicit? The message had been deliberately, cruelly ambiguous. Were we supposed to save them, or were we meant to enable their destruction? We landed in a rain-swept Rome. The city felt different now, not a repository of history, but a chessboard. Every priest on the street, every Swiss guard at his post, was a potential enemy, a possible member of the list. Our trust had been atomized. Back in my study, the familiar surroundings offered no solace. The satchel was gone, returned to the archives, but its absence was a louder presence than it had ever been. Haley stood by the window, the gray light etching the exhaustion on her face. "I've been running models," she said, her voice raspy. "A planetary broadcast of that specificity and power. It's theoretically possible, but it would require an energy source orders of magnitude greater than anything on the public grid. It would need a facility that doesn't officially exist." She turned to me. "And it would need a location at a seismic or telluric nexus, a place where the Earth's energy is already focused, ready to be harnessed and tuned." A cold certainty began to crystallize within me. The pieces, scattered across disciplines and centuries, began to click into a horrifying whole. The Ordo Luminis de Nacht, their obsession with resonance, with the hidden structures of reality. The historical sites they had occupied, places often built upon older, pagan sites of power. The Vatican itself was one, built over the ancient Mithraeum and the Circus of Nero. But it was too public, too watched. Then I remembered. A footnote in an obscure text I had studied years ago, a reference to a door of the sun in a remote region of the Andes, a place of strange magnetic anomalies and ancient pre-Incan legends. The local indigenous people shunned it. They called it a place where the earth spoke in a silent shout. "Haley," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "what if the door isn't man-made?" She looked at me, her scientific skepticism warring with the impossible reality we were already living. A geological feature? A telluric focal point. A place where the crust is thin, the magnetic field is concentrated. They wouldn't be building a transmitter. They'd be plugging one in. The burner phone on my desk buzzed, a single, violent shudder. We both stared at it. No one had the number. Haley picked it up. The screen displayed not a number, but a set of coordinates. And beneath them, a new message. "The key is the lock. The lock is the key." The mountain awaits. The clock is ticking. Haley's face was pale. The coordinates, they're in the Andes, northern Chile. She pulled up a satellite map on her laptop, her fingers flying across the keys. The image resolved, zooming in on a barren, mountainous region. And there, in the center of the screen, was a perfectly circular, unnatural formation. A dish carved into the mountain itself, aimed not at the sky, but at the heart of the earth. We had found the door, and the friend of the light had just given us the second key. We were not just couriers. We were being guided to the very epicenter of the storm. The only choice left was whether to walk through. The silence in the study was absolute, broken only by the soft patter of rain against the window. We were looking at the end of the world, displayed in pixelated detail on a laptop screen. The scale of it was too monstrous to comprehend. This wasn't an assassination. It was a culling. They're not just targeting individuals, Haley said, her voice flat with a horror that had moved beyond panic. They're targeting an idea, a way of thinking. They're going to use the Malayas to sculpt global faith, to silence any voice that doesn't align with their vision. She looked from the screen to me. This is a reset, not of a computer, but of human consciousness. My academic mind, trained to find patterns in chaos, finally saw the grand, terrible design. The Ordo Luminis de Noct had never been about simple power. It was about ontology. They believed they could use physics to define reality itself, to hammer faith into a single, unyielding shape. The Malays Fide was their tool. The mountain in Chile was their anvil. We can't go to the authorities, I repeated her earlier statement, but now with a deeper, more hopeless understanding. And we can't not go. Haley closed the laptop with a definitive snap. Then, we don't go as ourselves. The look in her eyes was one I had never seen before. A complete surrender to the abyss, and a fierce, defiant will to navigate it. We become ghosts. We disappear and we go to that mountain. We don't know if we're supposed to deliver the final component, or if we're supposed to throw a wrench in the gears. But we have to be there. The practicality of her words was a lifeline. How does a university professor and a disgraced scientist vanish? We had no network, no training, but we had desperation, and we had the enemy's own arrogance guiding us. The friend believed we were compliant, that we were following the breadcrumbs to our assigned role. We spent the night erasing ourselves. I wrote a vague email to the university about a family emergency requiring immediate, indefinite leave. Haley liquidated a small hidden savings account into untraceable cryptocurrency. We packed nothing of sentimental value, only cash, false documents she had somehow procured, a terrifying glimpse into a skill set she had never revealed, and the clothes on our backs. Just before dawn, we stood by the door. I took one last look at my study, at the shelves of books that had been my life's companions. They seemed like artifacts from another, simpler world. A world where the biggest mystery was the meaning of a faded manuscript, not the engineering of apocalypse. Haley followed my gaze. "We won't be coming back here, Ben," she said softly. It wasn't a question. I know. We left the apartment separately once more, two shadows melting into the damp, pre-dawn streets of Rome. We met at a dingy bus station on the city's outskirts, boarding a coach headed for Naples. From there, it was a convoluted route of regional trains, ferries, and finally, a cargo ship from Genoa to Montevideo. We were specks in the stream of global transit, hiding in plain sight. The journey was a blur of sleepless nights and constant vigilance. Every glance felt like a threat. Every official a potential agent of the order. The friend was silent. The burner phone remained dark. We were on our own. It took us 6 days to reach Calama, Chile, a dusty mining town in the Atacama Desert, the last outpost before the wilderness. The air was thin and dry, the sky a vast oppressive bowl of bleached blue. We bought supplies, water, dried food, climbing gear we barely knew how to use, and hired a taciturn local with a battered jeep to take us as far as the old mining roads went. He dropped us at the end of a cracked dirt track, pointing a gnarled finger toward a jagged line of peaks. Los dientes del diablo, he grunted. The devil's teeth. No one goes there. The mountain eats voices. He took our money and drove away without a backward glance, leaving us in a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight. We began the hike, the coordinates on our GPS, a digital beacon pulling us into a landscape of stark, brutal beauty. The sun was relentless, the altitude of fire in our lungs. For hours, we saw nothing but rock and sky. Then, as we crested a high ridge, we saw it. The dish! It was larger than the satellite image could convey. A colossal, concave circle carved into the face of the mountain, its surface a mosaic of dark, metallic panels. At its center stood a single monolithic structure of black stone and steel, a brutalist spike driven into the heart of the Andes. It was part temple, part power station, a blasphemy against the natural world. And there, standing at the edge of the dish, silhouetted against the setting sun, was a lone figure. He was dressed in simple, dark clothing, and he made no move as we approached, our footsteps crunching on the gravelly ground. We stopped a dozen yards from him. He was an older man, with a deeply lined face and calm, intelligent eyes. He held up a small, metallic object. It was a data chip, glinting in the low light. "The second key," he said, his voice quiet but carrying perfectly in the thin air. "The final resonance algorithm. Your journey is complete." He smiled, a thin, paternal gesture. "You have served the light well." Haley took a step forward. "We're not your servants." The man's smile didn't falter. "Aren't you? You followed the path. You uncovered the truth. You brought your unique expertise here to the threshold. The professor of history, to understand the why. The scientist of resonance, to understand the how. The blueprint is meaningless without both." He gestured to the chip in his hand. "This is the lock, and you too. You are the final key. Your conscious, willing participation is the last component required to activate the Malleus. The weapon requires a spark of genuine, understanding intent, not the fanaticism of a man like Gene, but the resigned, intellectual acceptance of the inevitable. The truth crashed down on me, more devastating than any physical blow. We hadn't been hunted. We hadn't been recruited. We had been cultivated. Our entire journey, from the moment we found the satchel, had been a long, meticulous process of grooming. We were the final piece of the machine. Our presence here, our understanding of what was about to happen, was the trigger. I looked at Haley. I saw the same devastating realization in her eyes. We had walked across the world, thinking we were making a choice, only to discover we were the choice itself. The Ouroboros had not just caught us in its coils. It had been waiting for us to complete the circle all along. The man extended his hand, the data chip resting on his palm like a sacred offering. The air hummed with a low, subaudible frequency that vibrated in my teeth. The facility was already active, drawing power from the earth itself, waiting for this final command. Haley didn't look at the chip. She looked at me. And in her eyes, I saw a final, desperate calculation. Every variable was accounted for. Every path led here, to this moment of grotesque consummation. We were the spark. Our will, our conscious choice to complete this terrible task, was the last ingredient. "No," I said. The word was quiet, but it seemed to suck all the sound from the mountain. It wasn't a shout of defiance, but a simple statement of fact. a refusal to participate in our own damnation. The man's paternal smile tightened at the edges. There is no, Professor. The mechanism is already in motion. The new moon rises in less than 72 hours. The targets are isolated. The world is waiting. Your refusal doesn't stop it. It only makes the process messier. A tool that refuses its purpose is a dangerous thing. We are not your tools, Haley whispered, her voice raw from the thin air. You are what you have chosen to become, he replied, his gaze unwavering. You chose to seek the truth. You chose to follow the path. You chose to come here. Every step was a choice. This is simply the last one. He was right, and that was the most horrifying part. We had made every choice freely. We had been manipulated, yes, but never forced. Our own intellects and curiosities had been the reins used to lead us. The Ouroboros didn't trap its prey. It convinced the prey to coil itself. I looked past him at the monolithic structure. There would be a control room, a core, a place where this resonance was being generated and aimed. The data chip was the final targeting solution, the precise frequency that would shatter the faith of a cardinal, a senator, and countless others. But the machine itself, the power source, the emitter, that was here. Haley followed my gaze. She understood. The plan had always been too big, too perfect. It accounted for our intellect, our morals, our desire to stop a catastrophe. The one thing it couldn't account for was a refusal to play the game at all. A move that was not a move. The key is the lock, I said, repeating the cryptic message. The man's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Yes, your understanding is the key that unlocks the final. No, I interrupted, my voice stronger now. You said it yourself. We are the key. Our conscious, willing participation. I took a step toward him, and for the first time, I saw a crack in his calm facade. He took a slight step back. So we withdraw our consent? We choose not to understand. We choose to be ignorant. It was a ridiculous, desperate gambit. To fight a weapon of ultimate intellectual control by pretending to be stupid. But it was the only piece of the board we still control. Haley picked up the thread, her voice cutting through the hum. You need a historian to validate the why and a scientist to validate the born. When I don't allow about validation, your weapon is just noise. It's a hammer without a hand to swing it. You have the power, but you lack the legitimacy. Our legitimacy. The man's face went cold. The paternal mask fell away, revealing the ruthless operative beneath. Then you will be remade. The Malleus can work on a smaller, more personal scale. It can convince you. It can make you willing. He raised his hand, and from the shadows of the monolithic structure, two other figures emerged. They were armed with devices that looked like compact sonar units, their fronts glowing with a soft, malevolent light. This was it. The end of the philosophical debate. The beginning of the fight. Haley didn't hesitate. She threw the bag of supplies she was carrying, sending it skidding across the rocky ground toward the man's feet. As he flinched, I lunged, not for him, but for the edge of the giant dish. The man shouted a command, and one of the armed figures fired his device. A wave of pressure hit me, a sound so low and powerful it felt like my bones were turning to sand. I stumbled, my vision blurring. Haley was faster. She had anticipated the attack, moving laterally. She scooped up a rock and hurled it with surprising force. It struck the dish with a sharp, resonant clang. The sound was insignificant against the vastness of the mountain. But for a split second, the deep hum of the facility stuttered. The metallic panels of the dish were finely tuned resonators. An impact in the wrong place. The man with the data chip stared at her, real alarm in his eyes now. You'll destabilize the entire array. You'll tear this mountain apart. Then we'll all be buried together, I gasped, pulling myself up. Better than being your key. I ran along the rim of the dish, searching for another spot, another vulnerability. The second armed figure tracked me with his device. The game was over. We had chosen the only move left to us. We would break the board. The second sonic blast caught me in the shoulder, spinning me around. A wave of nausea and disorientation washed over me, my thoughts scattering like leaves in a storm. I fought to hold on to a single, coherent idea. The dish. It was a delicate instrument. It was the weapon. Haley was already moving again, a frantic zigzagging sprint across the vast concave floor. She wasn't aiming for the armed men anymore. She was aiming for the support struts, the conduits that snaked from the central monolith out to the dish's perimeter. She kicked at a junction box, her boot connecting with a solid metallic thunk. Sparks fizzled, and a section of the panels above us flickered and died. The hum of the facility shifted, becoming a discordant, grinding groan. The mountain itself seemed to protest. The man with the chip was screaming orders, his voice thin and desperate against the growing cacophony. The paternal guide was gone, replaced by a terrified engineer watching his life's work unravel. One of the armed men turned his device on Haley. I saw her stagger, her hands flying to her ears. She cried out, a sound swallowed by the distorted resonance. I had to do something. I had nothing but my own body and a desperate final thought. The central structure, the spike. That was the heart. If the dish was the speaker, the spike was the voice box. Ignoring the fire in my lungs and the wobbling in my legs, I ran straight for it. The remaining guard tried to intercept me, but his steps were unsteady as the ground beneath us began to vibrate. A deep, seismic shudder ran through the rock. The mountain was indeed eating voices, starting with our own. I reached the base of the black stone spike. It was warm to the touch, thrumming with a terrifying pent-up energy. There were no visible controls, no panels. Just seamless, polished stone and cold-forged steel. I looked for anything, a crack, a seam, a weakness. My eyes fell on a narrow service ladder, bolted to the side, leading up into the shadows where the spike met the overhanging rock face. I didn't know where it led, but it was the only path. I started to climb. The world swayed beneath me. The dissonant frequencies from the damaged dish were colliding, creating pockets of crushing pressure and violent repelling force. Below, I saw the first armed man lose his footing and fall, his device clattering away. The other was on his knees, retching. The man with the chip was backing toward a dark entrance in the monolith, his face a mask of fury and fear. I kept climbing, my hands slick with sweat. The air grew thicker, charged with ozone and the smell of hot stone. At the top of the ladder was a small platform and a heavy reinforced door. It was sealed shut, no visible handle or keypad. Then I saw it. A small recessed slot next to the door, exactly the size and shape of the data chip. It was a lock, and the key was still in the hand of the man below. I looked down. Haley was on her knees now, but she was looking up at me. She saw the slot. She saw my helplessness. With a tremendous effort, she pointed a trembling finger past me. Toward the top of the spike itself, I craned my neck. There, at the very pinnacle, was a finial. A twisted, crystalline structure that pulsed with a faint internal light. It was the emitter, the source. The ladder continued another 10 feet, up and over the curve of the spike. I climbed, my muscles screaming. When I reached the top, I was level with the crystal. The hum was a physical force here, a pressure trying to flatten me against the metal. I could feel it in my teeth, my skull, my soul. There was no time for thought. I wrapped my arms around the cold steel of the spike, braced my feet, and kicked out with all my remaining strength at the pulsating crystal. The first kick did nothing. The second sent a sharp jolt of pain up my leg. The third connected with a sickening crack. A web of fractures appeared in the crystal, and the light within flared, then died. For a moment, there was only silence. A true, profound silence, deeper than any I had ever known. Then, the screaming began. Not from the mountain, but from the man below. A raw, enraged shriek of failure. The silence was broken by a new sound, a deep, grinding rumble from the heart of the mountain. The facility, destabilized and critically damaged, was beginning to consume itself. The clock hadn't just stopped. It had shattered, and we were buried in the wreckage of its gears. The platform beneath my feet shuddered violently. A section of the dish below buckled, the metallic panels screeching as they twisted and tore. The man with the chip had disappeared into the dark entrance, but his two guards were not so lucky. A fissure opened in the rock floor, swallowing one of them and his device without a sound. The other scrambled backward, his screams lost in the growing roar of the mountain's collapse. I clung to the ladder, the cold steel biting into my palms. "Haley!" I yelled, my voice a dry rasp. She was trying to stand, using a buckled support strut to pull herself up. She waved a hand at me, a frantic gesture that said, "Go, move, don't wait." The entire central structure was listing, groaning as its foundations were compromised. The door with the data chip slot was now a useless, crooked mouth. I began a desperate, sliding descent. The ladder groaned under the strain, one of its bolts popping free with a sound like a gunshot. I jumped the last 10 feet, landing hard and rolling on the shuddering ground. Grit and sharp stones scraped my hands and face. I stumbled to Haley, grabbing her arm and pulling her to her feet. "The way we came," I shouted over the din. "It's our only chance." We ran, not with any grace, but with the frantic, stumbling gait of the doomed. The path along the ridge was crumbling. Behind us, the magnificent, terrible dish folded in on itself like a closing flower, the black spike tilting at a drunken angle before, with a final deafening crack. It broke from its base and crashed down into the collapsing ruin. A cloud of dust and debris billowed out, a gray wave chasing us. We pushed harder, our lungs burning in the thin air. The world was reduced to the next footfall, the next gasping breath. We didn't look back. We ran until our legs gave out, collapsing behind a large, stable-looking outcrop of rock as the dust cloud engulfed us. The roaring subsided slowly, replaced by the sound of settling rock and our own ragged coughing. The sun, which had been setting, was now blotted out by the immense plume of dust, casting the world in a strange orange twilight. We sat there for a long time, covered in grime, shivering in the sudden cold. The silence returned, but it was different now. It was the silence of aftermath, of a void where something immense had been. Haley was the first to speak, her voice hollow. "We broke it." "I think we did," I said, the words feeling inadequate. "But we don't know what that means. We don't know if we just stopped it or if we broke something else. Something in the world." I had no answer for that. We had acted on a desperate impulse to refuse, to negate. The consequences were a mystery that stretched out before us, as vast and unknown as the desert night now falling around us. After a while, we drank the last of our water and knew we had to move. We had no supplies, no transport, and we were in the middle of one of the most hostile environments on Earth. The friend was gone. The order was, at least for now, shattered. We were utterly, completely alone. We started walking, guided only by the stars and the desperate hope of finding a road. We were no longer ghosts. We were survivors, adrift in the silence we had created. The future was a blank page, and for the first time since finding that satchel in the rain-swept street, it was ours to write. The weight of that freedom was heavier than any mountain.